I grabbed the last bag of BBQ chips off the shelf, but two kids snatched it from my hands and held it high over their heads. I was 4'2" and officially a midget, so when I jumped for it, I barely reached their shoulders. They pulled out their phones. "Go on, little man, jump," and hysterically laughed. My face burned with shame, but I kept jumping because these chips were discontinued. I had driven to 13 stores for this last bag, and nothing was stopping me from getting them. They waved it over my head for the 10th time, but then a hand came from the sky. A 7-foot man was holding the chips up over punks' heads, his phone out. "Go on, jump for it." They jumped but couldn't even reach his chest and stormed off embarrassed. I smiled up at him, but he was already looking at the label. Barbecue, my favorite. He opened the bag right there and literally stepped over me to keep walking. I swung as hard as I could and missed by so much I almost spun out of the box. It was the bottom of the 9th. We had a runner on third, 2 outs, down by 1. The ump dropped into his squat behind me. "Just put the ball in play, kid." I looked up at my dad in the bleachers and winked. "I'm hitting this one over, Dad." He cupped his hands around his mouth. "Send it, bud." The next pitch came in slow and right down the middle. I swung as hard as I'd ever swung in my life, and the ball cleared the fence by 10 feet. I dropped the bat and started running. Rounding first, I looked up at the bleachers to find my dad. He wasn't standing up. He was supposed to be standing up. He was the loudest one in the bleachers, and now he was just sitting with his hand on his chest. My mom was right next to him watching me through her phone, screaming, "Run, run, run." Second base. Dad still wasn't moving. By third, I was barely running. He fell forward over the bleacher rail, and I stopped halfway between third and home. "Dad!" I dropped the helmet and started running off the field toward my dad. The ump had my dad on the ground, pumping his chest with both hands. I fell to my knees and grabbed my dad's hand. My mom was on the phone with 911 screaming our address. 5 minutes later, the ambulance pulled up and the paramedics got him on a gurney. As they were loading him in, his eyes opened and found mine. "I saw it, bud." His grip tightened on my hand. I've never been prouder. Then they slid him in and the doors closed. I hit the only home run of my life, and my dad lived to see it. He keeps the ball on his nightstand. I was sitting in class when a Smurf walked in. It was my professor, painted head to toe blue with a white hat and everything. Half the class started laughing. He didn't react at all. He just set his bag down and started teaching like nothing was different. The girl next to me leaned over and whispered, "It's Smurf Day." I asked her what that meant. She just looked at me and said, "You'll see." After class, I grabbed one of the older students and asked him what was going on. He sat me down on a bench outside and told me the whole story. A few years back, the professor had a 3-year-old daughter. She was diagnosed with a rare brain disease and spent most of her life in a hospital bed. The Smurfs was her favorite show. Every night after his last class, he'd drive straight to the hospital and sit in the chair next to her bed and watch it with her. She'd rest her head on his arm, and they'd watch every episode together until she fell asleep. He was a single dad. He couldn't stop teaching because that's how he paid for her treatment. So every morning, he'd leave her in that hospital room and walk into a classroom and pretend he was fine. He'd come in with red eyes, and nobody said a word. Eventually, some of his students found out what was happening and put together enough money for him to take time off. He got to spend her last few weeks with her because of them. She passed away 3 days after his last class. Every year on her birthday, he walks into class painted blue from head to toe. He never explains it. He never talks about it. He just teaches the whole lecture looking like a Smurf because it was the last thing that made her smile. I was 12 and starving when I threw a chain over the electric fence around Mr. Hatch's apple tree. Sparks shot up everywhere and the wires went dead. My little sister was watching from under the bridge with Tommy and 4 others, gripping the moldy loaf we'd been splitting for 3 days. Mr. Hatch's porch looked down on that bridge. All week he'd been on it biting into apples and yelling at us. "These apples are the sweetest in town, rats. You'll never know." Tonight I was going to know. I climbed over and tiptoed across wet grass toward the tree. A stick snapped under my foot loud enough to wake a graveyard. I froze, but the house stayed dark. 3 steps later, motion lights flooded the whole yard. A door slammed open, and Mr. Hatch came charging out in his bathrobe. "Get your hands off my apples, you little rat!" I sprinted to the tree, jumped onto the lowest branch, and climbed as fast as I could. He came barreling across the grass with his head craned up at me, and caught his foot on the chain I'd thrown across the wires. He flew shoulder first into the trunk so hard the whole tree shook. An apple the size of my fist dropped straight down and clocked him on the forehead. He went face down in the grass and didn't move. I whistled twice from up in the branches. Tommy was first over the fence with the rest piling in behind him. They stood under the tree with shirts held open while I dropped apples down until every shirt was full. Mr. Hatch woke up to bare branches. Under the bridge that night, my little sister got the biggest one, and we ate until our stomachs hurt. Turns out he was right about one thing. They really were the sweetest in town. My principal tried to shut down my silly band's business 4 times before he gave up. At recess on Monday, a first grader handed me $1, and I peeled the glow-in-the-dark unicorn off my wrist and dropped it on his. Behind him, a dozen more kids were waiting their turn, all holding living quarters. A second grader tried to trade me a half-eaten Reese's, and I told him cash only. By Friday, I had more cash than my babysitter made in a week, and Mr. Doyle was watching me from across the playground with his arms crossed. The next day, I was in math class when I heard Mr. Doyle on the intercom. "Effective immediately. No silly bands are permitted in the classroom." I rolled my stack into my pencil case before he finished talking. At recess, I sold from the bathroom line while he prowled the playground checking wrists. The next day, he was back on the intercom. "No silly bands are permitted anywhere on school property." After the bell, I set up shop on the sidewalk 6 inches past the school gate. Kids poured out and lined up while Mr. Doyle rushed to the property line, gripping the fence as every dollar went into my pocket. A couple days passed, and I was sitting on the couch when my mom answered the phone, and I heard Mr. Doyle's voice. "Your son is running an unsanctioned business outside our school, and I need you to put a stop to it." She covered the phone and turned to me. "How much have you made?" I held up the wad and told her $92. She got back on the phone and said, "Sounds like he's learning," and hung up. Then that Friday, Mr. Doyle stood at the gate watching me set up the line. He didn't say anything, didn't take notes. He just shook his head, turned around, and walked back inside. The next morning, he stopped me in the hallway. I tightened my grip on my arm because I figured he was finally taking my stash. He pulled a wrinkled dollar bill out of his pocket. "My daughter wants the glow-in-the-dark mermaid." I slid it off my wrist and put it in his palm. "Cash only." Eric opened my snack cabinet and groaned, "There's no snacks in here." I stared at the Pringles, the ice cream, the Doritos, and chocolate candies. "What do you mean there's no snacks?" Eric looked at me with red eyes and a goofy smile. "I'm on the munchies, bro. I want Cheetos. The only open store is a 90-minute walk. Just eat the Doritos." Eric slammed the cabinet closed. "I want Cheetos, dude." I groaned and put on my jacket. We stepped outside and Eric rubbed his hands. "The walk will go quickly, dude. Trust me." But 5 minutes and heavy rain started pouring. My hair got wet and my pants immediately became drenched. "Eric, let's turn back. You don't even have a jacket." But Eric smiled and put his arm around me. "The longer the path, the louder the crunch, bro." I gave in and continued, my shoes squelching with every step. But then we reached the most dangerous street in the city. Maps showed this was the only way. And when I looked back, I saw a sketchy man in a hood behind us. I felt my heartbeat in my throat and instantly tapped Eric's shoulder. "Let's go home. Someone's following us." But Eric just kept walking, smiling to himself and thinking about the Cheetos. I turned around and saw the man closer now. I caught a glimpse of the knife in his pocket and the paranoia kicked in. "Eric, dude, he's behind us. He's got a knife. We have to go, man. We have to go." Eric simply turned around and stared right at him. "Him? Nah, he's just vibing. Just focus on the Cheetos, bro." He turned back around and I began leading us down the weirdest turns and alleys until we finally lost him. I asked Eric to just call an Uber home the whole way, but he kept assuring me the Cheetos would be worth it. We finally reached the store and stepped inside, wet and soaking, my hands shaking because we'd nearly been killed. Eric walked to the Cheetos and picked them up. He looked at them closely, then shook his head. "Actually, man, I don't really want these." He put them back, and I flailed my arms in anger and disbelief. Eric grabbed my shoulder. "Bro, they were $2. I'm not paying $2. I can just eat the Doritos back at your place." My friend Darren laced up his new Jordans and pumped his fist in the air. "Now I can jump like Jordan." I held back my laugh. "No disrespect, Darren, but you're 350 pounds. You can't jump like Jordan." But he looked past me, and his eyes settled on the rim like he was ready to soar. "If I hang on that rim, you owe me $100. I instantly shook his hand, ready to collect the easiest money of my life. Darren walked under the rim and rubbed his new shoes. Just like MJ, baby. He squatted down and jumped as high as he could. His arms stretched through the air, and he almost touched the net. His face deflated, and he looked at his new shoes like they'd betrayed him. "Told you, dude. Now give me my $100. I walked over, but Darren walked past me. "I'm going to touch that rim." He dragged a chair from one side of the gym to under the hoop. Then he stacked another. He stacked 4 chairs until they reached the rim, then put his foot on the first one. "Darren, are you seriously? I want to be like MJ," he interrupted. The chairs creaked and a leg splintered as he climbed, and I looked away because I couldn't watch him fall. But he reached the top and grabbed the rim with both hands. "Told you I could jump like Jordan." He hung on the rim, but then the mount of the rim cracked. I froze, and Darren's face dropped as we heard another crack. I'm getting down, but right as he put his foot on the chair, a spiderweb crack shot across the glass. The whole backboard exploded, and Darren fell backwards, clutching the snapped rim. He bounced off the chair pile and dropped to the floor. I ran over. "Oh my God, Darren, are you okay?" He smiled with his front tooth missing. "I don't think I can jump like Jordan, but at least I can break backboards like Shaquille O'Neal." He reached into my pocket and pulled out my wallet while still on the floor. "What? I touched the rim, didn't I?" My dad came home beaming, saying he'd just met a guy in a black coat and a top hat who showed him how to hypnotize himself. He immediately turned the TV to a dead channel and sat 2 feet from the static, reading the instructions. Watch static for 30 minutes. Cover your eyes and listen to the static for another 30 minutes. When the hour is up, you'll be hypnotized for 4 hours. My dad raised his finger and said, he told me anything I see during those 4 hours isn't real. I rolled my eyes and went to my room as he started watching the static. But then, an hour passed, and I heard the front door open. I froze, because the man in a black coat and top hat was standing in the middle of our living room, holding an empty duffel bag. He started shoving our jewelry inside it, while Dad sat on the couch, staring at him and smiling peacefully. He said aloud, "Wow, the hypnotization is working." The man told me if I hallucinate him later, it means it worked. I couldn't believe it, and lunged for my phone on the coffee table. But the man grabbed it and pulled a gun from his waistband. One wrong move, and I shoot. Sit down. I sat frozen, with my hands shaking in my lap. I looked at my dad, and he just smiled at me, like everything was fine. The shouting is very vivid. He warned me about the audio component. I stared in disbelief. My own dad was watching a stranger rob us and smiling about it. The man started unmounting the TV, and I yelled, "Dad, he's taking the TV!" Dad just smiled. "There is no TV. There is only peace." The man walked past Dad carrying the TV, and Dad reached out and patted the man's leg. "Goodbye, hallucination." I pinched myself because I was sure I was dreaming, but my face dropped in horror because I wasn't. The man came back with my PlayStation and laptop. He leaned over Dad and slid the wallet out of his jacket pocket, then asked Dad, "How's the hypnotization?" Dad beamed, "Super realistic," and the man laughed. He walked across the room toward the side table where Dad's watch was. I was in shock, and the second his back was turned, I ran to Dad and slapped him hard across the face. "Dad, this is real! We're being robbed!" But Dad smiled wider, his cheek going red. "Wow, the hypnotization is so cool. I can even feel pain as if someone actually slapped me." "Dad, he has a gun," I said, almost crying. Dad looked right at the man's gun, bliss on his face. He warned me the trance might include weapons. They aren't real either. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it. The man took the watch and zipped his loaded duffel bag. He walked past me, tipped his hat while laughing, and walked out the front door. I sat there shaking, looking at half of our house cleared out. Everything was silent except for Dad humming on the couch, smiling at nothing. 4 hours later, the timer beeped. Dad blinked and stretched his arms. "Wow, that was vivid," he laughed. "I even saw him take our TV. The mind is amazing." He sat up and looked at the wall where our TV used to be. His smile faded. "Son, where's our TV?" My dad would pat my shoulder and say, "This is the year, kid. I can feel it. Every Knicks playoffs for 25 years, and he died the summer before they finally made the finals. Now, it was the Knicks' first finals since 1999. So for the last game, I laced up my Timbs, pulled on my dad's old Ewing jersey, and flipped my Yankees hat backwards. Timbs in June and all. I got my son in his little Brunson jersey, lifted him onto my shoulders, and told him the same thing. He was wrong every time, all the way back to watching these same Spurs beat them in 5 games from his knee, but he never stopped believing. And this year was different, because we had Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, McCall Bridges, Cat Daddy, and the heart of the garden, Josh Hart. If you believed in miracles, you had to believe in these Knicks. So we shoved into Times Square with 50,000 other believers. My son gripped my shoulders every time the square went quiet. "Dad, are we gonna lose?" he asked, and I told him to watch. Brunson was hooping on the big screens, his name bouncing off the buildings, and my dad would have loved this kid. But the Spurs kept punching back, and the square turned desperate, strangers grabbing strangers, an old man praying into his hands. I gripped my son's ankles tighter with every swing, because if they lost, his first Knicks memory would be the same as mine. My heart was slamming in my throat, and I swear I heard my dad in the noise, saying it one more time. "This is the year, kid." The clock ran out, and I stopped breathing. The Knicks won it all. The square detonated, grown men crying, strangers screaming with joy, like the city had held its breath for 50 years and let it out. My son screamed above me, while I pressed my dad's jersey to my face and cried for the first time since his funeral. 25 years of believing, and the first time I said it for him, it came true. "You were right, Dad. This was the year." My friend Jeremiah looked into a kid's eyes in the hallway, and the kid instantly dropped to the floor. Jeremiah yelled, "I told you all I have magic powers. Who else wants to try?" None of us believed him, until Jeremiah pointed at another random kid. "You look at me." The kid turned around and looked into Jeremiah's multicolored eyes, then immediately slumped to the floor. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and a crowd immediately formed around Jeremiah. Every kid he made eye contact with fell to the floor, and only got up when he snapped his fingers. Word spread through the school immediately, but then during math class, Mr. Stevenson slammed his hands on the table. "Jeremiah, stop whatever stupid game you're playing. You're not a wizard, and you're distracting the other students." Jeremiah looked up from his desk and deep into Mr. Stevenson's eyes. Mr. Stevenson's own eyes suddenly rolled back, and he collapsed on the floor, knocking his cup of coffee onto his shirt. My jaw dropped, and we all pulled our phones out recording Jeremiah, because a real superhuman was in our class. Jeremiah just chuckled, and when I asked him how he does it, he smirked. "I'm not from here." Our videos spread around our small town, and a newspaper even published an article, "Local Boy with Mysterious Powers." That's when Jeremiah announced a live show where he would make people people collapsed live if they doubted him. On the day, everyone gathered in the school auditorium, whispering and excited. Cameras and press were there. But when 4 p.m. hit, Jeremiah wasn't there. We waited a full hour, but Jeremiah never showed. One by one, everyone left. And the next day, Jeremiah wasn't in school. His mom answered the door and said Jeremiah hadn't been home since the night before. I sent him messages, but he never replied. He was just gone. Then 4 years later, I ran into him at a coffee shop. Jeremiah, is that you? He smiled like nothing happened. I asked him, so what happened with the live show and your powers? He laughed so hard he put his coffee down. I never had powers. I gave $1 to every person so they would drop. Even Mr. Stevenson. Once the videos were made, I knew the whole town would pay for tickets, so I took all the ticket money and bounced. I was in disbelief. No way, man. How much did you make? He smirked. $37 profit, dude. I looked into his eyes. He did all that for $37. It was my first day in my new foster home. I was going up the stairs when a kid shoved me and pushed me down. I had no idea who this kid was and fell down the whole flight. My ankle twisted on the last step, swelling up immediately. He walked down and stood over me. No one will ever love you, you parentless freak. He spat on me. I was about to get up to tell my foster parents when another foster kid pulled me aside. He's our foster parent's son, Ricky. It'll only get worse if you say something. He likes to bully all the foster kids. Try not to get killed by him. So I decided I was just going to stay out of his way, and that would be it. But the next morning, as soon as he saw me, Ricky threw a glass plate at my head and laughed. It shattered against my skull, and my head started bleeding. Blood was dripping down my face. I had to say something before he actually killed me, so I went to his parents. Your son just threw a plate at my head. I'm bleeding. His dad didn't even get up from the couch. Ricky said you fell. If you keep running your mouth, I'll call your social worker and have you moved somewhere that'll make you wish you were back here. I felt trapped and walked away shaking. Then I heard yelling coming from Ricky's room. I stopped at the door crack and listened. His mom was screaming at him. You think we wanted you? You were an accident and you've been a problem ever since. I stood there in shock. His own parents hated him. Then I looked up at the wall. There was a calendar. Tomorrow had a circle on it. Social worker visit. I knew exactly what I needed to do to get myself out of here. The next day, I knew the social worker was coming any minute, so I walked up to Ricky. You called me a parentless freak, but you have parents and they don't even love you. Ricky snapped and tackled me, punching me on the ground. That's when the front door opened. The social worker walked in and saw Ricky on top of me swinging. What is going on? Ricky froze. She pulled him off me and helped me up. That's when she saw my swollen ankle and the gash on my head. Who did this to you? The foster dad panicked and pointed at Ricky. It's him. He's the problem. This is why we don't love you. You mess everything up. The social worker looked at the parents and said, you guys should not be foster parents, and turned to me. Don't worry, I'll make sure you go somewhere safe. A month later, I walked into my new foster home. I saw Ricky looking broken in the living room. The kid who bullied foster kids became one. I was mid-lesson playing with my Gorilla Glue when an announcement blared. Lockdown, lockdown. This is not a drill. A gunshot echoed down the hall, and we all immediately ducked under the tables. I felt like I was going to pass out, and the kid next to me peed his pants. Our teacher tiptoed to the door, and his face went pale. He's coming to us. Everybody hide. He locked the door, but suddenly the handle started rattling. Open up. The shooter kicked our door, then kicked again, and I could see the wood around the handle start to splinter. My classmates were crying and praying with their hands together because the shooter was about to come in, and we had no way out. That's when I saw the teacher running to my desk. He grabbed my Gorilla Glue and ran back to the splintering door, shouting, "Smash the windows and leave. The door won't hold. It's been an honor teaching you." We grabbed our chairs and began smashing the windows as the kicking sound continued. And when I looked back, Mr. Rogers was pouring my entire tube of Gorilla Glue onto his palms. He was muttering something under his breath and shaking violently. He pressed his glue-filled palms to either side of the door and stood in the doorway like a human shield, looking at the sky like these were his last moments on Earth. The door splintered open right as I started climbing out, and I immediately heard gunshots. I turned back for just a split second, and my legs went numb because Mr. Rogers had been sprayed with bullets. His body was limp, but he was still blocking the doorway because of the Gorilla Glue on his palms. The shooter was pushing and trying to get into the classroom, but couldn't. I climbed out the window right as Mr. Rogers' body hit the floor. The shooter ran in, but we were gone. Mr. Rogers chose to never come home to his family again, just to make sure we could come home to ours. I walked into my high school reunion, and the first person I saw was the guy who used to make me eat pencil shavings in 8th grade, now in a cheap suit holding a warm beer. "Pencil boy," he yelled across the room, loud enough to turn heads. His name was Brandon, and in 8th grade he'd hold a number 2 pencil over my lunch tray and shave the wood off it with a box cutter until the shavings buried my sandwich. "Eat it," he'd say, and the whole cafeteria would chant it until I did. Now he was waving me over like we were old friends. I went because I didn't want to make a scene, and he threw his arm around my shoulder and pulled me into a circle of 3 guys from the old crew. "Look who showed up," Brandon Brandon said, and his hand clamped down on my shoulder. So what are you doing with yourself these days? I told him I worked in software. That's cute, man. That's cute. The squeeze turned into a shake, like he was rattling a kid. My face went hot, and I stepped back out from under his arm, but he closed the space again. You still live with your mom? I told him I had my own place in Austin. He didn't like that, so he turned to his crew and got louder. What do you even drive? I told him a Porsche, and the guy next to him snorted beer out his nose. What is it, a matchbox? Brandon said, and the whole circle cracked up. I let them laugh. When they were done, I told them I had to grab something from my car. Brandon and all three of his friends followed me out into the parking lot, still cracking matchbox jokes the whole way. I clicked the key fob, and the lights on a black 911 Turbo flashed twice. Brandon stopped walking. Dude, one of his friends said, real quiet. I opened the door, reached into the center console, and pulled out a yellow number 2 pencil. I walked back over to Brandon and held it out. You dropped this in 8th grade, I said. I kept it. He took it without looking at me, and his friends weren't laughing anymore. I got in my car and drove off while he stood there holding it. I was in the passenger seat of my girlfriend Tara's car when I turned to her and said, I think we should break up. She kept both hands on the wheel and stared straight ahead without saying anything. Then she blew through a stop sign without slowing down. Tara, that was a stop sign. She said nothing and pressed harder on the gas, and as I watched the speedometer climb, I put my hand on the door handle. Pull over right now. She turned and looked at me with an expression I had never seen on her face before. If I can't have you, nobody can. There was a massive oak tree at the end of the road, and she was driving straight at it. If I didn't stop her, I was a goner. She ran a red light, and I heard horns blaring around us, and I started shaking, but I kept my voice steady. Tara, please, you don't want to do this. She didn't say anything and kept both hands locked on the wheel. The oak tree was getting close, so I grabbed the emergency brake between our seats and yanked it up, which made the car fishtail sideways. She screamed and reached down with one hand to shove the handbrake back down. Then she wrestled the wheel straight, and her foot went back to the floor. The tree was filling the entire windshield now. I reached across her body and grabbed the key and tried to pull it from the ignition, and she bit down on my hand so hard I yelled and let go. She looked at me with tears running down her face, her foot still flat on the floor. I love you. She kept heading straight for the oak tree, and I threw myself back and braced with both hands on the dash. We crashed, and the airbags exploded into our faces with a sound so loud it stopped being sound and became ringing in my ears. I got out on shaking legs and walked around to her side. Tara was slumped over the steering wheel, and she wasn't moving at all. I stood there looking at her through the cracked window, then stepped back and called 911. The officer looked at the skid marks, then at the tree, and asked me what happened. I sighed. She didn't take the breakup well. I walked through our school's metal detector, and it started beeping rapidly. Security grabbed me before I could react and unzipped my bag, revealing a gun. I'd no idea how it got here, but they escorted me anyway. In the office, the principal put the gun on the desk and turned to make a call, but I noticed a small piece of paper tucked inside the trigger guard. I quickly slipped it out. This gun is fake, but the bomb in the freshman girl's bathroom isn't. Say this gun is real. Say it's yours. You have until 11:15 to convince them, or I press the button. My stomach dropped. It was 11:06. I had 9 minutes, and I knew exactly who this was. Kieran, the IT kid who'd been harassing my freshman sister. This was his way of getting rid of me. The principal got off the phone, and an officer walked in. I was about to tell them about the note until I saw a small microphone taped inside my bag. Kieran was listening. I couldn't show them the note because Kieran did IT and had access to these cameras here. I had no way to tell the truth. The principal asked, "Where did you get the gun? What were you planning?" And I gave answers that sounded guilty because my sister's life was more valuable. I had 7 minutes left to keep up the lie, but then the principal picked up the gun. "This is plastic." His face went red. "Why would you confess to bringing a real weapon when this is a toy?" I felt my blood go cold. I couldn't tell the truth, but before I could reply, the door opened. "Kieran, sorry. I heard something went wrong. Just wanted to make sure everything's going according to plan." His eyes flicked to the clock on the wall. The principal told him to go back to class, and he just left. The principal then suddenly leaned forward. "Are you covering for anything?" I felt my legs buckle. Why? Because confessing to a fake gun only makes sense if you want us looking at you instead of somewhere else. Like that kid who walked in. Strange use of words, according to plan. I realized he'd figured it all out, but if I admitted that everything would blow. He opened his mouth to talk again, but then his radio crackled. A teacher asked if students could use the bathroom during lockdown. My sister needed to go. I stopped breathing. The principal replied, "No," and I exhaled hard, but he caught it. "Why did that matter to you?" I went pale. "Why did the bathroom matter to you?" he asked again. I looked at the clock. 11:12. "Because I need to use it." He stared at me. "You think I'm dumb?" I started coughing on purpose. "Please, I'm going to be sick." The principal looked at me. "Fine." The officer walked me out, and I spilled everything. The note, the mic and camera, the bomb, how we couldn't just set off the alarm because Kieran would hear and blow everything. The officer went white. We walked back in, again, and he whispered something to the principal. He got on his laptop and typed immediately. Within 20 seconds, students were evacuating in silence. The officer put on my cuffs to arrest me and walked me out at 11:14. By 11:15, all students were out, and Kieran never noticed, as he was monitoring the office that showed me being arrested and listening for an alarm that never came. He was found with the detonator hiding in the gym. Our professor caught Freddie hitting his vape in class and snatched it. You can't have that. Freddie waited until she turned around, dug it out of the trash, and blew the smoke right in her face. He got suspended for a week, but he didn't care, because if you told Freddie he couldn't have something, he made sure he got it. When Freddie came back from suspension, the first thing he noticed was the dean's golden whistle. What is that? The dean held it up proudly. This was a gift from the chancellor. You can't have this. Freddie looked at me. I shook my head, because the dean had no clue the animal he'd just released. The next morning, Freddie bumped into the dean in the hallway, and his hand brushed the whistle. The dean smacked his hand away. Hey, don't touch! Freddie put his hands up. I tripped. The next day, Freddie got himself sent to the dean's office just to get near the whistle. The dean had it sitting on his desk. Freddie lunged for it, but the dean grabbed it first and clipped it back around his neck. Boy, don't even try it. The chancellor is visiting today. I don't need you acting a fool. But Freddie lost all his patience, snatched the whistle clean off his neck, and took off sprinting. The dean ran after him. That's my whistle! Give it back! They flew through the hallway until Freddie slammed through the front doors into the parking lot. He saw a student with headphones step into the street as a car came flying toward him. Freddie blew the whistle. The student froze, and the car missed him by inches. The dean caught up and snatched the whistle back. Give me that! Then a voice came from behind them. I saw what just happened. The chancellor. He took the whistle from the dean and put it around Freddie's neck. You saved a life today. You deserve to keep this whistle. The next day, Freddie walked into class, and our professor saw the whistle. He smirked. You can't have that. Please be careful. My dad can be very intense. My girlfriend gripped my shoulder as we rang the doorbell. This was 1971, and I had no idea how her dad would react seeing his daughter with a black guy. His face was unreadable, and when I went to shake his hand, he ignored me and told us to come in. I felt sweat beading down my forehead as we sat, and he looked at me like if I made one wrong move, he'd use the pistol at his hip. Sir, it's nice to be quiet, he interrupted me and leaned forward. Susie, does he make you happy? Her legs shook as she took my hand. Yes, Dad. I want to marry him. I felt my heart skip a beat, but his eyes stayed locked on me. He set his drink down. If my daughter's happy, then I'm happy. He walked away. My legs shook. You really want to marry me? Susie nodded through happy tears, but then glass smashed behind us. Two men dressed in slacks and USA shirts pointed at me. So you're the darky who wants to weasel his way into our town. They held up their knives. This town is for white folk. Susie shot up. Please no. I love him. But their eyes turned darker and they smiled at her. Well then you can die too, darky lover. They walked forward and I stepped in front of Susie to protect her. I felt her trembling behind me, and as the men got closer, I looked around for something to grab. They got closer and my heart pounded in fear. But then Susie's dad stepped in front of me. You're not touching them. He wasn't even shaking. The men laughed. Daryl, really? We used to drink together. Now you're defending their kind? He pointed at me, but the dad didn't move. I said you're not touching them. Their faces twisted. Then I guess you'll die too. They lunged with their knives, and I instantly wrapped Susie in my arms to protect her. But her dad drew his pistol. The shots hit their kneecaps, and they dropped to the floor screaming and bleeding. I was still hyperventilating, holding Susie as she sobbed. Her dad gripped my shoulder. I'm sorry for being so cold to you earlier, son. I judged you, and I was wrong. But you stepped in front of my daughter to save her. You're a man I'd be proud to call family. I know this is a lot to ask, but can you please forgive me? He reached out his hand. I shook it. I told my little brother to get out of our room because my date was coming over for Netflix and chill. When she came over, I grabbed the remote and quickly turned the TV on because I was nervous. We were about to get freaky deaky when her smile dropped like something was wrong. I asked if everything was okay, but her face twisted and she slapped me so hard my ear started ringing. You're disgusting, you piece of shit. Before I could say anything, she grabbed her stuff and walked out. I held my face, wondering what the hell just happened. The next morning, I walked into college and her friends shoved me into a locker while another one threw a drink in my face. You're going to pay for what you did, you nasty bum. I threw my hands up. What are you talking about? What did I do? But they just walked off. The whole college was whispering and staring at me like I'd killed someone. When I got to my locker, I froze. Racist was spray painted across it in big red letters. My hands were shaking. I'd never been a racist or acted that way, so I needed to figure out why everyone suddenly thought I was one. I tried to text her, but she'd already blocked me on everything. When I finally cornered her in the hallway, I begged, "What did I do? I seriously don't understand." She glared at me with pure hatred. You know what you did. You played that on your TV on purpose to disrespect me. I just stood stood there, because I'd turned the TV on without even looking, and I never saw what was playing behind me. It didn't click until I got home. I walked into my room, and my little brother was sprawled on his bed, cracking up at the TV. I looked at the screen, and my heart sank. South Park was on, and the characters were saying the most racist stuff I'd ever heard. My little brother had been watching it right before she came over, and when I grabbed the remote and turned the TV on, it picked up right where he left off. I was so busy looking at her that I never saw the racist jokes playing on the screen behind me the whole time. She thought I was racist, but that was unfortunate, because I love chocolate baddies more than anything on this planet. I was meeting my girlfriend's parents for the first time when I sat down on their couch and felt my leather pants rip down my butt. I froze. I'd worn leather pants to look fancy, but if I stood up, my whole would be exposed in front of her family. Her dad stared at me, arms crossed, like he already hated me. My girlfriend asked, "What was that noise? It sounded like a rip." I panicked. That was me. I farted because I'm nervous. Her dad made a stank face at me. Then her mom called out, "Barbecue's ready in 10 minutes." My heart sank. I had 10 minutes to fix this before I had to walk out to the backyard in front of everyone. I knew I needed to get up without anyone seeing my butt, but then my girlfriend said, "Can you go help my mom carry the food out?" Her mom was standing there with a heavy tray, waiting for me. If I said no, I'd look rude, so I panicked. "Let me use the bathroom first." I backed out of the room with my hands behind me, pressed against the wall. As I shuffled down the hall, I caught her dad watching me the whole way. His eyes narrowed like he knew I was up to something. I gulped and shut myself in the bathroom. I had no idea what to do. Then I spotted a stapler on the shelf. I started stapling the leather back together as fast as I could, wincing at every click. Then a knock. My girlfriend. "What's taking you so long? My mom is waiting." I heard her walk off and stapled faster, my heart beating out of my chest. I was almost done when the door swung open. I realized I never locked it and turned around. It was her dad. I froze, waiting for him to call me out in front of everyone. Instead, he shut the door behind him and smirked. "You think a stapler is going to fix that?" And he tossed me a pair of his own jeans. I knew the second you sat down, that rip sounded nothing like a fart. I stared at him in shock. I ripped mine at my own wedding. I know how it feels. I changed into his jeans, and when we walked out to the backyard, my girlfriend asked, "What took you so long?" Her dad answered before I could. He looked down at my pants and said, I was giving him some fashion advice. I smiled because ripping my pants got me accepted into the family. My brother looked me dead in the eye and said, "The only superpower you have is being annoying." I slammed the front door and ran down the street. I was 6 blocks from home, still crying, when a white van pulled up beside me. Before I could react, the door slid open and a man in a ski mask grabbed my arm. "Don't make a sound." He yanked me into the back seat, locked the doors, and pulled onto the highway. I pressed myself against the window and watched my neighborhood disappear. I begged him to let me go, but he just laughed. That's when I heard my brother's voice in my head. "The only superpower you have is being annoying." I wiped my face on my sleeve and scooted forward. "Did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance?" He told me to shut up. "I just thought you would want to know." He said nothing, so I sang the SpongeBob theme twice, replacing every other word with the word Bologna. His knuckles went white on the wheel. "Do you have any snacks?" He said no. "That's kind of rude." I demonstrated my loose tooth with my tongue for a full minute. "Are we going to your lair? Is that where you keep the snacks?" I started crying for real because I hadn't fed my fish Gerald before I left. He asked who Gerald was. "He's my fish." He said Gerald would be fine. "You don't know that." I cried louder. He cranked the radio to drown me out. Then I sneezed and accidentally spit on the back of his neck. He pulled over so fast the tires scraped the curb. He got out, opened my door, and pointed down the road. "Your neighborhood is that way. Go." I climbed out. "Wait," I said. He froze. "Do you want to know what a group of owls is called?" He got in without closing the door and floored it. I watched him run a red light getting out of the neighborhood. When I got home, my brother was still on the couch. I walked straight past him. "You were right," I said. "It is a superpower." Gerald was fine. My math teacher's exam policy said 1 calculator, no restrictions, so I showed up to the final with a desktop computer on a rolling cart. I had to tilt the monitor sideways just to fit it through the door. My teacher set down his coffee and walked over before I even sat down. "What is that?" "My calculator." He looked at the monitor, then at the 3 programs already running on screen. "That is not a calculator." I turned the monitor toward him. "It runs calculator software, and your policy says 1 calculator, no restrictions." He walked back to his desk and picked up the policy sheet. He held it up next to the computer like comparing the two would prove something. 5 words on one side, a full desktop on the other. The intent of the policy, clearly, the policy says no restrictions. He flipped the sheet over, hoping for more on the back. There wasn't. It's the size of a microwave. Nothing in the policy about size. Just think of it as one big calculator. He turned to the class like someone might back him up. Nobody said a word. A kid in the front row was biting his fist, trying not to laugh. He looked down at those 5 words one more time and sat down. "Just take the exam." I finished before everyone else because while they punched numbers computers one at a time. I had 3 programs running side by side. I powered down the desktop, loaded it back on the cart, and wheeled it out. My teacher watched me go without blinking. The next exam's calculator policy was a full page long. First line said, "Must be handheld." I showed up with a tablet running 6. I was 5 minutes from home when I accidentally dropped my mom's phone on the sidewalk and completely shattered the screen. I stared in horror. She'd let me borrow it for school that morning, but only after making me swear on my life. She said, "Do not break this. This case is foolproof, so there's no excuse." Now there was a giant spiderweb crack right in the middle. I panicked and pressed my thumb on the glass to push it together, but the crack just spread wider. I had to fix this before I got my ass whooped. I speed walked home, praying my mom wasn't there yet. I slipped through the door. Mom? Nothing. She wasn't home. I ran to the bathroom and remembered a video that said toothpaste fixes cracked screens, so I squeezed a huge glob on and rubbed it into the cracks. But when I wiped it off, it looked 10 times worse. White gunk smeared into every crack and even got into the charging port. I felt lightheaded and decided the only way was to get it fixed professionally. So I sprinted to the phone repair store down the street. The guy behind the counter picked it up and barely looked at it. $200. My heart sank. I'm 10. I emptied my pockets, but I had $6 and gum. Isn't there anything cheaper? He wouldn't budge. I felt defeated, holding the cracked phone, with no idea what to do. And the second I stepped outside the store, I heard a car horn. I looked up. It was my mom, parked right in front of the store, staring straight at me. I got in the car, and she asked why I was at the phone repair store. I immediately burst into tears. "I dropped your phone and the screen shattered. I tried everything. Please don't kill me." My mom took the phone from my shaking hands. She said nothing, which felt worse. But then she peeled the screen protector off. Underneath, the screen was perfectly fine. The whole time, I'd only cracked the protector. I drop it all the time. Why do you think I have a foolproof phone case? For a second, I felt pure relief. But then she tried to turn it on to charge it, and nothing happened. A glob of toothpaste oozed out of the charging port. Her face went flat. She handed the dead phone back to me. "You're not getting a phone until college." I told my son's school exactly who I was on career day, and they stared in horror. "Please don't go, Dad. You're a garbage man. You'll embarrass me." My son Liam covered his face. "I'll be bullied forever." I ruffled his hair and replied, "That won't happen, son. Anyone who will say anything is just insecure. Trust me." I walked into Liam's classroom the next morning in a suit I got from Walmart. Liam sat in the back trying not to look at me, and it made me sad to see how embarrassed he was of me. The other parents introduced themselves as accountants, therapists, and someone even said heart surgeon, but when I proudly said, "I'm a garbage man," only one kid laughed. That kid was Liam. He pointed his finger at me and said, "Whose dad is that, collecting bins for a living?" His classmates stared at him, then back at me, and my face went beet red. My own son was humiliating me and pretending he didn't know me. I looked at Liam and widened my eyes, signaling for him to stop, but he leaned back in his chair and shouted, "Why are you staring at me like that, garbage boy? I'm not a trash can." He looked around the room with a smug grin, trying to get a reaction, and shouted, "Whose dad is this LMAO? I bet it's yours, Ryan. I'll leave some of my trash on the road for him next Tuesday." Nobody replied to him, so he crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at me. "Pick it up, Walmart suit. My dad said he wants this place clear." Liam started laughing to himself, clutching his stomach and loudly repeating, "He empties dumpsters for a living, guys. Isn't that hilarious?" Tears of laughter were rolling down his cheeks, while I stood there more embarrassed than I'd ever been. But when I looked around, nobody was laughing. They were staring at Liam in disgust, and when Liam went to throw another piece of paper at me, the boy next to him gripped Liam's arm. His face was serious. "Liam, isn't that your dad?" Liam stopped laughing immediately, and his mouth twisted in horror. "That's not my dad." "Yes, it is," the boy interrupted him. "We know it is," another girl added. His crush stood up. "Why would you do that to your own dad, Liam? You disgust me." His face crumpled and he started tearing up, and I watched speechless as 20 kids all defended me. Liam looked at me for help, but I just shrugged and let them tear into him. They made him say, "I'm sorry, Dad," aloud, and afterwards listened intently when I talked about being a garbage man. Liam sat in silence with tear stains on his shirt, too embarrassed to speak another word. I threw a note to my crush in 6th period, and Mr. Pelletier snatched it out of the air mid-flight. The whole class went, "Ooh." Mr. Pelletier held the paper ball between 2 fingers like a dead bug and walked it back to his desk. My brother leaned forward from the row behind me, grinning. "What's it say, Romeo?" I turned around. "Shut up and focus on your work before you flunk again." He put his hands up and went back to doodling. Mr. Pelletier sat down and started unfolding it, clearing his throat as he got ready to read. "I think you're the prettiest girl in 8th grade." The class exploded. My crush turned the color color of a tomato and sank into her chair. Mr. Pelletier flipped the page around and showed everyone a stick figure wedding I'd drawn with hearts orbiting our heads. People were on the floor. "Don't tell my brother because he likes you too." My brother shot up out of his chair so hard it tipped backward. "What?" Mr. Pelletier smirked at him and kept reading. He sat back down, ripped a sheet from his notebook, scribbled something fast, balled it up, and chucked it across the room. It bounced off Mr. Pelletier's forehead. The whole class froze. Mr. Pelletier picked it up off his desk, unfolded it, and his face changed. He folded it back, set it down, and dismissed class 15 minutes early. The class poured out into the hallway. I grabbed the note off Mr. Pelletier's desk on the way past and caught up to my crush at the lockers. I held it out. "You didn't get to read the last line." She took it just as my brother walked up. I told him he needs to shower. He's been wearing the same coffee-stained shirt for 5 days. I turned and looked back through the classroom door. There was a coffee stain going down the front of Mr. Pelletier's shirt. My brother slapped my shoulder. "I'll leave you two lovebirds alone." She unfolded the note and read it. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Her face stayed soft. She folded it back up, tucked it in her pocket, and kissed me on the cheek. Yes, I will." She reached for my hand, and we walked toward our next class together. I loaded Call of Duty on the PS5, while the rest of the boys grabbed controllers and dropped in front of the flat screen. Jeff slid 4 pizza boxes onto the coffee table. Pete raised his controller. "Sunrise or bust, boys." Tony tossed his phone face down on the table. I popped a Tums and grabbed a slice of pizza. Hell yeah, just like the old days. We hadn't pulled an all-nighter in 20 years, and tonight we were going till sunrise. But unlike the old days, 10 minutes after that first slice, my chest lit up like I'd swallowed a road flare. I sprinted upstairs for more Tums while Pete yelled, "You good, bro?" without pausing the game. When I came back down, Jeff was standing up for another slice, and his back gave out halfway. He crashed, making a noise I'd only heard my dad make. "Just give me a minute. Just give me 1 minute." He didn't get up. One down. Tony's phone buzzed and he picked it up. It was his boss. "If I get the deck done by morning, there's a bonus." He opened his laptop next to his controller. "Boys, I'll multitask. This is fine." 20 minutes later, his face was flat on the keyboard, snoring into a long stream of QQQQQ. 2 down. That's when we heard footsteps coming down the stairs. My wife appeared in her robe. "It is 9:15. You are screaming. The kids have school tomorrow." Same voice my mom used in 10th grade. We all whispered sorry like we were 14. She went back upstairs. Pete was the only one still playing. Then his head dipped sideways. He was snoring with the controller in his hand while his character ran into a wall on a loop. 3 down. I closed my eyes too. I jolted awake to my wife standing over us holding a blanket. She didn't say a word. She tucked Pete in like the kids upstairs, picked up the half-eaten pizza, turned off the TV, and walked back to bed. The clock said 10:49. In high school, we used to do this till sunrise. Now at 45, we didn't even make it to 11. My mom yanked my Game Boy mid-Pokemon battle and said I wasn't getting it back until report cards. She buried it in her closet under a stack of sweaters, but I peeked through the hallway and saw exactly where it went. 3 nights later, I waited for her snoring to shake the walls, crept across the hall, and slid it out. Back under my blanket, I popped in fresh AAs. My Charizard was level 47, and I was 1 route away from the Elite Four, the final 4 bosses standing between me and beating the whole game. I grinded on Victory Road for an hour, sweating under covers I couldn't kick off. The hallway floor creaked. I shoved the Game Boy under my blanket and held my breath until the silence settled back in. By 1 a.m., I walked into the Indigo Plateau, where the Elite Four were waiting. Lorelei, the first, fell in 3 turns. Bruno took my Lapras down with him before I dropped him next, 2 of the 4 already gone. Then footsteps came down the hallway, straight toward my door. I jammed the Game Boy under my pillow, rolled over, and squeezed my eyes shut. The door cracked open. Mom stood there for what felt like 10 years before easing it shut. I waited for her snoring to kick back in, then slid the Game Boy out and kept going. Agatha brought me down to my last Pokemon, hands shaking, until I landed a critical hit with 4 HP left. Lance was the last of the 4. He took out everyone but my Charizard before I finished him, and the screen started dimming. The battery icon flashed in the corner, but I told myself it would last. The champion appeared, my rival, the kid I'd been racing since Pallet Town. He was the last thing standing between me and the end of the game. We were both down to 1 Pokemon, and I tapped Fire Blast. Critical hit. The screen went white, and the game said, "You did it." I bit my pillow so I wouldn't scream. The Hall of Fame music played quiet and tinny. Each Pokemon scrolled across the screen. The save screen came up, and I tapped, "Yes, saving. Don't turn off the power." I couldn't hold it in. I jumped to my feet on the mattress, fists in the air, bouncing in silent celebration. The screen flickered. I froze mid-bounce. It went black. I shook the Game Boy, pressed every button, popped the battery cover. Both AAs were drained. The last save was from before I walked in. 6 hours of grinding. The Elite Four. The champion. As far as the game knew, none of it happened. A mother called 911 on me for watching kids at the playground, not knowing I controlled her custody fate. The woman cornered me while the other mothers watched, insisting men only showed up here on weekdays when they had custody battles to win, completely unaware that I was the psychologist who evaluated parents for those exact battles. The woman pulled her daughter away when my niece tried to play with her. When I explained I was watching my niece, her mouth tightened into a thin line. fine. My ex-husband used to pretend to care about our daughter too. Suddenly, I remembered her as a woman who had an evaluation appointment with me later that week. She tilted her head. Are you going through a divorce too? Since you're playing uncle instead of being at work like a normal man. Some of us take time off for family, I said quietly, but she scoffed. Do you have photos of children on your phone, Mr. Uncle? She ripped my phone out of my pocket. Then she marched over to a group of playing children, her voice carrying as she pointed at me. If he tries to talk to you, you run to your mommies. Understand? She instructed. And my stomach twisted as my niece's new friends backed away from her. My niece ran to me sobbing, and the woman grabbed her arm and yanked her backward off her feet, knocking the wind out of her. It's okay, sweetie. Mr. Uncle won't be allowed near you anymore, she said with a fake, gentle smile. My niece reached desperately for me while my legs turned to water, her small fingers clawing at the air between us as the woman dragged her further away. Let her go, I said. You're hurting her. Her face lit up with triumph as she released my niece and rushed at me, shoving me back against the fence, the chain link digging into my spine as she pinned me there with her forearm across my throat. He tried to lure a little girl into the bathroom, officer, she said into my phone while I struggled to breathe. He's getting aggressive now. Please hurry. The police arrived, and the officer recognized me immediately. Dr. James? He asked, and the woman's grip loosened as he explained to the crowd that I wrote recommendations for every custody battle in the district. The color drained from her face. She stumbled backward, grabbing my arm, repeating her case number while trying to help bandage my niece's knee, insisting her vigilance today showed she deserved full custody. I'll see you Thursday, I said, for your evaluation. I walked into my grandpa's nursing home and saw his cane across the room while two attendants stood over him laughing. Grandpa was on his knees reaching for it when the tall attendant slid it farther with his foot. Try again, Gramps. I ran over and helped Grandpa to his feet. The tall attendant smirked as he walked off. Lucky your grandson came to save you, Gramps. I handed Grandpa his cane. The next morning, I signed him up at my jiu-jitsu gym and bought him a GI. Next time they came for him, he'd be ready. First class, he tried the basic hip throw and went down so hard he bounced. He sat up laughing, and so did I. A month in, he swept my leg in sparring, and we both lost it. We started staying an extra hour after class to drill, just the two of us. One night, my coach pulled me aside. Your grandpa's been coming in at 6 in the morning, just him and a dummy, drilling wrist locks. On the drive home, Grandpa stared out the window. If a man grabs me, like a real grab, what do? I showed him in the parking lot, and he repeated it 10 times before getting out. Saturday, I drove back to pick him up for class. I walked in, and the tall attendant was right up in Grandpa's face. Your grandson isn't coming to save you this time, Gramps. He reached for Grandpa's collar. I sprinted to take the guy down before he could touch Grandpa, but Grandpa beat me to it. He caught the wrist, twisted, and the attendant folded forward, yelping. Grandpa grabbed his shirt with the other hand and slammed him flat on the floor. Grandpa, when did you get so good? Grandpa straightened up and dusted off his hands. I didn't want you to have to save me again, kid. He picked up his cane, hooked his arm through mine, and we walked out to class. I collected all my 4th graders' tests, but when I looked at them, I nearly fell from my chair. A kid named Sam had spelled his own name wrong. He'd written 10 as his answer for 4 + 5 and wrote "Destor" for "Where does honey come from?" I glanced up and saw Saw hunched over his phone scrolling, the neon and blue screen lights keeping him in what looked like a trance, and immediately knew what the problem was. I asked Sam to stay back, but when the bell rang, he stayed slumped over his phone, watching skibidi videos. I asked him to put it away, and he angrily set it down. You happy now? I started talking, but he only lasted a second before his hand started flicking 6-7 in the air. I turned my laptop around and showed him his test scores, nothing more than 10% the entire year. Do you understand what this means? Sam leaned forward, squinted at the screen, then sounded out year as ye are, and gave up halfway. I don't know what you're showing me. I gripped my head in shock and quickly wrote cat on the whiteboard. Can you read this, Sam? Sam looked at it. Ku. He paused. Ku. My chest tightened. This was a word my 3-year-old could read. Sam gave up on the letter T and immediately picked his phone back up. He shoved the screen at my face, showing me some AI shark with sneakers. Tralalero tralala, he shrieked repeatedly. I picked up my phone and called his parents because I was genuinely worried. His mom and dad walked through my door 20 minutes later, both staring down at their phones. They sat in the chairs across from me without looking up from their screens. My stomach sank, but I told them Sam was struggling and that this was serious. I held up his test and pointed at his own name spelled wrong at the top. He can't spell his own name, but the mom didn't even glance at the paper. She turned to her husband and showed him a funny video on her phone, and they both laughed before going back to scrolling. They hadn't heard a word I said. Sam sat in the chair beside them on his own phone, 3 heads bent over 3 screens. I realized Sam was never the problem. He was just the result of parents that failed him. I climbed into my bed with a grin, feeling my jeans press against the duvet covers. My dad came over and leaned against my door. I'm sorry I said no to you going to the party, son, but I know the kid's there. It's too dangerous. He walked back to his room, and I instantly got up from the covers. I laced up my Jordans and climbed out my window the second I heard snoring. I walked into that party and was immediately surrounded by college kids bullets twice my size. I grabbed a red cup and filled it with juice to fit in, then pulled out my phone to take pictures so I could show everyone how cool I was. Then I heard yelling in the backyard. I walked over with loose legs to seem nonchalant and saw two people punching each other. I put my hands up and yelled, "Fight," like everyone else, but then a gunshot rang out, then another one. The music stopped and everyone started running. I got knocked to the floor and dozens of feet instantly stampeded me, stepping on my head, my fingers and my legs. My red cup spilled and ruined my Jordans as more gunshots echoed around me. I laid on the floor, afraid I was going to die, when I spotted a bathroom. I crawled into it and shut the door quietly as I could, but another gunshot sounded out just outside. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands. "Dad, I'm so sorry. I snuck out to the party. There's someone here shooting and I'm hiding in a bathroom. Please help." I instantly heard him running and grabbing his car keys. "I'm coming right now." He hung up and I pressed my knees to my chest, listening to the sound of reloading outside. Then headlights swung through the window. Dad was running barefoot into the house in his pajamas. I heard him scream my name, but then a gunshot cracked outside. Something dropped and my whole body locked up. I went to scream "Dad," but I caught myself, and suddenly the handle started rattling. I curled up into a ball, arms over my head, thinking this was it. But then Dad opened the door. Blood dripped from the bullet wound in his arm, but he just pulled me to my feet. We walked past the attacker who was now laying on the floor, and when we got in the car, he peeled out, driving one-handed in total silence. The bullet stayed lodged in his injured arm. I looked at him not saying a word and just broke. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry." But he just kept his eyes on the road. "It's okay, kid. You still called me, even when you knew I'd told you no. That means more to me than you could ever know." He pulled into my favorite diner. "I'll always come get you, no matter what." The kid on the mound laughed at me in front of the whole team and said, "You throw like a girl." I picked up my glove and walked off the field. The other boys were still laughing when I got to my mom's car. My older sister was in the passenger seat with her college jacket on. She took one look at my face and the glove in my hand and said, "You're not quitting. Get in. We're going to the backyard." My sister pitched for her college team and had a fastball scouts drove 3 hours to watch. She handed me a ball in the backyard and told me to throw it at the fence. I threw it and it bounced twice before it got there. She didn't laugh. She walked over and put her hand on my shoulder. "Your elbow's dropping," she said. "Watch me." She wound up and the ball cracked against the fence so loud our neighbor opened his window and yelled at us to keep it down. She turned to me and grinned. "That's what we're going for." She fixed my grip and showed me how her fingers came off the seams last. The next one still took 2 bounces to get there, and I almost threw the glove down, but she just handed me another ball. The one after that hit the fence on 1 bounce. The next night, I hit it on the fly. The night after that, I broke a slat. By the end of the second week, our neighbor stopped opening his window because he knew it was just us. The next game, the kid who laughed at me stepped up to the plate. I was pitching. He smirked at me like he always did. I held the ball the way my sister showed me, my fingers high on the seams. I threw the first pitch and the catcher's mitt cracked so loud the kid flinched. He swung late and the catcher already had it. The second pitch he watched go by for strike 2. On the third pitch he swung so hard, the bat slipped out of his hands and skidded into the dugout. "Strike 3, the umpire said, and the kid just stared at me. I didn't pump my fist or yell. I looked up into the bleachers and found my sister sitting there in her college jacket, and I nodded at her. She nodded back. I throw like my sister, and my sister throws harder than anyone on that field. I bet a kid in class my whole fidget spinner collection that I could keep mine spinning the entire class period. The deal was, if my spinner stopped before the bell rang, I lost everything, but if it didn't, his entire collection was mine. I grabbed my lucky gold spinner out of my bag and sighed because Mrs. Halverson had banned spinners last week, but I was never one to say no to a challenge. I started the timer, and with a hard flick of my finger, my spinner came to life. Mrs. Halverson started patrolling our row first thing. I knocked my pencil onto the floor on purpose and bent down to grab it, cupping my hand over my spinner as she walked right past my desk. She didn't even glance at it, and my spinner kept spinning. A few seconds later, Brennan reached across the aisle pretending to ask for a pencil, but lunged for my spinner out of nowhere. I caught his wrist right before his finger touched it, and he grinned at me. "Bro, it's already over." But my spinner was still going strong as ever. Then the AC kicked on, and a freezing draft fell straight from the vent above my desk. My spinner wobbled hard like it was about to drop, so I hunched over it to block the air. It didn't fall, but it was wobbling bad now. A few minutes later, Mrs. Halverson stopped at the front of the room and pointed right at me. What was the anaconda plan? My spinner was dipping in the corner of my eye, but I had to keep my head up and act normal. It was a Union plan to blockade the South. She nodded and moved on, but my spinner was barely turning. 30 seconds left, and my spinner was about to die. Brennan unzipped his bag and held it open with a smirk. "Bro, it's over. Pay up." I knew I had to do something fast, so I threw my hand up. "Mrs. Halverson, can I grab a tissue?" She nodded, and on my way back, I walked past the open window 2 desks over and fanned my shirt as hard as I could. A gust of wind hit my desk and my spinner came back to life. The bell rang. My spinner was still spinning on my desk like nothing had happened. I'd done it. I'd actually won, and I pumped my fist in the air. Yes! The whole class turned, and so did Mrs. Halverson. She walked over and saw everything at once. My spinner on my desk, Brennan's open bag of 30 on his desk, and my open bag of spinners on the floor next to my seat. All right, you two, up here. Bring me both bags. Brennan handed his over without a word. I picked up mine off the floor and dropped it on top of his. She turned both bags upside down over her drawer, and 60 spinners hit the wood. Then she reached over and plucked the still spinning gold one right off my desk. I won the bet but had nothing to show for it as I watched my lucky spinner and the rest disappear as she slid the drawer shut. The judges laughed when my autistic son pulled out a Rubik's Cube at the talent show. What can you even do with that little thing? Caleb climbed onto the stool and set the cube down without saying a word. I watched his hands start moving before the judges even stopped laughing. His hands tore across the cube in a blur of twists and clicks. 7 seconds later, he set it down, solved. He'd been doing this since he was 4. The judges stopped smirking. He turned the stool to face the wall and solved the next cube without looking. His fingers found the edges by feel, working corners he couldn't see. The gym started murmuring. A teacher walked up and scrambled a fresh cube. Caleb tied on a blindfold, felt the cube like he was reading Braille, and started twisting. 18 seconds later, he held up a solved cube. The applause was real now. He pulled out a board with 25 scrambled cubes in a 5x5 grid. The gym went silent, except for the clicking. He picked them up one by one, solving each in seconds and placing them to match a pattern only he could see. When he placed the last cube, the school logo was staring back at the audience in perfect pixels. Caleb stood up and bowed, and the gym went crazy, screaming and applauding. The vice principal walked past the judges' scores and handed Caleb the trophy herself. He took it, set it on the floor next to him, and reached for another cube. The judge who'd laughed first walked over with her hand out, but Caleb didn't look up. She finally lowered her hand and walked back to her seat. The gym was still cheering, but Caleb hadn't noticed. He was already 3 seconds into the next cube. I was already late for work, so I threw on my Heelys and rolled out the door. I dropped into a full Naruto stride, arms pinned back, and flashed past the bus stop crowd before they looked up, because this was my 3rd late this month, and my boss swore the next one was my last. The Heelys weren't a joke to me. They were the only thing fast enough to save the job I couldn't afford to lose, so I kept kicking, eyes on my watch, doing the math on whether I'd make it. That's why I never saw the foot. 1 second I was flying, the next my chin skipped off the concrete and I slid 3 feet on my face. I rolled over and a kid was standing over me, one hand on his little brother's stroller, leaning down, losing it. "No way, you're a grown man in roller skates. What kind of sissy are you?" He laughed so hard he let go of the stroller, which rolled off the curb into the street, and I heard a truck coming. The kid was screaming for his brother. "Leo!" I was still half on the ground, but my spidey senses kicked in, so I shoved off and clicked onto the wheels. With one hard push, they caught the asphalt, throwing me across the road faster than my legs ever could. I got both hands on the stroller and shoved it to the far sidewalk as the truck blew past close enough to slap me with wind. The kid waddled to the stroller and held it tighter than ever. The baby was screaming his head off, alive and furious. My hands were shaking, but I didn't stay longer than I needed because all I could think about was the clock and how now I was the kind of late my boss warned me about. So I did the only thing my body knew how to do. I tapped my heels and rolled. I rolled into the office to find my boss waiting at my desk. "You've got to be kidding me. Late again, and you roll in on those toys like a kid at recess." He held out a sheet of paper. "I told you what the next time would cost you. Clean out your desk." I was reaching for it when the door flew open. A woman rushed in with a stroller, a kid behind her, and went straight to my boss. "Daniel, Leo's okay, but his stroller rolled into the road and a man caught it before a truck hit him." That's when the kid saw me and grabbed her sleeve. "Mom, that's him. That's the guy who caught Leo on his Heelys." My boss looked at the stroller, then the toys he'd just been firing me for, then the paper in his hand. He couldn't get a word out, so I left it with him, nodded, and said, "If you'll excuse me, sir, I'm gonna roll out." I tapped my heels and rolled to my desk, dropped into my chair, leaned back, and kicked my Heelys up on it, because they were never a joke. They were the real deal. My new dog ran into Dad's leg while chasing his ball, and my face instantly dropped in horror. Dad's eyes teared up and he sneezed for the 10th time, then pointed at Lucky. "That dog's going back to the pound." He picked Lucky up while he whimpered, but I instantly snatched him from Dad's arms and locked myself into the bathroom. Dad pounded the door. "Come out right now or you're grounded." But I yelled back, "I'm only coming out when you let Lucky stay." He replied, "Not happening. I'm allergic." So I put a surgical mask around Lucky's face and sent him a picture. "Now he can't lick you, Dad." I felt like a genius, but Dad yelled, "That's not how it works," and slid a paper under the door. I picked it up and my heart dropped. My birthday parties and Christmas presents for the next next 8 years, or Lucky staying. I could only have one. I teared up, but when Lucky brushed up against my leg like I was his only friend, I circled Lucky and slid the paper back. Silence. Then suddenly, bang! Dad threw his shoulder into the door. "I'm coming in!" My legs shook, and I knew we were screwed as the only way out was a tiny window I was too small to fit through. Dad continued hitting the door, and I cried out, "Please, Dad, Lucky's my only friend." He said, "Then this will be a lesson to make friends like normal kids." The door splintered as he hit it again, and my heart broke when Lucky started cowering behind me. The door slammed again, and eventually broke open. Dad stormed in, panting and red in the face. "Where's that damn dog?" Spit flew from his mouth and he looked around at the empty bathroom. I pointed at the open window. "Lucky got so scared of you, he ran away." My voice shook. Dad smirked and crossed his arms. "Well, at least he's gone." He walked out. I wiped my tears, then peered behind the broken door to make sure he was gone. That's when I lifted the toilet tank and pulled Lucky out. He was soaking wet and wagging his tail in my arms. We ran into my room where I locked the door and took out his favorite toy. Our teacher stormed into class with a mysterious red stain on his shirt sleeve. My best friend whispered, "Mr. Grant's sleeve looks like it was soaked in something red, and look at the huge bags under his eyes." He snapped at us to stop talking. The whole class held its breath. This wasn't like our teacher at all. Did something horrible happen? Mr. Grant barked out questions and targeted students avoiding his eyes. My friend slipped me a note. "Something is definitely wrong. He was the nicest person in the world yesterday, and now he's acting like he wants to strangle someone." When I looked at Mr. Grant's sleeve again, I thought that it looked a lot like blood. He caught me looking and glared before putting his jacket on, hiding the stain. He then continued his lesson on the value of lime in gardens, saying, "It's a useful aid in breaking down dead matter." I didn't hear the rest as I looked down at the mud on his usually clean shoes. Between a stain that looked like blood and evidence pointing to Mr. Grant being up late in the mud, it was starting to look like he had buried a body. Mr. Grant's phone rang, and he answered it immediately. "You found her, didn't you?" "I knew it. I knew it would come to this." My friend slipped me another note. "Do you think this is about his wife? I heard rumors they were having problems." I wrote back, "Do you think Mr. Grant is capable of offing her?" He looked up, as if suddenly remembering we were there. "Class is dismissed. Get out." Everyone scrambled to grab their things and run out as fast as possible. But as I rushed past Mr. Grant's desk, he pointed at me. "You, I expect you to still make our meeting." My friend cornered me as soon as we were in the hallway, demanding to know what he meant. I explained that I was supposed to meet with him about my final project, but now I had no idea what would happen. My hands were shaking when I knocked on the door. Mr. Grant called for me to come in, and I took a seat across from him. I tried to ignore the red stain on his sleeve as he leaned towards me, saying, "I've been disappointed with your work lately, but I don't think we need to worry about that anymore." He then slowly reached down and opened one of his desk drawers. I couldn't take it anymore and bolted out of my seat. "Please, I won't tell anyone. Just don't hurt me." Mr. Grant narrowed his eyes as he pulled out a Chromebook. "I checked this out from the school library for you to help with your project." "Why would I hurt you?" Sweat dripped down my forehead. Because you offed your wife?" Mr. Grant stared at me for a solid minute before busting out laughing. Finally, he explained, "I was out late drinking red wine and had to walk home in the mud. That call during class was from a private investigator I hired to collect proof that my wife's been cheating on me. He called a divorce lawyer right after." The second my mom's minivan turned the corner, I looked down at my dog and said, "Wally, we're about to break every single rule Mom has." Wally exploded off his hind legs, tail whipping so hard his whole back end swung sideways into the wall. I was home alone for the first time. I had 4 hours before Mom got back, so I bolted into the kitchen, planted my foot on a drawer handle, and hauled myself straight up onto the counter. Mom said she'd ground me for a month if she ever caught me up here. I tore through the cabinets and grabbed a bag of chips in one hand and a loaf of bread in the other. Mom said no snacks before dinner. I called down to Wally, who was spinning circles below me. Mom said get off the counter. Mom said don't you dare feed the dog people food. I grinned down at him with the bag of chips still in my hand. But guess what, buddy? Mom's not here. First, I laid 2 slices of white bread on the plate. Then I dug into the fridge and slathered 1 slice with peanut butter, then strawberry jelly on top, then a big squirt of yellow mustard. Wally was watching me with his huge brown eyes locked on the plate. Want a taste? I tossed him a marshmallow and he caught it in the air. That's when my phone buzzed on the counter. Mom. My heart stopped. I wiped peanut butter off my hand and answered. Hi, Mom. Hey, baby. What are you up to? I looked at the demolished kitchen where Wally was licking marshmallow off his nose. Just reading a book. That's my boy. I love you. She hung up. I stared at the phone while Wally tilted his head at me. Then I got back to work. I dumped a handful of marshmallows onto the bread and smashed them flat with my palm. I added 3 pickle slices for crunch. I crushed a fistful of cheese puffs and sprinkled the orange dust over the top. Then I drew a big zigzag of chocolate syrup across everything. I pressed the second slice down so hard peanut butter oozed out the sides. Wally, behold, I took my first bite leaning over the plate plate so the syrup wouldn't drip on my shirt. It was disgusting, but it was my first taste of freedom, and that made it the best thing I had ever eaten. I tore off a corner and held it down to Wally. He caught it and chewed with that goofy open-mouthed chew dogs do, then sat right back down for more. I looked around at the crumbs on the counter, the orange dust on my hands, and the peanut butter stuck to my dog's nose. Nobody was coming to stop me. I still had 3 hours and 53 minutes left. I'd be dead if Mom saw the kitchen like this, but that was a problem for future me. I grabbed 2 more slices of bread. Wally, let's do it again. I finally worked up the courage to pass my crush the note, but my teacher snatched it from my hands. You know the punishment for passing notes. He opened it and started reading aloud. I really like you, Tracy. Will you go to the dance with me? I felt my face go red as the whole class laughed, but the teacher had this strange, smug grin. Aw, you like Tracy, do you? Well then, you should go talk to her. He moved my chair next to hers, and when I sat down, Tracy angled her whole body away from me, but he just pushed her chair closer, forcing her shoulder to touch mine. She was clearly uncomfortable by what he was doing, but he didn't care, and even physically forced us to hold hands, despite Tracy saying no. She looked disgusted by me, and the whole class mocked us, but he only laughed harder. Every day after that, for some reason, he embarrassed us more. He constantly asked if we kissed yet, and passed our love notes, which he'd written himself around the whole school. Tracy begged him to stop because she was losing friends and getting bullied, but he'd just smile and continue. One day, I walked to his class to talk to him, but he wasn't there. I looked down and saw divorce papers open in his drawer. I wasn't going to look, but the woman's name caught my eye. I glanced down and realized he had been married to Tracy's mother. She was leaving him. My jaw dropped, and I realized that's why he enjoyed making Tracy suffer. He was taking his anger out on this innocent girl, and I was just his tool to do it. And then I saw something else in the drawer, a letter in his handwriting. I got the perfect idea. Everyone came in after lunch, and I stood up and walked to the front. Proposing to Tracy? The teacher joked. The whole class laughed, and Tracy looked embarrassed, but I just laughed back and took out his letter. I cleared my throat. I'm so sorry for cheating. I'll crawl on my hands and knees for you to forgive me. The teacher's face instantly twisted as he realized what I was doing, and he lunged for me. But I ran to the other side of the room. I'll give you all my money, all of it. Please just stay. These are Mr. Ben's words, everyone. I looked up and saw everybody laughing at him. Someone even had their phone out. He was humiliated and ran out, his legs shaking so hard he tripped and fell. Even Tracy was in hysterics, and after class she came up to me. That was so funny. I'll go to the dance with you just for that. The substitute hadn't even finished writing her name before a paper ball bounced off her head, and the whole class laughed, and I was the only one who didn't, because she was my mom. She'd made me promise that morning to treat her like any other sub. Nobody at school knew she was my mom, and she wanted to keep it that way, because she'd only started subbing a few weeks ago, and she didn't want me dragged into it. So I sat in the 3rd row with my mouth shut while her hand shook so bad she knocked the chalk under the desk. Just go home, lady, somebody yelled from the back. She picked it up, finished writing her name real slow, Mrs. Pruitt, and dropped it again. I made myself sit there and watch, because I'd promised to stay out of it. A kid named Bryce wadded up his worksheet and chucked it at the trash can behind her head on purpose, missing, and everybody clapped like he'd scored. She smells like cough drops, one of the girls in front of me said, not even trying to be quiet. Please open your books to page 40, my mom said, but it came out so soft that nobody moved. Page 40, a boy copied her in a high squeaky voice, and I knew the shake in her voice was because she was about to cry. I had my hands jammed under my legs, and they were shaking now too. She gripped the edge of the desk and checked the clock. 43 minutes left. I didn't know how I was going to sit there for 43 more minutes. Bryce stood up. I need a tissue, he said, and walked to the front, grabbed the box off her desk, and dumped the whole thing on the floor. My mom got down on her knees and started picking the tissues up one by one while the whole class laughed, and that was it. I was on my feet before I decided to be. Knock it off, Bryce. She didn't do anything to you. The room went quiet so fast I could hear the clock ticking. What did you just say? He asked. I said it again, slower. Sit down and leave her alone. Bryce stood there for a second, then sort of laughed. Whatever, he said, and dropped back into his seat. It's not even funny anymore, somebody muttered in the back. I got down on the floor and started gathering the tissues, and a girl named Hannah crouched down and helped me without a word. My mom watched us fit the box back together, then turned to the board and wrote page 40 again, and this time, her hand didn't shake. She taught the whole lesson straight through, and nobody touched her again. When the bell rang, she said, "Thank you, class," but she was looking right at me. I never told a single person she was my mom. I just let her be Mrs. Pruitt. We were driving home from a holiday and pulled up to Border Patrol when I suddenly got hit with a memory from the night I was adopted. I was 4 at this exact Border Patrol, feeling my adoptive mom's knife press against me while the guard checked our car. I looked up at her and she was tapping her window, and it was the exact same rhythm I remembered from that night. The border guard waved us through, and I noticed we were heading through a thick pine forest for over an hour. The exact same forest I remembered driving through for hours. When my dad scratched his neck, I saw the teeth-shaped scar on his finger, and I suddenly remembered biting someone that night after they tried to put tape on my mouth. I knew I had to say something. Why have we never driven this way when coming back from holidays before? My adoptive mom went rigid and quickly said, "This road was blocked." My eyes widened as we passed a red barn, because I suddenly remembered feeling the duct tape come off my mouth right as I saw it. "What were you guys doing the night you adopted me?" My dad tightened his jaw. "We were just driving home from the agency, kiddo." He forced a smile. "Why do you ask?" "Because I remember driving here when I was 4. My mom's hands suddenly shook and she said, "That's not possible. This is the first time we've ever been here." My dad pulled off the highway onto a dirt road through the trees, and I saw the exact small wooden house at the end of it that I remembered. He parked the car in the driveway, and I turned slowly in my seat to face them. "You kidnapped me." "I wasn't adopted. I was kidnapped." They stared at me. "You're our son. We adopted you." I replied, "Then show me the papers." They stared at me in silence, unable to speak. I was watching my son being a goalkeeper at his football game when suddenly a striker's knee came down full speed on his forearm. I instantly ran out to the field and saw was sticking out of his skin. I patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, son. I'm sure this won't be permanent. You've still got a World Cup to play in one day." But when we got to the hospital, the doctors looked at us with tears in their eyes. "This is life-threatening. We'll need to amputate it." I looked at my son, who was silently looking at his hand like he could barely process the news. The doctors put the anesthesia mask over his nose, and when he woke up, he only had one arm. When we got home, I promised him I'd get a prosthetic arm, but when it finally arrived, he just stared at it. I tried lifting it up to him like it was a prize. "Son, look, the doctors say that once you get used to this, in around 6 months, you'll be able to play again." He shook his head without looking at me. "I'm not interested in that anymore, Dad." One night, a World Cup ad came on, and he got up and left the room without a word. I knew I had to do something. The next morning, I filled out the escort application for my son without telling him, and in the box that asked why my son should be chosen, I told them everything. 3 weeks later, an envelope came back with a World Cup crest on it, and I read it to him at the breakfast table. "Congratulations, your son has been selected to walk a player onto the pitch at the opening ceremony." He pushed it back across the table and didn't even smile. "There's cameras, Dad. Everyone will see my stupid fake arm. Then keep your sleeve down, walk the tunnel, and then we go home." He stared at the envelope, then nodded. 2 months later, we were in a tunnel under 80,000 people, while giants from 32 countries lined up beside my son. He kept tugging his sleeve down over his wrist, and my heart was slamming against my ribs because I needed this to go well. The captain at the front of the line turned and looked down at my son, at the sleeve and the wrist that didn't match. The tunnel went dead quiet. He lowered himself onto one knee and held out his hand. My son pulled his sleeve up past the prosthetic in public for the first time since the surgery and took it. A player representing France behind him stepped out of line and did the same. Then Brazil, then Japan, then Senegal. He turned back to me, grinning ear to ear. "Dad, they all wanted my hand. I'm never taking this thing off ever again." 6 months later, he sprinted off his line in his first game back and smothered a shot with both hands. I swung my putter at the neon blue golf ball and watched it drop cleanly into the hole, and Kevin's whole birthday party went quiet. That was my 5th hole-in-one in a row. Kevin walked over chewing a skewer of steak that had no business being at a cheap putt-putt course. "These are the baby holes. Do it at the windmill and I'll buy you lunch for the rest of the year." He circled me like he owned the place. "You're only here because my mom made me invite the whole class." I shrugged. "I'm only here for the free food anyway." He pointed his putter at a chef in a white coat searing scallops by the snack bar. "Chef Marcel makes my lunch every day. Sink the windmill and I'll pay him to make yours as well. All year, miss, and you keep packing that sad little bag." 2 of his friends snickered and trailed us to the windmill. I lined up and swung. The ball drifted across the green and stopped 2 inches short of the cup, right in front of the windmill. I could already see myself packing the same flat peanut butter sandwich every morning for another whole year. Kevin grinned. "Hope you enjoy packing your own lunch the rest of the year." He set up his bright yellow ball, barely looking at it. "My uncle owns this course. I've made this shot 1,000 times." He putted, and before the ball was even halfway there, he jumped up and pumped both fists. "That's how it's done." He landed so hard the whole windmill creaked and shifted, just enough to tap my ball forward. Every head turned to watch it crawl the last 2 inches, then it dropped. His own fist pump had knocked my ball in. A second later, his bright yellow ball reached the hole, bounced off my blue one, and rolled back out onto the green. The whole party erupted. Kevin stood frozen with his fists plates, still in the air. His own chef walked right past him and handed me the lunch container, still warm. I took it and turned to Kevin. "Hope you enjoy paying for my lunch the rest of the year." My coach subbed me off and put his own son Kendrick in the game, and we immediately went from winning by 7 to losing by 12. Kendrick got 6 turnovers in 6 minutes, but coach kept him on for the whole game. In the locker room I asked, "Coach, we lost by 28. Why didn't you take Kendrick off when he missed 10 three-pointers in a row?" He squeezed his clipboard so hard I heard it crack. "Don't you dare question the coach. You're not playing the next 3 games for this." I looked over and saw Kendrick smirking. I sat for all 3 games and watched Kendrick miss every shot. Our coach yelled, "He's our star player," and drew dozens of plays for him, but he turned it over every time. I was furious and went to the principal. "We just lost 4 games in a row because of this." He was shocked as he clearly never heard of this, and next practice he walked onto the court and fired the coach in front of the whole team. Coach walked out and Kendrick's face dropped. Our new coach put me back in the starting lineup and Kendrick sat on the bench again. We made it all the way to the championship game, but when they called the starting lineup for the title game, Kendrick's name was on it. I couldn't understand why our coach would start him, but then I walked onto the court and saw who was keeping the official scorebook. It was Kendrick's dad, smiling at me like he'd planned something. I tried to just focus on the game, but Kendrick kept messing up. He'd turn it over every time he caught it and missed every shot he took. It was clear he shouldn't be playing, but despite Kendrick, we still won. After the final buzzer, I went to his dad to check the official stat sheet, but Kendrick was right there, smirking about something. And when I saw the stat sheet, my jaw fell on the floor. Every point I scored was given to Kendrick. He had 30 points credited to him. I had 0. I got in his dad's face. "Why did that do that?" They both just smirked. But then a scout came over and grabbed the stat sheet. He looked closely. "What the hell is this? Why does this kid have 30 points? He scored 1 bucket all game and it was a free throw. He's like SGA, but worse." Kendrick's went red. His dad went pale. The scout turned to me and asked for my name. I walked into my kitchen and saw the kid who used to shove me into lockers sitting at our dinner table with his arm around my twin sister, Christy. "Hey," Christy said, jumping up and grabbing my elbow before I could turn around. She pulled me into the hallway and lowered her voice. "I know what you're thinking. He's different now. Please, just give him a chance tonight." For me, this was Brett, the kid who chipped my front tooth against a water fountain in 10th grade. So I sat down across from them to find out if he'd really changed, or if my sister was about to get hurt by the same guy who hurt me. Mom kept an eye on us from the stove while Christy carried the conversation. "Tell him about your summer job, babe." Brett talked about painting houses for his uncle, said the heat was brutal, but the money was good, the kind of small talk that almost made me forget who he was. He set down his fork and met my eyes. "I know this is weird, man. I'm not the same kid I used to be. I still think about that day at the water fountain, and I'm sorry." It sounded real, and he didn't flinch when he said it. Mom was smiling at him like he was already family. Christy squeezed my hand under the table, and I felt myself starting to believe him. I almost told him it was okay, but Mom's voice cut in from the dining room. "Christy, come grab the plates." The second my sister stepped out of the kitchen, his smile changed. "Christy showed me your old yearbook photos," he said, leaning back in his chair. "The ones from before I cracked your tooth." That same smile crept across his face, the one from the locker hallway. "She actually thinks I changed. You both did. That's the best part." My tongue went to the chip in my tooth before I could stop it. "You're not gonna say anything. You never do." For 10 years, he was right. But Christy was standing in the doorway with a stack of plates, and she'd heard every word. The plates shattered on the floor. Brett spun around in his chair and started to say her name. I was on my feet and swinging before he got it out. Punch. My fist caught his mouth and I felt something crack. He went over backward off his chair, and when he pulled his hand away, his front tooth was chipped. I stood over him and laughed in his face. "Now we're even." He scrambled up and ran out the front door with his hand clamped over his mouth. My friends and I started a game of cops and robbers, and 3 of us ended up in real handcuffs. Robbers wore all black and ski masks, and cops wore blue shirts. While we were picking teams, our friend Felix started panicking. "I got a bad feeling about this, guys. Something can go really wrong." I said, "Felix, you got a bad feeling about everything. Nothing's going to happen." I tossed him a blue shirt. "Here, you're on our team." When dusk hit, we all met up at the block. Felix was fidgeting with his blue shirt. "I really think we should just play something else. This can get serious." "Chill, bruh. It's about to be fun." We should have listened. Instead, we started the game. The robbers pulled on their ski masks and took off running, hopping fences. I was a cop, so I was going yard to yard trying to tag people. Then I heard a police siren. A real cop car flew past me and turned onto our street. I froze. I was curious and ran toward it. Then I saw 2 officers with their guns drawn at 3 of my friends wearing ski masks. Their hands were up, terrified. One of them was sobbing. The cop said, "We got a call about robbers in the neighborhood." They screamed, "We're not real robbers. It's a game. Please." The officer looked at him. "If you're not a robber, then why are you wearing a ski mask and dressed in in all black. My friends were cooked. Another friend was screaming, "Someone call our parents!" The cops put handcuffs on them and shoved them into the cop car. My stomach dropped because we'd been running through backyards in the dark the whole night, and there was no way anyone outside our group even knew the game was happening. We all went to the police station. The rest of us cops were sitting in the waiting room. I turned to the group. "Who called the cops?" I was sick to my stomach. "Do you think they're actually going to jail?" Then Felix stood up and walked straight toward the interrogation room. An officer stopped him. "Where do you think you're going, young man?" He pointed at our friends. "I caught them. I called you guys because I'm a cop too. I need to interrogate them." My jaw dropped because he was still wearing his blue shirt. He'd been playing the whole time. The officer stared at him, then looked back at the rest of us in our blue shirts. "You guys are cops?" Felix nodded. The cops realized my friends in ski masks weren't lying and sighed. Then one of my friend's moms was already at the station, furious. She looked at Felix. "You called the police on my son?" Felix nodded confidently. "He was robbing the neighborhood, ma'am. I caught him. You're welcome." We all started dying laughing. My parents didn't let me watch Adult Swim, so I waited up until midnight on a school night. I'd been planning this all week because my parents thought Adult Swim was too violent. I went to bed at 9 with my phone under my pillow set to vibrate at 11:55. When the alarm buzzed, I held my phone to my chest, slid past my parents' room, and snuck downstairs. I dropped the TV volume to 2 and switched to channel 67. The Adult Swim bumper hit at exactly midnight, and Robot Chicken started. I bit a pillow so my laughs wouldn't wake anyone. The credits rolled and nobody came down, so I went for it. I tiptoed to the kitchen, shoved pizza rolls in the microwave, and watched them spin like ticking time bombs. A creak upstairs froze me, but nothing happened. I grabbed the steaming tray and made it back as Venture Bros started. By the third show, I'd stopped checking the clock. Then a flash of orange caught my eye. The sun was up. My phone said 6:58, and upstairs my parents' alarm started ringing. I scrambled, but 3 empty pizza roll bags were on the couch, and Riley Freeman from the Boondocks was screaming on the TV. My dad walked in holding his coffee mug and stared at the screen, then the couch, then me. My mom came around the corner in her bathrobe. "Are you serious right now?" My dad set his mug on the counter. "It's a school day." She walked over and turned the TV off. 2 weeks, no phone, no TV, no friends. It was worth it. I'd trade 2 weeks of grounding for Robot Chicken, Venture Bros, and Boondocks any day. A kid 2 grades above me came up to me at Best Buy and shoved a pair of AirPods in my hand. "I know your dad has money, so be a good boy and buy these for me." Jackson was known as the school thief, so I asked him why he doesn't just steal this like always. He instantly grabbed me by the collar. "Because I'm 1 strike away from getting a jail sentence, but if you don't buy these AirPods for me, you're 1 strike away from the hospital." He brought his fist inches to my face, then dropped me down. I pressed the AirPods to my chest and walked to the counter, while Jackson pretended to browse. I got to the till and told the cashier everything, and she immediately looked past me. Jackson was holding an AirTag in his hand, like it physically hurt him not to put it in his pocket. The cashier narrowed her eyes, then nodded at me and slid a fake receipt across the counter. She stepped aside to make a call, and I grinned and grabbed the AirPods like I'd paid for them. Jackson snatched them from my hand the second I turned around, and he shoved the receipt in his pocket. "I'm glad you know what's good for you, wimp. Now remember, try anything and 1 strike." He balled his fist, then smirked and strutted towards the exit. 1 AirPod was already in his ear by the time he stepped out, and the security alarm instantly screamed. Jackson's face dropped. "What the hell?" And 2 officers were already cuffing him and removing the AirPod from his ear. Jackson thrashed and pointed at me. "It was him. He made me do it." But the cashier stepped in front. "That boy never paid for anything." Jackson begged them to check the receipt in his pocket, so I pulled it out for him. A handheld fan purchased in 2018, $3.99. His face fell one last time, and he was dragged out screaming. I picked up the AirPods box and figured these would be perfect to wear for his trial. My mom grabbed her cleaning supplies and went to leave for her 10-hour shift as a cleaning lady for the 7th time this week. She tried to hug me goodbye at the door, but I just ushered her out because the popular rich kid Preston was over at my house, and I was too embarrassed for him to find out what she did. When she came back, Preston was still here, and I begged her to go change in her car so he wouldn't see her cleaning uniform. She dropped her head and slowly walked out. I felt guilty watching through the window as tears rolled down her cheeks, but then Preston asked me, "What are you looking at?" I quickly replied, "Nothing, just some broke loser changing in their car," and shut the blinds while Preston laughed. "That's so embarrassing. Imagine that was your mom or something." I chuckled with him. 2 days later, Preston invited me to his birthday party. My mom left for her cleaning shift, and 2 hours later, I put on my fake designer and walked to Preston's house. I pushed through the crowd looking for him. He told me, "Dude, my cleaning lady is here. We can throw drinks at her later." I laughed and told him I was down, then went into the kitchen for a soda. But that's when my face dropped in horror. My mom was on her hands and knees in her uniform, scrubbing Preston's floor with cleaning gloves. My eyes went wide, and I tried to walk away, because if someone saw this, I'd be humiliated, when suddenly she turned around. We locked eyes, and she mouthed, "I'm sorry, son," before going back to the tiles. My face was beet red, and that's when Preston rounded the corner. His eyes were wide with excitement. "You thought I wouldn't find out your mom scrubs toilets for a living." I felt my face burning with embarrassment as a few people looked on. "Your mom works for me. The only reason I invited you was so you could see this. You're so pathetic pretending your mom doesn't do dishes for rent money." He threw a glass of water at her and snapped his fingers. "Go scrub the bathroom." People were whispering as my mom looked at me with tears in her eyes and nodded in defeat. She walked to the bathroom with water dripping from her hair, but Preston snapped again. Without gloves, I was horrified and watched my mom slowly take off her gloves and noticed how raw her hands were from cleaning. She walked into the bathroom while Preston pointed and laughed. I was humiliated, but then I heard my mom trying not to cry behind the closed door. I realized everything she did was so I'd have a roof over my head, and something in me shifted. I didn't say a word and just grabbed a second set of cleaning supplies. I walked past Preston and opened the bathroom door, then knelt down and started scrubbing with my mom. She asked, "What are you doing?" I replied, "Helping you finish so we can go home." Her tears turned into a real smile as we cleaned together. Preston was still laughing, but now his friends weren't. Their faces dropped watching a 14-year-old on his hands and knees with his mother scrubbing toilets, and one by one they started leaving. Preston's smile vanished, and by the time the bathroom was clean, everyone was gone. I hugged my mom and said, "I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so proud of you." Preston was in tears, and after Mom took her payment from the drawer, she tipped over the bucket of dirty water across his bathroom floor. He'd be cleaning this one himself as we walked out with Mom in her cleaning uniform, and her head held high. My mom's a badass, and I'll never be embarrassed of her again. My mom and I were walking through the park when a woman with a child stepped in front of us and started screaming. She pointed at me. You're the father of this child. How dare you disappear on us?" I had no idea what was going on. My mom grabbed my arm. "Is this true? Do you know this woman?" I put my hands up. "I've never seen you before in my life. You have the wrong person." Her face got angrier. "Don't lie. You know exactly who I am." She pushed the little girl in front of me. Tell your daddy what he did to us." I was certain that wasn't my daughter, but why was she accusing me of being the father? Before I could ask, the woman pulled out papers from her bag, a birth certificate. "Here's the proof. You signed the birth certificate yourself." My mom grabbed the papers. "Are you seriously lying? This is your signature." I was shocked because I had no idea how this woman had my signature. I panicked. "That's not real. I've never seen those documents before." The woman got closer. "So you're going to lie in front of your own mother?" "I'm not lying. I've never even slept with a woman before. I still have my V card." My mom's face dropped. The little girl started crying. "Daddy, why don't you love me? Why did you leave us?" My heart was breaking because this child genuinely seemed to believe I was her father. My mom was stressed looking at the crying girl and started breathing faster. "How could you abandon your child?" That's when I noticed something. In the background, I saw a man standing behind a tree with a camera pointed at us. He was filming us, but before I could point it out, my mom grabbed her chest and collapsed to the ground. I dropped to the ground screaming and held my mom's hands while she was having a heart attack. I snapped out of it and pulled out my phone and called 911. Paramedics arrived and rushed her into the ambulance. I was crying, not knowing what would happen when I heard laughing behind me. I turned around and saw that both the woman and child were laughing. The man with the camera walked out from behind the tree. What was going on? The guy said, "Bro, relax. This was all a prank. I'm gonna title the video, 'Prank hit so hard it caused a heart attack, not clickbait.'" I couldn't process what I was hearing. I saw red and punched his camera so hard it shattered on the floor. They all stared at me in shock. Then I saw my mom walk out of the ambulance and come up to me. "Mom, didn't you just have a heart attack?" My mom just burst out laughing. "I didn't actually have a heart attack, son. I was in on the prank. I needed the money." I couldn't believe it. My mom was the mastermind behind all of this. Then the man pointed at the shattered camera. "Dude, I told you it was all a prank. Now you owe me $10,000. I heard the number and felt my heart skip a beat. I held my chest and collapsed while everyone ran towards me. Before I lost consciousness, I heard my mom wave the ambulance back. "Wait, he's actually having a heart attack." I finally knocked out my boxing coach, and it ruined my life. I walked into a boxing gym for the first time and saw an old man sitting in the corner wrapping his hands. I asked if he could teach me how to fight. He looked at me and laughed. "Let's find out, boy. Get in the ring." In the ring, I lasted 30 seconds before he knocked me out. I thought my boxing dreams were over, but he stood over me, reached his hand down, and pulled me up. "Come back tomorrow. Maybe one day you'll beat me." I came back the next day, every day for months. He taught me footwork, defense, how to read my opponent. Then one day during sparring, I landed a clean hit on his jaw. His head snapped back. He touched his face and smiled. "You have talent, kid, but talent alone isn't enough." One day, I saw him staring at the trophies by the wall. He turned to me. "These trophies are my son's. He was a fighter. He died in the ring because I didn't train him well enough." I didn't know what to say. I hugged him, and we went back to the ring. The next week, he started training me differently. He taught me how to defend against illegal moves that kill people. His face was serious. "This right here can kill you. Never let anyone hit you here. I saw his wife standing in the doorway watching us. She was crying. I didn't understand why. Until one day, he sat me down and smiled. One last round, kid. Let's see if you can beat me now. We got in the ring. He threw a jab that split my lip, then a body shot that took my breath away. He wasn't my coach anymore. He was my opponent. I knew I had to give my all to beat him. I saw an opening and threw everything into one punch. My fist connected with his jaw. He hit the mat hard. I threw my hands up, feeling victorious. I did it. I finally beat you. It was the happiest moment of my life, but I wasn't ready for the next part. I put my hand out to help him up, but his eyes were closed, not moving. I dropped to my knees. Coach? He wasn't breathing. My heart sank. Did I kill him? I called an ambulance. At the hospital, I sat in the waiting room with his wife. She looked at me. You didn't kill him, son. His heart was failing. He knew he was dying, but continued to fight. I asked why. Our son died from an illegal move he never taught him to block. My husband saw our son in you and wanted to make sure that didn't happen to you. Tears started rolling down my face. Then the doctor came out with an update on his status. We stood up eagerly, but the doctor shook his head. I'm sorry, he didn't make it. I grabbed the fruit cup and went to stick my fork into the strawberry, but my sister Emily slapped it out of my hand. I want that fruit cup. I pointed to the 5 others in the fridge, but she grabbed it with both hands. No, I need this one. I yanked it back, and Emily immediately pulled out her phone, panicking. Look at how aesthetic my Instagram is. I want to post a picture on a walk eating a fruit cup, and that one has the perfect strawberry to kiwi ratio to color match my outfit. I looked at her like she had 5 heads. Well, this strawberry perfectly matches my taste buds. I put one in my mouth, and she instantly lunged at me. I bolted out the back door holding the fruit cup over my head, but she tackled me, and we both hit the dirt. I scrambled up and grabbed the fruit cup that had landed upright as she reached for it and ran into the bathroom. I locked the door and laughed. Time to enjoy my fruit cup, but then the handle started moving. My face dropped in horror as I realized Emily was lockpicking it. I opened the window that led onto our roof and figured I'd just enjoy my fruit cup while watching the sunset. Surely Emily wouldn't climb onto the roof. But as I got to the top, I saw her coming through the window. Her eyes were manic. I need my aesthetic Instagram post. She tackled me on the roof, and the cup fell from my hands. We both began sliding down the slope of the roof. I grabbed the edge, but Emily grabbed the fruit cup instead. Her smile disappeared as she fell into the bushes below. The entire fruit cup splashed onto her clothes. She stood up covered in syrup and crushed strawberries. Kiwi stuck in her hair as she sobbed. She got the perfect strawberry to kiwi ratio after all, just all over the outfit. I jumped down and grabbed a fruit cup from the fridge. Wait, Emily, these are all the same. She stood there with her mouth agape. I was paying for ramen at the convenience store when I felt a knife press into my back. The cashier's hands flew up over his head. Take whatever you want, just please leave. The knife pressed harder into my spine. I'm not here to rob you. I want him. My hands went up slowly over my head. I'm just buying ramen. Shut up. Walk. I had no idea who he was, but I had to figure out what he thought I did before he made me pay for it. The cashier dropped down behind the counter. The masked man threw a can of corn at his head. Keep your hands up where I can see them. But the cashier stayed down, and something metal scraped against the tile. The man ignored him and focused back on me, pressing the knife deeper into my back until the tip cut my skin. Please, I said, keeping my voice low. Just tell me what you think I did. You don't remember her, do you, Dr. Hayes? He yanked my collar down and tapped the hospital ID hanging there. You cut her up on your table and you let her bleed out. Carol Jennings. Every name I'd ever read on a patient chart raced through my head. Carol Jennings. I'd seen her file that morning. My voice came out flat. Carol was your wife? Was. Then please listen to me, I said carefully. Carol never made it to my table. The knife paused against my back. She was gone when they wheeled her up. She passed in her sleep on the stretcher before I ever touched her. He stared at me. She was gone before? The knife lowered and his shoulders dropped, but that's when the cashier jerked up. The shotgun blast went off behind me, and the masked man's chest exploded outward. The cashier hadn't seen him lower the knife and shot him. The man hit the floor. I dropped to my knees beside him, both hands pressed against the wound, blood pouring through my fingers. Call an ambulance! The cashier was crying somewhere behind me, and the man's eyes found mine through the blood on my hands. Carol, I tried giving him some peace before he was gone. She wasn't in pain, she just slept. His breathing slowed, and his eyes went still. I've saved hundreds of people in that hospital. He was the one I couldn't save. I used my mom's credit card to buy Fortnite V-Bucks online, and that's when I noticed the green light on my brother's laptop camera turned on, pointed directly at me. I screamed in terror because my older brother told me the FBI watches everybody through laptop cameras. So when I noticed the green light glowing right as I clicked purchase, I knew I was finished. I committed credit card fraud, caught on camera by federal agents. I slammed the laptop shut, but it was too late. They already had my information, and the FBI was going to show up any minute. I needed to hide the evidence, so I stuffed mom's credit card back in her purse and cleared the browser history. I peeked through the blinds and saw the mailman walking up to our porch, and I dove to the floor floor, certain he was an undercover agent scoping out the house. Then the Wi-Fi started buffering, and my stomach dropped, because they were obviously monitoring my internet now. That's when I heard sirens wailing in the distance, getting louder. They were coming for me. My older brother walked in and found me hiding under the kitchen table, shaking. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he asked. I told him the FBI saw everything, and they were almost here. He just started laughing, thinking I was making a joke. The sirens kept getting closer, so I made a decision. I had to turn myself in before they kicked down our door. I grabbed the phone and called 911. I told the operator I committed credit card fraud and wanted to turn myself in before the FBI came. 10 minutes later, red and blue lights flashed through the window. 2 cop cars pulled up outside. My mom came running to the door. "What's going on? What happened?" The cop checked his notepad. "Someone called about credit card fraud. Do you have your card on you, ma'am?" My mom frantically scanned her bank statements. "Wait, what's V-Bucks?" I immediately broke down crying and confessed everything, that I used her credit card and the FBI had me on camera, so I called the cops to turn myself in. One of the officers bit back a smile. "Son, how much did you spend?" I sniffled. $4.99. My mom slammed the bank statement on the counter. "Who told him the FBI watches through the camera?" She turned to my brother, who suddenly wasn't laughing anymore, and he got his laptop taken away. I was chalking my cue at the pool table when my stepdad slammed his beer down and yelled across the garage, "Hey kid, I'll buy you a brand new car if you can sink that 8 off 3 rails, but if you lose, I take your car for the month." I set my chalk down and walked across the garage. My mom grabbed my arm and stopped me. "You don't have to do this," but I shrugged her off. "Mom, I've made that shot 100 times." I walked past her and stopped in front of my stepdad. "Say it again so everyone hears it." He grinned at his buddies and repeated it word for word. I shook his hand. "You're on." I lined up the cue ball slow, making sure every guy at the table was watching. I extended my arm and hit the cue ball. It came off my stick clean and caught the first rail at exactly the angle I wanted. Then the second and third rail. It hit the 8 ball, which rolled soft across the table toward the corner pocket. I was already picking the car color in my head, but that's when my stepdad shoved his hip into the table. The 8 bounced off the line and drifted toward the rail instead. I didn't move. He laughed into his beer. The kid actually thought I'd buy him a car. My mom started to say something, but he waved her off. "Stay out of it, Linda. You raised him too soft as it is." He walked over, picked up my keys, and dropped them in his pocket. "You're walking to school for the next month. Maybe that'll teach you how a real bet works." Then he chalked his own cue and started running balls just to drag it out. One of his buddies, this huge guy named Vince, started cracking up in the corner. My stepdad froze with the cue halfway back. "Did I say something funny, Vince?" Vince shook his head and pointed his beer past him at the table. My stepdad turned around slow. The 8 ball was sitting in the corner pocket. He walked over and stared down into the pocket. "No, there's no way." Vince was wheezing now. "You knocked it in yourself. Your own hip put it in." The whole garage caught on and lost it. He dug my keys out of his pocket and slid them on the counter. I picked them up and patted him on the back. "When are we getting that new car? Maybe now you know how a real bet works." I walked into my uncle's diner, and the tray of plates in his hands fell to the floor and shattered. "It took 12 years, but you made it home, kid." He grabbed my shoulders, eyes locked on my uniform. "Your parents would be proud of you if they were still here." I wiped my face and told him I'd been dreaming about his pancakes the whole time. He sat me at the counter, and 12 years of dreaming arrived on a plate, same as I remembered. I cut a piece, brought it to my mouth, and closed my eyes. I bit down on air. I opened my eyes. My pancakes were on the floor, and a man was standing over them laughing. He sat back down, grinning at his wife. "Look, honey, real American hero. Couldn't even hold on to his breakfast." His wife laughed harder while I gripped the counter. My uncle started over with a rag, but I shook my head. He kept going, gold flashing in his teeth. "Gonna cry, soldier? Gonna call your mom?" My jaw locked. A little girl 2 booths down had stopped coloring. He saw her watching and leaned across the aisle. "What are you staring at, sweetheart?" She slid out of the booth as my uncle called from the counter. "Lily, honey, sit down." She walked right up to his table and looked him dead in the eye. "You don't talk to people like that, mister." He laughed in her face and grabbed her wrist hard enough she yelped. I stood up. I came across the booth in one motion, and my elbow caught his jaw before he could let go. He hit the linoleum, and 3 teeth scattered, 2 of them gold. He screamed for someone to call the cops while my uncle pulled Lily into his chest. I sat back down as 2 officers came through the door. They saw the man on the floor, then my uniform, and snapped to attention so hard it cracked through the diner. "Welcome home, Sergeant. Whole station was coming by this morning. Looks like we beat the crowd." The cop nodded at my uncle. "What happened, Sal?" My uncle nodded at Lily. He grabbed her wrist. The cop's eyes hardened. He grabbed Lily. He hauled the man up and walked him out, his wife trailing behind without a word. My uncle slid a fresh stack onto the counter. I closed my eyes and took the first bite, same as I remembered. I picked up my fork and looked over both shoulders, then took my first bite of real food after 25 years in prison. My eyes rolled back as I've never tasted anything so good, but then the man in a suit pointed at at me like I was his personal entertainment. Why do you eat like an animal? Don't you have manners? He laughed loudly, but I just curled my arm around my plate. 25 years had taught me losing my freedom over a stranger isn't worth it, so I just imagined the omelet was him as I jabbed it with my fork. But then he brought his hand to my food. I turned my plate away and he sneered, "Are you protective of your slop?" But then something touched my table from behind. Years of stabbings during lunch made me spin before I could stop myself, and the waitress refilling my water glass jumped back startled. I immediately apologized and helped her wipe, but the man in a suit just slapped his knee. This is why some people don't belong in civilization. They should have kept you in whatever zoo you were in. My hands tightened around my fork, and I ordered a slice of chocolate cake. 25 years since I tasted something sweet, and when the first bite hit my tongue, my world stopped. For a second, I wasn't an ex-con. I was a happy, safe kid, eating my mom's chocolate cake and watching cartoons on Saturday. Tears started flowing before I even realized it, and that's when the man pounded the table with his fist. A grown man blubbering over a dessert. "You're pathetic. I wonder what happens if it's taken from you." He touched my plate, and that's when I snapped and grabbed the butter knife. I jumped in front of a man with a knife with my bare hands and killed him. Do you want to see what happens when I'm the one holding the knife? His expression looked like he'd come face to face with death, and he looked at my prison tattoos. His teeth chattered, "I'm sorry," and I realized I smelled something. A dark stain was pooling in his pants. That's what I thought. I put the knife down and went back to enjoying my cake. The bell rung, and my brother threw the punch at his opponent, knocking him down and winning the fight. But as he was about to take the championship belt, he felt a knife dig into his ribs. His opponent's friends were so mad my brother won, they jumped into the cage and started stabbing him repeatedly. I tried to help, but I wasn't quick enough, and my brother bled out on the mat in front of me. The attackers grabbed the belt and sprinted out the side exit before security could catch them. Police issued warrants for their arrest, but 6 months passed, and authorities couldn't find them. I was told they likely fled the country. Yet despite this, the MMA organization published an article, issuing them a $500 fine for stealing the championship belt. The attackers actually wired the money, but still never returned the belt. I was sizzling a burger at my food truck when I heard a large white truck park beside me. I stuck my head out and saw it was my brother, and instantly buried my head in my hands because I'd told him about this spot, and now he wanted to compete for it. He immediately stormed over, and before I could say anything, he slammed down a flyer on my counter. "There's a food festival next month that's being hosted here. The winner gets a $10,000 catering contract. Hope your social anxiety doesn't screw this one up for you, freak." I smiled because at that moment I decided I was going to make sure I won, no matter what. Yeah, me too. That night after I closed up, I propped my phone against the register, hit record, and tried to say, "Welcome to my truck. What can I get you?" I sounded like a hostage reading a ransom note, so I deleted it and recorded another one and another until midnight. The next morning, I was crouched under the counter watching my recording back when my brother leaned over. "What are you doing down there?" I locked my phone. "I just dropped a spatula. 2 weeks out, it started working." A regular ordered her usual, and I held eye contact the whole time, and I knew I was almost ready for that competition. My brother spotted it and yelled across the lot, "You need me to take your orders for you? I can actually talk." She didn't move, and for the first time in years, I felt hope. At night, I kept training. I started calling strangers on Omegle just to practice, and one of them laughed at my joke and said, "You should do sales, man." I hung up grinning at my reflection in the dark screen. Then came competition day. My brother got up on stage and smiled like he already thought he won. Everyone watched as he told jokes, and even threw out free mini hamburgers to the crowd. As everyone cheered, he stared at me and mouthed, "Try not to have a panic attack." I grabbed the mic, and for a half second my brain went blank. Then I took a deep breath. I've had a food truck for 3 years, and I've been too scared to tell anyone why my food is good. My chef waved from the truck and started the grill until it lit up with a flame. The audience gasped as he threw steaks onto the stove. While it may seem like a simple recipe, I'm living out my grandmother's dream for me. I explained that I was always anxious growing up with no friends because my brother would bully me at school. But the one person who always believed in me was my grandma. And just as I finished talking, my chef put up a sign, "Free steaks for all. I hope all of you can eat and see how special she really was." When the votes came in, the announcer barely got my truck's name out before the crowd drowned him in cheers, steaks still in their hands. My brother stormed over while they handed me the contract. "How? Since when can you talk?" I pulled his flyer off my counter and handed it back. "Since the night you gave me this. Thanks for the motivation, big bro." I was eating breakfast when the hospital called. "Your daughter has been in an accident." I put my fork down. "I don't have a daughter. She told us to call you, and she keeps asking for you by name. I don't know why, but I got in my car and drove straight there." At the hospital, a social worker stopped me in the hallway. She was hit by a car, broken ribs, a fractured wrist, a bad concussion. I started to tell her I'd never met this girl, but she put her hand up. "She woke up asking for you and she hasn't stopped. Whoever you are, she needs someone right now, because her parents aren't here." I walked in, and she looked so so small in that big hospital bed, her face bruised and one arm in a cast. She reached for me with her good hand. "Dad, you came." I sat down next to her and she smiled up at me. "How's Peanut doing?" I went completely still, because how did this random girl know my dog's name? I sat until she fell asleep, then picked up her phone from the table. She had no texts, no missed calls, one contact saved as my hero, and the number was mine. The photos were an empty fridge and a selfie she'd taken alone in an apartment with no furniture. I was the only name in this kid's phone. I found a nurse and asked if anyone had heard from her parents. They said they're not coming back from their cruise. She's stable and someone's already there. Someone was me. I set the phone down and sat in the chair by her bed all night. When she woke up and found me still in the chair, she started crying. "I know you're not my dad." For a second I couldn't say anything, so I just let her talk. "I found your videos, the ones about getting through hard times, and I watched everyone because you were the only thing that helped when home got bad." She picked at the frayed edge of her cast, still not looking at me. "When they asked who to call, you were the only number I wanted. You can go. I know this isn't your problem." I thought about the empty fridge, the bare apartment, and the parents who wouldn't come home from their cruise. I pulled my chair right up to the bed and took her good hand. "I'm not going anywhere." That afternoon, I told the social worker I wanted to report the neglect and start the paperwork to foster her. 6 weeks later, she was unpacking boxes in her new room. Her parents didn't fight the paperwork. Peanut kept stealing socks out of the box, and she kept chasing him around the room, laughing. Every day for 6 months, I put my spare change into the homeless man's cup on my way to work. He reminded me of my dad who passed away, so I did what I could to help him. We never spoke a word, but he'd always smile when he saw me coming and nodded at me like I was the kindest person he's ever met. It felt good helping him, but then I got laid off work. Money got tight, but I still walked the same way every morning just to give him his change. But one day, as I approached him, he smiled at me, and when I reached into my pocket, I realized I had no change left. I panicked and started digging through my wallet. No change. Just an old scratch card lottery ticket I forgot to use. I put it in his cup and told him, "I'm sorry, this is all I have today. Maybe you'll win something." I walked away feeling like a failure. It was the first time I had no change for him, and when I came home, an eviction notice was taped to my door. I had 14 days to get out. I went inside and packed all my things with tears in my eyes. I spent the next 6 months bouncing between cheap motels and couch surfing, trying to find work. But eventually, I ended up on the same corner as the homeless man used to be, except this time, he was no longer there. I put my head in my hands, looking at my empty cup and listening to my stomach rumble. I'd never felt so devastated. But then I felt someone sit next to me. I looked up, and it was the same homeless man, but his coat was different, and his beard was shaved. He smiled and held out an envelope. I wiped my tears and opened it, and my jaw dropped. A check for $40,000 stared me in the face. I looked at the man stunned, my hands shaking, and that's when he said his first ever words to me. "I won $80,000 with the ticket you gave me. I waited here every day to give you your half. You never came, but I never lost hope that I'd see you again." I felt so thankful, staring at the check in my hand. He stood up and stretched his hand out to me. "Now let's go. Come stay at mine until you're on your feet." I took his hand. In drama class, our teacher forced us to play the divider game, and the outcome was the craziest thing in school history. The teacher explained the rules. 2 people sit across from each other with a divider between them. Round 1, you say what item you have. Round 2, you prove it. Round 3, you demonstrate it. But remember, it's an acting game. Your job is to figure out if they're telling the truth or acting. The quietest kid in the back immediately raised his hand to play. We were all shook because he never spoke. He walked up, grabbed something out of his backpack, and sat behind the divider. The teacher smiled. "What do you have?" He looked at her. "I have a gun." The kid across from him looked terrified. He quickly said, "I have scissors." He proved it by snipping something behind the divider. The teacher turned back to the quiet kid. "Your turn. Prove you have a gun without showing us." A loud thunk echoed through the room. Heavy, metal. The kid next to me whispered, "He has to be acting. It can't be a real gun." But another girl grabbed her bag ready to run. The teacher laughed nervously. "Is that from the prop closet?" "No, I brought it from home." The teacher looked scared. "Okay, round 3. Demonstrate what it does." Everyone flinched. He held it up above the divider. An actual gun. He pointed at the wall. The whole class went behind their desks, screaming. The teacher put her hands up. "The game is over. Put that down. Now." He shook his head. Round 3. Everyone else had to demonstrate. "What do guns do?" She shook her head. He put his finger on the trigger. "It's your game. Say it." Kids started to cry. The teacher was shaking. Then she said, "Shoot it." I closed my eyes, thinking I was going to die. I heard a loud bang. The teacher dropped to the floor. Kids were screaming, saying they didn't deserve to die. But then I felt something soft landing on my face. I thought it was blood and touched it. But when I opened my eyes, I saw confetti everywhere. Confetti came out of the gun. The teacher looked at him with awe. He took a bow. "You said it was an acting game. Now does anyone have a recording so I can send it to Netflix?" The quietest kid in our class turned out to be the best actor in our drama class. I was walking back to my desk when I felt the crunch under my shoe. I lifted my foot and a cockroach was smeared into the carpet. My coworker came around the corner with his coffee, dropped the cup, and was on his knees in the smear screaming, "Larry! That's Larry!" I put my hands up. "Calm down, man. It's just a cockroach." His head whipped up at me while he scooped pieces into his palms. "It's not just a cockroach. That was Larry. He was my best friend for 3 years. I fed him crumbs from my sandwich every day. I named him after my grandfather." I raised my hands higher. Okay, I'll buy you a new one, I swear." His fist connected with my jaw before I could say I was sorry, and the lights went out. I came to on the floor with him, still on his knees, scraping Larry onto a paper towel. He saw me move, and his crying stopped. "I'm going to kill you for this." He grabbed the scissors off the counter and came at me. Security tackled him before the scissors reached me. 2 cops dragged him out by both arms while he kept his eyes locked on mine. I swear, Larry will be avenged. They sent him to a psych ward that afternoon. A week later, I still felt bad about it, so I drove to the psych ward with a cockroach in a paper cup. I figured a new Larry would square us up. They walked me to a visitation room with a metal grate down the middle, and my coworker sat on the other side looking thin. I slid the cup through the slot in the grate. "His name is Larry." He stared at me for a long second before his face broke open, and he cupped the roach in both hands like it was made of glass and cried into it. The guard standing behind him caught sight of it. "Ah, a roach!" He slapped it out of my coworker's hands and stomped on it. Crunch. My coworker made the exact same sound he made the day I killed Larry. He came off his chair and tackled the guard to the floor. I didn't move. I'd already started thinking about where to find another cockroach for next week's visit. I didn't know the answer to the last problem on my math final, so I wrote, "The triangle is sad," and put my pencil down. Mrs. Halpern reached my desk to collect tests, picked up my paper, and the entire stack slipped out of her hands. "Oh my God, you might be the next Einstein." She held my paper up to the class. "Everyone, listen, he's going to walk us through how he got this." She turned to me and I blurted, "Because shapes have feelings too," and she pressed her hand to her chest. "That kind of abstract thinking is exactly what we test for." She walked to her desk and picked up the phone. "You need to come to room 204 now." 2 minutes later, the gifted coordinator walked in with a clipboard and pulled up a chair to my desk. "When you wrote that the triangle is sad, what did the triangle represent to you?" I said it was a triangle, and she nodded like I'd just split an atom. "And the sadness?" I said it was sad, and she underlined something on her notepad and whispered, "Beautifully circular." I straightened in my chair and decided to break the spell. I made it up. I don't know what a hypotenuse is. I just wanted to be like Dale and have her stop calling on me. She clicked her pen. "You just told me you studied a peer's strategy and copied it. That's exactly the kind of thinking we screen for." She stood up and put her hand on my shoulder. "Your mom's already on her way. The bus to the enrichment campus leaves in 10 minutes. I packed up my bag while the class stared. I passed Dale's desk on the way out. He shook his head and said, "You should have been more wrong." 3 weeks later, I tried "The rectangle has commitment issues" on a pop quiz to get sent back to regular class. Mrs. Halpern nominated me for the state science fair. Hawk and I saved 5 months for 1 pair of Travis Scott Jordans, and the morning the box landed on my kitchen table, he came straight over from work to open it with me. Hawk dropped into the chair across from me and slid the box over. Open it, open it." I kept my hand flat on the lid and didn't move. "What if they're fake?" He groaned and pushed the box closer. "Bro, the seller's got a blue check, 10,000 followers, and he sent you the receipt." I turned it over in my hands, looking for anything off. He answered way too fast when I asked if they were real. Hawk leaned across the table and rapped his knuckles on the lid. "You screenshotted the whole chat like a maniac. Just open it." That box had $1,500 and 5 months of work in it, and we were finally about to find out if it was real. I pulled the tab, and we both leaned in. The tissue paper inside was the cheap kind, more gray than white. "That's probably just how they package these," Hawk said. I leaned down and smelled fresh glue and new rubber. "Okay, they smell real." I pulled out the first shoe. The insole was peeling up at the heel, and the toe folded flat when I pressed it. Maybe it's one of those removable insoles. There was a letter missing on the heel too, but Hawk shook his head. "Misprints happen. There's no way these are fake." I reached in for the second one and turned it to the light. Where the jump man should have been, a little man was swinging a baseball bat. I held it up between us, and neither of us said a word. I grabbed my phone. "I'm sending him a photo right now." I opened the messages, but the chat was gone. His whole page was gone too. The blue check, the followers, all of it, like the account had never existed. So I pulled up my screenshots and zoomed in on the receipt he'd sent me. "Hawk, Hawk. Look at the store name. It was missing the exact same letter as the heel of the shoe. He'd photographed the fake and handed it to me as proof, and I'd saved it as evidence that he was real. Hawk had cleaned his uncle's shop all winter for his half. I'd bagged groceries every weekend since spring for mine, and all that work was sitting in 2 fake shoes and a screenshot of the man who took it. Marvin dropped out of his chair, clutching his throat, and our detention teacher told the rest of us to stay in our seats. Marvin was on the floor, kicking and gasping. A few minutes earlier, I was drinking the gross green shake Mom packed me when I saw Marvin trade his apple for Nikita's granola bar. 1 bite later, he was on the ground. Mr. Halpert still hadn't looked up from his laptop. We had to help him, or he was going to die in Saturday detention. Nikita was already out of her seat. "Sir, he's having a reaction. I have my EpiPen in my locker. I'm gonna go grab it." Halpert slammed his hand on the desk so hard the laptop jumped. "Sit down. I doubt his mommy would pack him something he's allergic to." Nikita dropped back into her chair with her eyes still on Marvin. Marvin was wheezing on the floor between us. His face was going red and his eyes were huge. My heart was slamming in my chest. "Mr. Halpert, I really think Marvin's dying." "Shut it. I've seen you in detention more than in class. One more word and you're joining me every Saturday for the rest of the semester." He turned back to his laptop and kept typing. Marvin's lips were going blue. I grabbed a napkin from my lunch bag and wrote, "Where's the EpiPen?" I flicked it at Nikita. She wrote back my locker and slid it across the floor past Marvin's elbow. Marvin's eyes locked on mine like he was about to die under a desk in Saturday detention, and my whole body went cold. I grabbed my sports bottle of green shake and stood up. Halpert's head snapped up. "What are you doing?" I squeezed the bottle as hard as I could and emptied half a quart of green sludge straight onto his head. Then I made the loudest puking sound I've ever made and dumped the rest down his shirt. I bolted before he could wipe his eyes. Nikita took off the other way toward the lockers. Halpert decided to chase after me. He came tearing down the hallway, dripping green, screaming about lawyers and getting me kicked out. By lap 2 around the school, I could hear sirens. He stopped chasing me when the ambulance pulled into the parking lot. 2 EMTs were rolling Marvin out on a stretcher with an oxygen mask strapped to his face. Halpert grabbed his own hair. "What happened?" Nikita walked around the stretcher and jabbed her finger at his chest. "You almost killed him. You wouldn't even look up." 2 cops were on him before he could explain. He tried to talk his way out of it, kept stumbling on his words, kept turning his head toward me. When they pulled his arms behind his back, he locked eyes with me one last time. I lifted what was left of my shake, took a long sip. Mom's recipe might be gross, but I guess it sure is helpful. I was walking down the school hallway on my way to make my biggest sale of my life when I heard, "FBI, nobody move." Agents swarmed the hallway with guns drawn and students screamed. One of them slammed me face first into the lockers and twisted my arms behind my back. "Don't you move!" Cold cuffs clicked around my wrists while the whole school stood frozen. My heart dropped when it hit me. They were here for me, and I had no idea why. The principal came running over. "What is going on here?" The lead agent jerked her thumb at me. "We got a tip your student here is the biggest drug dealer in the school." The principal crossed her arms. "I always knew this kid was trouble. I see him sneaking around in that big jacket all the time." The lead agent held up a stack of printed texts and read the worst parts out loud. "Got the good stuff. $200 for the usual order." The whole hallway gasped. I twisted against the cuffs and shouted, "That's not what it sounds like. I can explain." She ignored me and kept reading. "Hella customers hitting me up all day, making moves behind the bleachers." Another agent turned a laptop around to security footage of me handing off packages to kids after school. "This is a whole operation," he said, and the principal just shook her head. Another agent grabbed my jacket and ripped it open, and it was packed with little baggies and packages. There it is, the product. Kids backed away from me as they hauled me toward the doors, and I knew if I didn't do something right now, my life was over. I yelled, "Look at my phone. Read the full conversation." I poked my head towards my phone in my back pocket. The lead agent grabbed my phone and scrolled up. Her face changed as she read it out loud. "Got the good stuff. $200 for the usual order. The full pack of hot Cheetos and Coke." The hallway went quiet. She kept going, making money moves, selling the good snacks behind the bleachers. Then she opened a package from my jacket. It was a bag of Takis. Everything inside was chips, candy, and soda. I looked over and saw the other kid who sold snacks, smirking at me, realizing he set me up. The lead agent uncuffed me and whispered, "Can I get 2 bags of Takis?" Me and my dad were moonwalking to Michael Jackson at 3 a.m. when Mom came storming down the stairs in her bathrobe. "What in the world are you two doing still awake?" I covered my mouth to stop myself from laughing. She took one look at the pile of empty energy drinks on the table. "No more!" She pointed a finger at my dad. "You should know better." But as soon as she started going back up the stairs, my dad grinned and shot me a look, and I knew we were going to keep going behind her back. The second her door clicked shut, Dad took long, silent lunges to the fridge and pulled 2 monsters from behind the milk and threw them to me. I cracked them open under the couch so the hiss wouldn't wake up Mom, and Dad immediately immediately turned on Thriller on Volume 1 and started doing the dance on the carpet, and I had to bite my arm just so Mom wouldn't hear me laugh. But then we heard the stair creak and he froze midair. We immediately jumped on the couches and closed our eyes, pretending to be asleep. When Mom came down, Dad was fake snoring. She crossed her arms. Good, at least I know you still listen. She went back up and my dad passed me a Red Bull. He whisper shouted, "Shotgun!" and we both stabbed a hole into the cans and poured it into our mouths, both of us thinking nothing could go wrong. But when 6:30 a.m. hit and we could hear the birds chirping, I was 10 energy drinks in, and I could feel my heart pounding so hard that it was pulsing in my throat. I looked over to my dad to help, but he slid down the cabinet, clutching his chest. I started researching for solutions because it was obvious we needed help, and I didn't want to tell Mom because I knew she'd be angry. But the Gemini AI overview search result was telling me that it's crucial I call emergency services. I was just about to dial 911 when I heard footsteps on the stairs again. Mom stood there wide awake, pointing at the home camera. "You idiots have been on camera this entire time, and I saw everything, including that poor excuse for a moonwalk." She marched over to my dad, who was still slumped over. "What did you learn from this? No more energy drinks." She crossed her arms. "Good." She threw us both water bottles from the fridge. "Drink this. You have to flush it out of your system." I nodded. "Thanks, Mom." She turned Michael Jackson back on. "Don't thank me yet. I haven't shown you how it's done." She moonwalked 10 times better than my dad. Never forget who the real boss is around here. I was waving my baseball cap in the air while my crush jumped to get it when suddenly a group of popular girls started circling us. Danny was still jumping to reach my cap, blushing so hard she didn't even notice them. "Stop! Give it back!" We were both giggling like idiots, and I couldn't wait to surprise her by asking her to prom, until Madison, the leader of the popular girls, stepped forward and pointed at me. "He's bullying her! He's making her jump for it like a dog!" For a second, I was extremely confused, but as I stared at her, I realized what was going on. You see, the last time I saw Madison, she had come by my lockers with a rose and poster. "Will you go to prom with me?" The whole school watched as I rejected her, and now she couldn't stand that I was flirting with the one girl in school that no one else ever noticed. But I wasn't going to let her bully us. I froze and threw both my hands up in the air so quickly that the cap fell to the floor. "What? No, we were just having fun." I was about to walk over, but that's when Madison shoved past me and reached for Danny's arm. "Come here, sweetie. You don't have to tolerate this behavior from him. Come stand with us. We're your friends." Everyone was yelling so loudly that the principal came out and grabbed my arm like he'd already decided I was a criminal. "I don't tolerate harassment. Come to my office. Now. We're calling your parents, and you can explain to them why you're being suspended." I glanced back to look at Danny, who looked like she was going to cry, and I knew if I went over to comfort her, then I'd be expelled instead of suspended. I decided I didn't care anymore. I twisted my arm out of his grip and walked over to her while the whole yard was still yelling. I walked back to where my cap was lying on the floor, picked it up, and set it on her head gently, like it was just us. The note I'd put in the cap earlier fell into her hands. As the principal grabbed my arm again, she read it. "I've been trying to ask you out for weeks. I kept chickening out. Will you go to prom with me?" We locked eyes as she nodded and mouthed, "Yes," and I raised my fist in the air to celebrate to make her laugh one last time before I got expelled. My best friend Mike snapped his diamond-studded glove onto his left hand and hit the MJ toe stand. "Want to see me be a smooth criminal?" He looked over at Jackie scrolling her phone. I laughed. "She's been rejecting you all year, man. This Michael stick won't help." He spun around. "That's because I was too nice, but now I'm bad." He moonwalked over to Jackie, then did the MJ spin and tipped his fedora hat. "Will you be my Billie Jean to prom? I promise if we have a kid, I'll gladly say he is my son." I watched as Jackie started laughing, and Mike put his gloved finger in the air. "And before you say no, watch this." He hit the anti-gravity lean and began shuffling circles around her, his black dance shoes gliding on the hallway floor. Jackie was doubled over laughing as Mike yelled, "Woo!" And I thought, this is it. My friend was about to get the girl he's been crushing on since first grade. But then she shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mike. This is funny, but the answer's still no." My jaw dropped as my friend suddenly stopped shuffling. I would say he, but there's nothing to he about anymore. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly moonwalked back. I put my arm around his shoulder. "You'll get her next time, brr." But he cut me off and took Jackie's phone from his pocket, then her wallet, then finally her car keys. He held them all in his gloved hand. I grabbed my head. "How did you get these?" He chuckled. "I told you I was a smooth criminal. I meant it literally." I asked if he plans on giving it back, and he put everything in his pockets. "Only when she agrees to be my Billie Jean." I faked being sick 100 times to get out of school, and the 101st saved my life. I told Mom I had a stomachache, and she let me stay home. 2 hours later, she walked in from work early and found me on the couch eating chips, 3 episodes deep into a show. She snatched my phone off the cushion and slammed it on the kitchen counter. Grounded. I nodded the way I always did, because she'd yell, I'd nod nod, and by dinner, she'd forget. She pointed in my face. One of these days, something is actually going to happen to you, and I'm not going to believe a word of it. Remember that. She started pacing the length of the kitchen, ticking lies off on her fingers. The dentist appointment last spring. She grabbed the lamp off the side table and pressed it to her own forehead. You held this to your face to fake a fever. She slammed it back down while I sank deeper into the couch. The math test in October. You swore you were sick. Then the school called asking why you missed the makeup test. I was going Friday, I said, but she was already shaking her head. You were going to skip it. She crossed the room and yanked the chip bag out of my hands, holding it up between us. And now this. 11 in the morning, already on the couch. You didn't even try this time. She dropped the bag back in my lap and I shrugged. Wrong move. She went still, both hands flat on the counter. I am done. I cannot believe a single word that comes out of your mouth anymore. Not one. The phone buzzed on the counter. She picked it up and the color drained from her face. What? She turned the screen toward me and it was an emergency alert. A car had plowed through a classroom wall during third period. Every injury in room 14. Room 14 was my classroom. If I hadn't faked sick this morning, I'd have been in that seat. Mom slowly sat down on the couch beside me. So, am I still grounded? She didn't answer. She just pulled me against her and held the back of my head like she was checking I was still there. I climbed to the top of the homemade ramp on shaking legs, stared down at the school bus, and the whole world tilted sideways. My knees buckled and I had to sit down on the plywood. I pulled off my helmet and read what I'd sharpied inside it after watching Evel Knievel as a 9-year-old. The only thing between me and the other side is air. I said it out loud like a prayer and put the helmet back on. My wife thought I was at Home Depot. 35 was not too old. I dragged myself back down the ramp to my bike. I leaned over the handlebars and stared into the GoPro. What's up, guys? Today we're sending it over 10 buses. I panned the camera to my one bus I'd gotten off Facebook Marketplace for $400. I am the bike. I am the bike. There is no rider. I swung my leg over the bike and started pedaling. A foot from the ramp, my hands slammed the brakes. The bike pitched sideways and dumped me on the asphalt. I picked it up, walked it back to the start, and pointed the GoPro at my own face. I am the bike. 35 was not too old. I started pedaling. I hit the ramp so hard the plywood bounced. I went up. I cleared the front of the bus. I cleared the middle of the bus. I cleared the back of the bus. The GoPro caught my front wheel passing the back bumper, and I let out the biggest scream of my life. I was Evel Knievel. I was Neil Armstrong. I was a general. I was flying. Then my front wheel slammed into flat asphalt. I'd forgotten to build a landing ramp. The bike stopped. I did not. I flew over the handlebars and slid 11 feet on my face. I cleared the bus. The only thing between me and the other side was air, and then asphalt. I was still on the ground when a car pulled into the lot. My wife rolled down the window, shook her head, and said, "Where are the other 9 buses?" Then she drove off. My 12-year-old sister came home with grass in her hair and blood on her elbow for the 3rd time that week. I sat her on the kitchen counter and cleaned the gravel out of her elbow like I had Monday and the day before that. "I fell," she said again. With Dad gone and Mom on doubles, I covered our bills on a warehouse paycheck and patched her up whenever she came home like this. She cleaned stalls at the Miller's farm for $10 a week, so the dirt made sense, but the bruises didn't. She wasn't a kid who fell. I had to find out what was going on. The next day, I left work early and parked by the Miller's fence. She did her chores, then slipped onto the Hartley's land next door. I followed through the trees. She stopped at a back fence. Inside was a huge black horse the Hartleys had tried to tame for 2 years. He'd thrown grown men. She pulled an apple from her pocket, made a soft click, and he walked over like he'd been waiting all day. She climbed the fence and swung onto his back. He didn't move. She tapped his sides and he walked, then trotted. I started forward to drag her home before he killed her. Then I froze. She rode him like she'd done this her whole life, calm and steady on the same horse those grown men couldn't sit on. Then he reared and threw her into the dirt, and I broke into a run. But she got up before I made 3 steps, wiped the blood off her mouth, and walked right back to him. That was where the bruises were coming from. She'd been teaching herself to ride the horse nobody else could touch, and she was a natural. Then the Hartleys came sprinting across the field. I dropped behind a tree. They grabbed her arm, yelling, then stopped. Mr. Hartley repeated the same question. "How did you get him to do that?" That night, I told her I'd followed her. She braced like I was about to scream. I told her she was gifted. She cried. The Hartleys came by that weekend wanting her in a riding competition. They'd cover the entry fee. I had to pay for boots and gear we couldn't afford. That night, I drove to the highway gas station and signed up for overnights. When I got home, I told her I'd gotten a bonus at work. She looked at me for a long time, because I've never been a good liar. She nodded anyway. She's 24 now, with a shelf full of gold medals from horse riding and a house with both our names on the deed. Everyone calls her the Horse Whisperer. She still thanks me for the bonus that bought her first boots, not knowing there was never a bonus, just me working overnight shifts at the gas station so she could ride. My little brother traded away his entire entire Pokemon binder for 4 cards, and by the end of the week, the kid who took it was handing it back. I came home from my shift and found my 10-year-old brother Charlie sitting on his bedroom floor with 4 shiny cards in front of him. His binder was gone. "Where's all your cards?" I asked. "I traded them," he said, grinning. "Tyrese gave me these. They're ultra rare. He said they're worth thousands." I picked one up. The corners were soft, the print was blurry, and the back was the wrong shade of blue. I'd collected cards myself at his age, so I knew right away these were fakes. Charlie had handed over his Charizard, his full set, everything, for them, and gotten scammed, but I didn't tell him that because I was gonna make it right with my own 2 hands. "Where does Tyrese live?" I asked. "2 streets over." "Why? Get your shoes on." I looked Tyrese up on Instagram before we left. He had a public account where he posted his trades, and one post stopped me cold. A little kid, maybe 6, was holding up a real holographic Blastoise, and Tyrese's caption underneath said, "Another W, no refunds." There were more like it. He'd pulled this on at least 6 other kids in our neighborhood. I screenshotted every post and drove over with Charlie in the passenger seat. Tyrese answered the door, looked at the 2 of us, and smirked. "He's not getting the binder back. A trade's a trade. Here's what's going to happen." I turned my phone around so he could see the screenshots. I downloaded and saved every post. "I've got your school information and every parent's number from these comments. You just started 9th grade, so either you go get Charlie's binder and everything you took from the other kids, or all of this goes to your principal tonight." His smirk dropped. Behind him, his mom walked up to the door. "What's going on?" I turned my phone around and showed her the posts. "Your son's been scamming little kids out of their cards." 5 minutes later, Tyrese was kneeling in his garage, digging through a shoebox. He picked up Charlie's binder and handed it back, but that wasn't all. There were 6 other stacks in there, each one rubber banded with a kid's name written on a sticky note. His mom made him message every parent to come pick them up. Charlie got his Charizard back and his full set, all of it untouched. On the drive home, he stared at the binder in his lap. "How'd you know what to do?" he asked. "Because I had a binder exactly like yours when I was your age," I said, "and nobody was around to get mine back. He keeps it propped up on a shelf now." I looked up at my garage ceiling, and my face twisted in horror. A wasp nest the size of a basketball was hanging, and I could tell from the giant stingers and massive size that these wasps were murder hornets. I froze in fear, and that's when I saw my little sister throwing her ball in the backyard. She was deathly allergic to bee stings, and these wasps had 10 times more venom. I nervously backed into the house where my uncle was lazily drinking beer. I begged him to help me take the wasp nest down, and he groaned and chugged the rest of his beer. "Come on, kid." He stood up and stumbled towards the garage. I followed him, my legs shaking in fear. When we walked in, my uncle smirked at the huge nest. "I've seen bigger before." He reached his hand up to yank it down, but that's when a murder hornet flew straight at his face, buzzing loudly. He stumbled back, swatting at it, and my heart pounded because if one of those things stung anyone, especially my sister, they would kill her. And when I looked into the backyard, I noticed she wasn't there anymore. My eyes widened, and I quickly grabbed my dad's winter coat and told my uncle, "Use this to protect yourself." But he slurred. "It's a wasp, kid, not a bear." I smelled the beer on his breath, and when he grabbed a broom and stumbled towards the nest, I backed away trembling because I realized he wasn't scared of these things at all. The hornets curled their massive stingers, and it felt like they were looking right at us. My uncle raised the broom over his head and smirked with a cocky grin. "Watch how it's done, kid." But right as he went to swing, I heard a voice behind me. "What you doing?" I whipped around and became even more terrified. My sister was in the garage. I said, "Please go back outside," but she just pointed at the buzzing hornet nest. "Wow, what is that cool thing?" She started walking towards the nest that could kill her. I panicked, and my hands shook, and then my uncle's voice came through. "That cool thing is about to be dealt with." He suddenly swung the broom through the air and smacked the nest hard. It broke and fell toward the floor, all the hornets buzzing aggressively, while he crossed his arms and just grinned. My knees buckled as I realized what's about to happen, so I scooped my sister off her feet and began sprinting out. The nest hit the concrete, and behind me, a wild, roaring buzz erupted, louder than anything I've ever heard. The hornets started flying in our direction, and my sister screamed in fear. One sting could kill her. That's when something flew past us. My uncle was hauling ass even faster than we were, pale in the face and terrified, not even caring my sister's life was in danger. I was tearing my hair out over my multiple choice homework when my dog tapped his paw on option C. I read it and saw it actually looked correct. I'm cooked anyway, so I may as well just take your advice. I started circling every answer Brownie pointed at. When I was done, I shoved it in my book bag, excited to see what grade I was gonna get. In class, my teacher handed my assignment back with 100 circled and written in red. She crouched down and said, "I knew you had it in you." I was grinning ear to ear. I guess you could say I got that dog in me. She shook her head and sighed, because she didn't know I had a magic dog at home. That night, I slid my homework across the table, and Brownie's paw came down the same way. I hugged him. "Brownie, how are you doing this? Are you a spy?" In response, he walked over to the dog treat cabinet and started wagging his tail, so I threw him some beef jerky. "You're the best doggy ever." I thought nothing could go wrong. So with every assignment the teacher would give me, me. I got lazier and started coming home to let Brownie do all the work. My parents even got me a PS5 to reward me for working so hard, and I thought life was perfect. But a few months later, the teacher slammed down a quiz on my desk with a fat red F. I grabbed the page and frantically read the answers. Every single answer Brownie had given me was wrong. When I got back home, I shoved it in Brownie's face. "Dude, what happened? I thought you had me." He didn't even blink. He dropped a fortune cookie message from his mouth onto my lap, then put his paw on my hand, like he wanted me to read it. I slowly picked it up. "Lean on another, and you never learn to stand." He was teaching me not to need him. He failed me on purpose. Now when he trots over and lifts his paw toward an answer, I move it off the page and do it myself. Smartest dog I've ever met. I tripped over a rock when running, and while laying on the ground, my best friend punched my shoulder. "Tag, you're it." I balled my fist in frustration because I'd never beaten Ron, but then I noticed the giant oak tree. I got up and wiped the dirt off me. "We're playing again." I jabbed my finger in his chest. 15-minute timer, but this time the loser does the winner's math homework for the year. Ron clutched his stomach laughing. "Have fun with all my long division." He turned around and started counting down from 60. I took off and immediately scaled the giant tree, feeling the sturdy branches. My heart pounded as I watched Ron shrink into a tiny dot below me. I made it to the top and hid behind a thick pile of leaves, and Ron shouted, "60!" He instantly started checking bushes, and behind the trees I normally hid. I was shaking and scared as I was 60 feet in the air. But Ron was faster than me. This was my only chance to avoid doing his math homework. Ron walked underneath the oak tree. He looked up and scanned the branches intently. I held my breath and prayed he wouldn't see me, but eventually Ron shrugged and walked by. I watched him disappear, and a strong gust of wind knocked me off balance. I caught a branch to stop myself from plummeting 60 feet and realized I wasn't safe. I made my way off the tree branch by branch, but then I placed my foot wrong and I slipped on the wet leaves. I couldn't catch myself in time and began falling off. My life flashed before my eyes when suddenly I felt the lowest branch catch me by my pants. I dangled in the air face down, bent over a branch 5 feet from the ground. I was alive, and my face went red as I realized what happened. I tried everything to twist free, but nothing worked. I dangled there with 1 minute left in the game when I heard footsteps. Ron was walking by. This was it. He would see me dangling, tag me, and win. We locked eyes, and Ron just exploded laughing. He dropped to the floor, and tears ran from his eyes. I felt so humiliated, but then my watch beeped. The game was over. Ron had been laughing too hard to tag me on time, and I had won. The next day, he slid my completed math homework back to me across my desk. I smirked, but then I saw the drawing of me dangling from the branch on the page. A young kid walked into my pizza store carrying a PS2, then plugged it into the TV in the top corner and started playing without a word. I asked, "Aren't you gonna buy anything?" But he gripped his controller tighter. "No sir, I have no money. My parents kicked me out, and this console is the only thing I own. I came in because it's safer than being on the street." I noticed his ripped shirt and ribs showing, and my heart broke. I immediately heated up the biggest slice on the house, but his face dropped. "I don't want any trouble, sir." I pushed the pizza forward. "I mean it, no catch, and call me Tom." He almost teared up and grabbed the slice, eating like he hadn't in days. "I'm Jackson, by the way." I looked up at the TV screen. I used to be obsessed with that Mortal Kombat game. I've been stuck on the boss battle for weeks. I pulled up a chair and grabbed the controller. "Let me show you. Never use your power up too early." We sat for over an hour, and when the boss finally dropped, Jackson shot up and high-fived me. But then the door aggressively swung open, and a man with red, angry eyes stumbled in. "Jackson, I told you when you get your punk ass out of my house, leave the PlayStation. I told you I'm selling it to pay my dealer back." Alcohol reeked from his breath as he stumbled towards the console. Jackson immediately cowered. "Yes, I'm sorry, Dad, you can take it. You're lucky I'm not whooping you for this, Jackson." The man reached for the console, but I immediately stepped in his way, my arms crossed. "You're not taking that." His eyes went wide and he got in my face. "And who you are, move." He reached past me, but I instantly pushed him back and grabbed a knife off the nearby counter. "Get the f*** out of my store, or I swear your ass is about to become a pizza topping. I'll go to jail if I have to, but you're not touching Jackson or his console." His jaw clenched, but he just pointed at Jackson. "You're no longer my son." He slammed the door on his way out. I looked back at Jackson, his whole body shaking in fear. I thought he was going to hit me. "Thank you." He lunged to hug me, and I realized I needed to help him. "Do you want to stay at mine tonight? I have a spare room, and in the morning you can help me open up shop?" His mouth dropped. "You'd do that for me?" I said yes, and his lip immediately started quivering. He nodded repeatedly into my shoulder, because he'd start crying if he said another word. Jackson walked in 3 hours ago with just a PlayStation. Now he's got a job, a place to sleep, a friend, and his PS2 is still sitting plugged into the corner TV. I turned my sandcastle into a weapon of mass destruction. I pressed the last bit of sand into it and completed my recreation of the Colosseum. I had osteoporosis, meaning I had to work twice as hard to build something half as good as the other kids. I placed my hands on my knees and pushed myself up, and tears rolled down my eyes as I admired my hard work. But then my school bully came sprinting. His eyes were locked onto my Colosseum, and he wound up his leg. He kicked the center of it, and I watched the sand break, and Brad immediately started jumping on it to flatten the rest. I tried to stop him, but he shoved me hard, and I fell shoulder first into the sand. My bones instantly bruised, and I winced in pain as Brad ruined the whole sandcastle. Then he stood over me and laughed. "Your bones are more brittle than your castle. Now stay down, or I'll break them next." He walked off, while I sobbed with sand covering my mouth and nostrils. My body was so weak I could barely get up, but I was also so angry I cried. I marched towards the rocks and grabbed the biggest one. My arms struggled and everything hurt, but I carried the rock back. I dropped it and collapsed, thinking I would die. But then I saw Brad destroy another kid's sandcastle and got back up. I grabbed another rock, then another. Soon I had a pile. I was exhausted and my arms were raw, but I began pressing another sandcastle around my rocks. The hot sand burned my blistered hands, but I kept going. When all the rocks were covered, I pushed myself up to admire my work. I stood exhausted as Brad came running again. He grinned and wound up his leg, launching it full force into my sandcastle. A loud crack echoed through the whole beach. He collapsed to the ground, his foot flopping around like the bones had been disconnected. Tears instantly started flowing from his face as he screamed, "My leg! My leg!" I slowly knelt down beside him and leaned in his ear. "Turns out, it's your bones that are more brittle than my castle." I left the store carrying a 20-pound case of water, but our house was 3 miles away, and I didn't feel like carrying it. So I leaned down to my girlfriend's 10-year-old brother and ruffled his hair. "Your sister said you're not strong enough to carry this home. Want to prove her wrong?" He immediately clenched his jaw and snatched the water from my hands. "I'll show her." The case immediately fell to the ground, but Gerald picked it up and placed it on his chest, leaning slightly back so he wouldn't fall. 1 mile in his arms were shaking and sweat fell from his forehead. Mile 2, I heard him breathing heavy, and he dropped the box, doubling over in exhaustion. I felt bad and went to pick it up, but he grabbed my wrist. "I got this. I need to prove her wrong. I need my big sister to know I'm strong enough." Gerald grabbed the case with shaking hands and took an exhausted step forward. We made it home an hour later, and he finally dropped the case and collapsed at the door. His sister walked out, and Gerald smiled weakly. "I did it. I carried it home." She looked at him confused, and that's when I crossed my arms. "She never said you weren't strong enough, Gerald. I just didn't want to carry it myself, so I made up a lie knowing you'd do it. You're so silly." Gerald's face fell, and he looked at me betrayed. I laughed and reached into my pocket. "Here's $2 for your effort," but I didn't feel my wallet. I began panicking and grabbed my head, and that's when Gerald smiled from the ground. "Looking for this? I picked it up after you dropped it on the way home. I was going to give it back, but now I think I'll take a cut." He pulled a 50 from my wallet and slipped it in his pocket. I should have just carried it home. I got banned from the McDonald's drive-thru for being too nice. I'm at McDonald's at 2 in the morning, not because I have my life together, but because I was up gooning to productivity videos and realized I hadn't eaten anything except sadness and energy drinks for 12 hours. I pull up to the speaker and a voice comes through sounding like it hasn't experienced joy in years. "What you want?" So I order the way my mom raised me. "Good evening, ma'am. Could I please get a Big Mac meal with a Coke? Thank you so much." There was no response. I sat there so long I thought the speaker broke. Then she came back. Why you talking like that? You trying to play me right now?" I told her I just said please and thank you. "Ain't nobody come through here talking like that at 2 in the morning. You got me messed up." I could hear her pull the headset away and yell to the back, "Yo, come listen to this dude." She came back on. "My manager wanna holla at you." I could hear 3 or 4 people huddled around the speaker whispering. A new voice came through. "So you the one out here disrespecting my staff?" I told him I said please and thank you. Nah, the way you said it, all condescending like we beneath you or some. "Sir, I just want a burger, and I just want customers who ain't playing games with that fake bougie voice." He told me to order normal, no fancy words, so I tried again. "A Big Mac meal with a Coke." "Aight, but watch yourself." I drove up to the window. The cashier slid it open and handed me my bag. "Have a good night," I said. "You too, thank you." From behind the counter I heard, "Oh nah, he said it again." The manager came flying around the corner. "That's it, you banned." "For what?" "'Cause I said so." A cook in the back ripped off his apron and started climbing through the window. Let me outside. I gotta run my fade with him." 2 other workers grabbed him by the waist and pulled him back. "Nah, chill, he ain't worth it, bruh." The teenager squeezed past all of them and handed me my drink. "I'm really sorry about this, sir. This is really strange." The manager pushed him aside. "Get out of here before I call the police on your goofy self." I pulled off, drove around the building, pulled right back up to the speaker, leaned in real close and whispered, "Thank you." I heard a scream from inside. "That's him. Let's get him." The whole crew came bursting out the side door. I peeled out of the parking lot and went straight to Taco Bell. Me and my best friend Jacob were home alone playing Wii Sports when he said, "Did you know if you swing your controller really hard, your shot goes faster? I grinned and tensed my arm, then swung with all my power. The controller flew out of my hand and flew straight into the urn on the shelf. It smashed on the floor, its ashes going everywhere. Me and Jacob grabbed our heads in panic because that urn belonged to his dad's dog, Casper. Jacob knelt down and began scooping up the ashes. Crap, dude, crap. Dad still says goodnight to that urn every night. He planned to go scatter those ashes at Casper's favorite beach next Friday. We have to fix it. I paused the Wii Sports to help him, and just then, Casper's phone dinged. Be back in 10 minutes, kid. Can you make sure the candle by Casper's urn is still lit? My legs bucked, and Jacob said, I'll get the glue. He ran so fast to get it, he tripped and fell, and we scrambled to glue the urn back together. But the pieces were barely fitting and struggling to stay still, and I held the glued urn together while Jacob scooped the ashes into it. We placed the urn back on the shelf just as the front door opened. I could see the urn barely holding on, the cracks still visible, but Jacob's dad immediately narrowed his eyes at me. Why do you keep looking over at the shelf? I gulped, and my legs shook. No reason. His dad put down his keys and slowly walked over to the shelf, examining the urn. Did you touch it? Sweat dripped from my forehead as I replied, no sir. He placed one hand on it and closed his eyes, muttering something. My whole body froze watching him, but the urn stayed intact. He walked away from it, and I exhaled. I immediately announced, I gotta go, and started walking out. In disbelief I'd done it. But while walking by the shelf, a fly landed on my nose. I went to swat it, and my hand accidentally clipped the urn. I couldn't catch it fast enough, and it shattered right in front of Jacob's dad. The ashes landed at his feet. He just looked at me with a blank face and pointed at the door. You have 3 seconds to get out. I never visited Jacob's house again. Every winter, my dad used to take me ice fishing on the same frozen lake. He'd drill a hole near the edge and hoist his fishing rod, then ruffle my hair and say, don't ever drill your hole near the middle sun. That's how you fall in. I smiled and did like he said, only ever fishing near the edge. But then one summer, Dad simply vanished. I cried for months, and as the years went on, accepted I'd never see him again. But then 20 years later, my 8-year-old son wanted to go fishing. I looked at my dad's old rod I never threw out, and picked it up for the first time in 2 decades. I took my son to the same frozen lake and sat at the edge smiling, because my best childhood memories were flooding back to me. I told my son, your granddad taught me to always drill at the edge, never the middle. I drilled into the ice, showing him how it's done just like my dad showed me. But the second I looked away, my son took off running towards the middle with the ice auger. He was going to drill a hole in the middle. My face dropped in panic as I heard my dad's words. Don't drill near the middle, that's how you fall in. I stood up to run to my son because I couldn't lose someone else, but that's when he suddenly stopped and pointed at the ice near the middle. Dad, I see something under the ice. My stomach sank, and when I went over, I saw the shape of a car underneath the ice. An arm was dangling through the open window, and this terrible gut feeling washed over me. I immediately called police with shaking hands, all while my son kept asking what it was. The police towed the car up onto the ice, and I saw the body inside. I couldn't make out who, but I was sweating, and my legs were shaking. But my son just looked around with this curious, excited face, because nobody had told him anything. That's when the cop walked over with a grim expression. The body belongs to your dad's old co-worker. He went missing the same week your dad disappeared. My legs buckled, and I asked what this meant. The cop looked down and pulled out a sealed bag with a knife. We found a murder weapon in the car. Your dad's fingerprints were on it. I'm so sorry, but your dad killed this man. It's most likely why he disappeared. I looked at the cop, then at my son's smile vanishing as it hit him. His granddad was a murderer. My legs gave out, and I dropped to the ice. I finally understood why my dad told me to never drill near the middle. I was holding my mom's hand while she was receiving chemo, and I noticed her skin was turning green. Mom, why is your skin green? She smiled. It's okay. The doctor said it's the new medicine, but skin isn't supposed to turn green, and she was weaker than yesterday. Then the doctor walked in. I yelled, something's wrong. Stop giving her that medicine. But he just smiled, looking at her. You're not a doctor, kid. She's doing wonderful. He left, and I had to figure out what was really going on before it was too late. So the next day, I peeked into the other rooms and stared in horror. All the doctor's patients were green and looked really sick. I saw the chief of the hospital walking by and tugged on his coat. Everyone's turning green like Shrek. Something's really wrong. He laughed at me. I don't have time for games, son. Go back to mommy. I felt hopeless because no one would help me. Then I got back to my mom's room and saw she was barely awake, her skin the darkest green yet. I was losing her. I had to do something, so I hid her pills when no one was looking, and by the next visit, her green had faded and she was sitting up, smiling at me. I knew the medicine was doing this, but I was confused. Why was the doctor handing out bad medicine to sick people? I needed to confront him myself, so I waited by her bed, knowing he'd be here any second. The door opened, and I clenched my fists, but I saw something I didn't expect. His face, his hands, his whole body had turned bright green. I jumped up and pointed. He's green like Shrek. His eyes went wide, and he started panicking. No, it's supposed to work. I was confused by what he meant. went, and he stumbled to an empty bed, shaking. The chief heard the commotion and walked in. "Why is your skin green?" Then he froze in the doorway of the ward and saw that every single patient was green, exactly like I told him. The doctor was rocking back and forth. I gave my medical drug experiment to all of them. The medical board rejected it, but I knew it was the cure to cancer, so I kept giving it to my patients. That's when I realized he was so obsessed with his medicine that he'd finally tested it on himself, even though he didn't have cancer. They took the doctor away as my mom reached for my hand. Her skin was pink again, and she smiled. "My little doctor." But I corrected her. "No, Mom, I'm your little lawyer because we're gonna sue this hospital for negligence, and we'll be so loaded we can get you the best treatment." Before I decided to take my own life, I wanted to make sure that it was actually what I wanted. So I found a man online who would bury me alive in his backyard for 30 minutes to see if I actually enjoyed it. He had me sign a handwritten waiver on a piece of notebook paper, pointed at a coffin that was already deep in the ground, and said, "Knock 3 times and I'll let you out." I nodded and climbed into the coffin. 30 minutes underground, and I would finally know the answer. The man closed the lid, and when I heard the first shovel of dirt hit the wood above my face, my whole body tensed up. I couldn't do it anymore. I wanted to live. Adrenaline filled my stomach and shot straight through my hands, pressing against the lid. Knock, knock, knock. But instead of letting me out, the man started laughing to himself. "Hell no, I'm not letting you out." That's when I finally realized how screwed I was. I had driven to a stranger's house, climbed into a coffin, and nobody knew where I was. I knew I only had 25 minutes until the oxygen ran out. The wood creaked under the weight of the dirt, and I made myself breathe slowly as I thought about all the people that might be sad that I was dead. The list was longer than I expected. 15 minutes left. I thought about my dog's face when I walked through the door, that joy that always made my day better. I wanted to be alive more than ever. I rubbed my hands together and pushed against the box as hard as I could. Boom! The lid flew open. I sat up so fast I headbutted him in the chin. I climbed out and stood in his backyard feeling more awake than I had in months. He rubbed his jaw and looked at me with the same flat expression he had worn the entire time. "I knew you'd make it out by yourself. I just wanted you to be forced to think about how beautiful life is before you did." I drove home, fed my dog, and called my therapist for the first time in 4 months. My grandma called me at 6 in the morning to tell me she'd broken TikTok. She'd had the app for a week, only to watch my videos and tap the little heart, and she didn't even know how to post. So when she said her video had 300,000 views, I told her she was reading it wrong. She wasn't. She'd leaned her phone against a bowl on the counter, hit record by accident, and filmed 40 seconds of herself fighting a batch of pierogi dough. "Stick to the counter one more time and I'll throw you in the damn trash," she told it. The comments lost their minds. "A grandma who cusses at her food is the content I needed," one wrote. And by that afternoon, the video had 1 million views. I had no idea she was just getting warmed up. The next morning, a box from a knife company nobody ordered showed up on her porch, and her phone buzzed across the counter until she flipped it face down. She slid it over to me. "You do the computer part." So I did. A flower brand emailed first, and they wanted her bad, but the message asked her to please keep the language family friendly. I read it to her out loud. "Family friendly," she said. "I've been cussing since before their grandparents were born." Then she held out her hand. "Give me that phone." She typed her reply with 2 fingers and hit send. "You can kiss my butt. I don't tone down for nobody." Then she filmed the next video, dropped a whole pierogi on the floor, and said something I can't repeat. It hit 2 million by morning. The worse her mouth got, the bigger she got. 6 weeks in, the flower brand came back, and this time the contract was $10,000 for 3 videos. I read every line out loud at her kitchen table. The last one said she had to maintain her authentic voice, including her natural language. I looked up at her. "They're paying you to curse now." She didn't even blink. Took them long enough. So she signed it, looked dead into the camera for her first paid video, held up a bag of their flour, and said, "This is the only brand with the balls to let me talk like this." It's pinned to the top of her page. She still calls me at 6 in the morning, but now it's to ask if she's allowed to say the really bad ones on camera yet. I haven't told her no once. I was laid off without warning after 25 years and had to start working as an Uber driver. But when my teenage son saw me, his face went red with anger. "You can't drive Uber, Dad. Kids at school will see you and you'll embarrass me. I won't get invited to any parties." I was really hurt, but said nothing and just kept driving. One day an Uber order came in. I drove to the spot and a teenager got in with my son. I was happy to see him and said, "How are you, kiddo?" But he just stared at me blankly. "Do I know you?" He pulled up his hoodie and turned away from me, and I felt so heartbroken I just drove in silence the whole way. My son stepped out without a word, but his friend thanked me. The next morning, I tried to tell him how much that hurt me, but his phone dinged while I was talking. "Shut up, Dad. I just got invited to Rebecca's party. I gotta go buy a suit. We'll talk later." He rushed out the door before I could respond. That night, I was sitting in my Uber when I got an order. I drove to the pickup spot, and my son leaned in. "Oh my God, thank you so much, Dad. The party's starting, and there's literally no Ubers left. We've been trying for 30 minutes. Him and his 4 friends all crammed into the back seat and told me to go quickly. My car couldn't handle this many people, but I knew the party was important to him. I turned around to ask if he's excited for it, but he was already too distracted by his phone. I asked him one more time, and one of his friends actually answered me, but my son never said a word. I felt sad and went to just drive, but right as I was about to press the accelerator, my son looked up at me. "Just drive, bruh. What's taking you so long?" He immediately went back to his phone. That's when I lost it and ordered them all out of my car. My son shot up. "Wait, what? Oh, now you want to listen, huh?" I replied. "You heard me. Out of my car." "But Dad..." "No," I interrupted him. "I'm not a clown to dance around you." My voice was steady. I opened the back door and kicked them all out. My son tried protesting about how he couldn't go to the party now, but I simply told him, "That's not my problem." I drove off and heard all his friends giving out to him, saying, "Why would you disrespect your dad like that when he's the one driving us?" My son's face was red. I just laughed, because his dad being an Uber driver had actually embarrassed him in the end, just not the way he thought. I looked at the kitchen drawer, and my mom pointed at me from across the room. "Don't even think about it." That drawer had been locked my whole life, and the key lived on a chain around her neck that she never took off, not even to sleep. My brother dropped to his knees in front of it one afternoon with a paperclip, and she appeared in the doorway behind him without making a sound. "Nice try. You're grounded for a month." We spent our entire lives guessing what was inside. My brother thought it was love letters. My sister thought one of us was adopted, and I thought it was money. When our mom passed away at 80, my brother flew in from across the country, and my sister drove 4 hours. We stood in the kitchen the morning after the funeral, and I held the tiny key in my hand and stared at the drawer. My brother could not stop pacing back and forth across the kitchen floor. Whatever was in that drawer had been worth wearing a key around her neck for 30 years, and we were about to find out why. My brother grabbed my arm. "Wait, what if we don't want to know what's in there?" I hesitated for a second, but then my sister put her hand on my shoulder. "We need to know the truth." My brother stood there for a moment, then nodded. "You're right." They both peeked over my shoulder as I put the key in and opened the drawer. Inside was one tiny plastic trophy with a cheap gold film on it. My sister unfolded the note underneath it and read it out loud. "Mr. Hutchins gave this 4th grade spelling bee trophy to Barb Moskowitz, even though I was the better speller because he never liked me. So I went back that night and took what was mine." We all started laughing because it turned out Mom sure knew how to hold a grudge, but I was disappointed that we didn't find a bunch of money. I was backing my mom's new silver BMW out of a parking spot when I heard a long, dragging crunch against the back door. I jumped out of the car and saw a huge scratch on the back passenger door. "Oh crap, I'm so freaking screwed. My mom is going to murder me." I got back in and drove home, wondering how in the heck a quick trip to grab snacks turned into such a dumpster fire. I pulled into the house at 2 p.m. I had 3 hours before she got home from work to try to avoid being grounded until I was 30. I pulled my phone out and Googled how to fix a scratch on a car and got to work. Toothpaste was the first hit on 3 different forums, and people swore by it. I went into the bathroom, squeezed a strip onto a washcloth, and worked it into the scrape the way you'd polish a shoe. I was already imagining the moment I'd hand my mom her key back and she'd never know. The washcloth came away gray, but the scrape looked the same. I went back to the forums, and someone said nail polish remover worked on stubborn marks. I had 2 hours and 20 minutes left and dabbed it on with a cotton ball. I could smell the acetone before I saw what it was doing. The clear coat went cloudy under my hand, and a white film spread around the scrape. The scrape was still there, now with a halo around it. I drove to the auto parts store, came back $23 poorer with a scratch repair kit, and tore the box open on the hood. The instructions on the back read, "Apply in circles, steady pressure, do not rush." I had 90 minutes left, got on my knees, and started rubbing. I was on my 3rd circle when I heard a car pull up. I didn't look because I was sure I had another hour at least, but when the door shut and I heard, "Thanks for the lift," I knew I was cooked. My mom walked up the driveway, and then it clicked. I had forgotten it was National Leave the Office Early Day. "Fudge!" She heard me before she saw me. She stopped at the bumper and gasped when she saw the scratch with the acetone halo around it. "What did you do to my car?" "Toothpaste, then nail polish remover, then that." I pointed at the kit. She didn't yell, which was somehow worse, and just held out her hand for the keys. "Body shop's on you, and you're grounded for the next month. Oh, and before I forget, you're not driving until you graduate." She took the foam pad out out of my hand and looked at the circles I'd been working into the door. Steady pressure, just like the instructions say. She handed me the pad and walked inside. I stayed on my knees in the driveway and looked at the compound drying on my fingers. This blows! I closed my eyes and threw the pad to get my frustration out, but I accidentally hit the car, making another scratch on it. My mom peeked her head through the door. "You're grounded for 2 months now, mister, and you're paying for that one too." Our principal called an emergency staff meeting and told us all about the devious lick trend everyone was talking about. They showed us TikToks of students stealing things from schools, and I thought it was kind of funny. But that day in class, I heard my students laughing, saying something about the soap dispensers. They were saying someone took them, but that didn't make sense because they were literally bolted to the wall. But when I checked, I saw that all 3 of the soap dispensers were ripped off of the wall entirely, but they made a big mistake. Andrew Sweeney posted a TikTok of himself doing it, and our principal quickly found the video. He suspended him, but later that day, I started hearing students talking about a new video. Apparently, the devious lick trend was absolutely exploding on TikTok, and another video from our school popped up. One of the girls showed me the video, and I couldn't believe what I saw. Another kid had climbed up on one of the desks in an empty classroom, pulled out an actual screwdriver, and stole the expensive projector from the ceiling. I knew this was getting bad now, because those things cost like $1,000. When he showed up to school the next day, we could hear the principal yelling at him from his office all the way down the hall. Everyone thought this had to be the end, but at the end of the day, I saw our principal crying outside the boys' bathroom. "What happened?" But he didn't say anything. I looked inside, knowing there was no way they could have stolen anything, but I couldn't believe it. An entire sink was completely gone from the wall. We instantly checked every second of the security footage, but whoever did this was smart. They blended into the crowd, and we couldn't catch them. But the principal was so furious that he wasn't letting them get away with it. He called all 7 students he thought could have done it to his office and suspended every single one of them. He thought he was finally putting a stop to it, but those guys were innocent. They were all furious and decided they needed revenge on him. The next morning, they came to school anyway, and after class started, one of them snuck into the principal's office while nobody was looking. He was gonna hit his biggest devious lick yet. He went into his desk and stole his car keys. Before anyone saw, they ran outside, and when the principal saw someone stealing his car, he called the police. They were only 14 and didn't know how to drive, and when the cops chased them, they panicked. He lost control and ended up slamming into a pole. Amazingly, none of them got expelled, but seeing one of the boys return to school in a wheelchair and without a leg was a shocker. I was drawing in class with my only pen when Jared tapped my shoulder and asked to borrow it. I looked at his giant pencil case stuffed with pens of every color. "Sorry dude, this is my only pen. Use of your own." I went back to drawing, but Jared tapped more aggressively. "I don't have that specific shade of red. I need it." I ignored him and kept shading. My Goku was nearly finished. But then Jared leaned back in his chair. "I'm telling the teacher on you the second she comes back, that you're not sharing." He raised his hand high in the air and held it there so she'd see it immediately upon coming back. I sighed loudly and held out my pen. Fine, you can have it." Jared's face lit up, but right as he reached for it, I snatched it back. "Psych!" His face fell and I laughed as I placed the tip of my pen back on my page, but then his chair scraped. Jared came over my shoulder and clamped his fist around my pen, yanking it hard. We both pulled, and the tip skated across the paper, putting a long red line straight through Goku's face and ruining it. Just then, the door opened, and Jared instantly got back in his seat. "Miss, he won't give me a pen. Tell him to share." She walked over. "Why not?" Jared smirked in his chair while I stared silently at his full pencil case. Miss Walsh's eyes followed mine, and she looked at Jared's pencil case overflowing with pens, then at me holding my one pen. "Let me get this straight." She turned to Jared. "You've got every pen imaginable, and you want to take the only one he has." She shook her head. "I don't usually say this about students, but you might be the most spoiled and delusional kid I've ever seen. You're not having his pen." His whole face fell as she walked away. I turned back around and kept drawing. I was pulled into the principal's office during a school lockdown, and my parents were in the office waiting for me. My heart skipped a beat because I had no idea what was going on. My mom was sitting there with tears in her eyes. My dad had his arms crossed. I heard the lockdown alarm on the speaker. "Why am I here during a lockdown? Isn't this dangerous?" Nobody answered. The principal sat down. "We need to go through your backpack." "My backpack? Why?" "Place it on the desk and take everything out." Slowly. Did they think I did something? I started pulling things out. Then my hand touched something I forgot was in there. A naughty balloon my friend gave me as a joke. I pulled it out. My mom gasped. My face burned with embarrassment. The principal said, "Keep going." Then I pulled out my vape. My dad yelled, "You do nicotine?" But that wasn't the worst part. I pulled out my real report card. All Fs. The one I hid from my parents. I wanted to die. "Why are you making me do this? Did you call a lockdown because of my vape?" The principal ignored me and asked, "Who did you sit next to at lunch today?" That caught me off guard. I said, "Hector." "Why is that relevant?" The principal continued, "Did anyone touch your bag? Hold it for you." "No." no, what is this about?" He ignored me. Then 2 cops walked into the office. My legs went weak. I was so confused. What is happening? The principal reached into the bottom of my bag himself. He pulled out something wrapped in a shirt I'd never seen before. He unwrapped it slowly, and there was a small device with wires and a timer, ticking. I jumped back. "That's not mine. I swear I've never seen that." I was 18, so if I ended up getting arrested, I would go to jail and serve some real time. My mom screamed. My dad grabbed me and pulled me back. The principal looked at me calmly. "We know it's not yours." "What?" The principal explained. "Security cameras caught Hector slipping it into your bag at lunch. That's why you're in here. We needed to take the device out of your bag before something bad happened." I felt my whole body go numb. I looked out the window. Hector was being escorted out in handcuffs by cops. Then a cop pointed at the desk. The timer on the device was still counting down. 3, 2, 1. I flinched, thinking this was it for me. But then nothing happened. I opened my eyes. The cop said, "I've seen that toy at Target. It's fake." I realized Hector pulled the biggest prank in our school's history. Then my mom looked at me. "Now why do you have naughty balloons in your bag?" My grandma was 79 and had never held a video game controller in her life, but she was the reason I finally beat Portal 2. It started when her knees got bad, and the doctor told her to quit climbing the stairs to my room. She used to sit in the doorway while I played because she liked watching me do something I loved. Now all she could do was call up the stairs. I saw how sad it made her, so I decided to do something about it. I unplugged my whole Xbox setup, carried it down piece by piece, and set it up on the TV stand right across from her recliner. "What in the world are you doing?" she asked. "You don't have to climb anything to watch me anymore," I told her. I loaded up Portal 2, which is this game where you shoot 2 portals onto the walls and walk through one to come out the other. She leaned in and squinted at the screen. "Why are there holes in the walls?" I held out the controller and asked if she wanted to try. She waved her hand at it like it might bite her. "All those little buttons? I'd never figure that out. I'll just watch." She watched it first, then started pointing at the screen. "Put the orange one up high." "No, higher. You already tried that. Try the other side." Half the time she was right. There was this one puzzle with a laser and a moving platform that I'd been stuck on for 3 days, and I kept dying. "Put your hole on the ceiling," she said. I did, and I dropped straight into the laser and died again. "That didn't work, Grandma." "Well, I don't know. Maybe I should just let you do it. You are better at this than you think." She got quiet for a second, then tapped my arm. "Fine, put it on the floor, not the wall. Let the platform carry you up." I almost didn't listen to her, but I did it, and it worked. I looked at her, and she just shrugged like it was obvious. It took us about a month, but we finally beat Portal 2. The credits rolled, and she actually clapped, sitting there in her recliner. "There's a co-op mode," I told her. 2 people play together, each with our own guy. I've never touched one of those things in my life. I'd be terrible at it. "Grandma, you've been playing this whole time. You just weren't holding anything." So I grabbed the second controller, put it in her hands, and showed her which buttons to press. For years, she'd watched me from that doorway, too far away to do anything but ask if I'd won. Now she was sitting right next to me on the couch with a controller in her hands, and we beat the co-op together. I was in prison playing cards when an 18-year-old kid walked through the door with a big smile on his face. "Anybody here see me on the news?" Nobody answered. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. "3 kids killed in a school shooting. That was me." He said it the way someone might say they won a trophy. I watched every face in the room go cold because prison has its own rules, and he had already broken one. You do not celebrate hurting innocent people. I put my cards down and smirked because things were about to get interesting. The next morning, he carried his food tray to the nearest table and sat down. "Mind if I join you?" Every man stood up without a word and moved to a different table. That evening, 4 men blocked him in the hallway when he was walking back from the showers. He tried to swing first, but it didn't go well for him. He spent 2 weeks in the medical wing. When he came back, he kept his eyes down and walked close to the walls, but it did not help because there was nowhere to hide in a place like this. A lot of the guys started using him as a punching bag, but some took it even further and made him a walking toilet. He was to be available whenever and wherever for whatever we wanted. He went to the guards and filed a complaint, but nobody had seen anything, and nobody ever would. That's when he realized no one was going to save him. He started sleeping with one eye open and flinching every time someone walked past his bunk. 2 years later, we were playing cards again when we heard the guards had caught him trying to climb over the outer fence with a rope he made from his bed sheets. They transferred him to a higher security prison where the men are even less forgiving. I laughed. Good. My granddad pressed the power button on the remote and almost fell out of his chair. "Son, the TV has has colors. It's not black and white. I rolled my eyes and replied, "This is the third time I've told you this, Granddad. You've been in a coma for 40 years. The world is different now." I went back to scrolling my phone while Granddad looked around with these wide, mesmerized eyes. The flat-screen TV, the LED lights, the phone glowing in my hand, things that never existed in the world he remembered. Granddad pointed at my phone with shaking hands and a curious smile. "Son, what are you doing on that little screen?" I sighed without looking up. "It's called scrolling, Granddad. You just scroll through videos." I held up the phone. "Swipe your thumb." He flicked the screen, and his jaw dropped when the video scrolled. "How did that just change?" He sounded amazed. I shrugged. "Technology, Granddad," and went back to scrolling. Then Granddad saw our robot vacuum and slowly walked over like he was scared of it. "Son, what's this little round thing moving on its own?" I was focused on my YouTube video and mumbled back, "Robot vacuum, cleans the floor itself." Granddad smiled and whispered, "Well, I'll be damned," then pointed at our Alexa. "And what's this ball with lights coming from it?" I groaned because I was getting frustrated explaining everything. "That's an Alexa. Say its name and it talks back to you." Granddad gasped, "Hello, Alexa." And when Alexa replied, "Hello," he literally jumped back, clutching his chest. He sat back on the couch with a smile. "What's this Netflix button on the remote?" "It's Netflix, Granddad." "What's that?" I was seriously annoyed now. "It lets you pick what movie you want to watch." His eyes exploded. "Did you just say I can watch any movie? How do I do that?" I sighed loudly. "Just press the button, Granddad." He gripped the remote tight and pressed the button, and the screen filled with rows of movie posters in color. Granddad started tearing up with joy. "This is amazing. I love this. And what are these profile things on the screen, son? What do they do?" That's when I snapped. "Just figure it out, dude. I'm sick of explaining the most simple things to you." My voice came out sharper than I meant it, and I went back to scrolling. Granddad's excited smile dropped, and he lowered the remote. "I'm sorry for being annoying, son. I haven't seen the world in 40 years. All of this is so new and cool to me." He set the remote down and slowly walked out. Suddenly, my chest felt tight. I looked at my phone, the robot vacuum, the box in front of me that let me watch any movie in the world. It all looked different now. I got up and found Granddad in the kitchen, staring at the air fryer like he was curious but scared to ask me what it was. I placed the TV remote in his hand. "Granddad, I'm so sorry. I know you're just curious. Let me show you how Netflix works." A smile returned to his face. "And after that, want to see how an electric car works?" Granddad's jaw dropped one more time, and I smiled, excited to show him how cool the world really was. Someone had been stealing minifigures off my Lego Millennium Falcon for 3 weeks, and I was going to find out who. Han Solo, Chewbacca, Lando, all the best ones, gone. Whoever was taking them knew exactly what they were grabbing, and they weren't done. I ruled out my little brother first. 4 days of surveillance, and he never went near my room. My mom couldn't tell a minifigure from a paperclip. My dad hadn't been upstairs in a week. That left my best friend Ricky. I had to be sure. Next time he came over, I stayed downstairs the whole visit. When he left, I went straight up to check. R2-D2 was gone. It was Ricky. I mapped every figure still on the ship, and I knew exactly which one he'd go for next. Darth Vader, the best one left. I bought the biggest jar of ultra-fine red glitter I could find, rigged it to a mousetrap, and buried the whole thing under Vader's feet. Then I invited Ricky over the next afternoon and let him go upstairs first. I was in the hallway when I heard it, a loud snap. I walked in, and Ricky was standing completely frozen in the middle of my room, wide-eyed, covered head to toe in red glitter. Darth Vader clutched in one hand, and the mousetrap clamped onto his finger. I was going to put them back. I made him empty his backpack onto the floor, mousetrap still on his finger. Han Solo, Chewbacca, Lando, R2-D2, all there. He handed them over one by one, while red glitter rained off his eyebrows. When his mom pulled up, she got out of the car, grabbed his face with both hands, and said, "What happened?" Ricky looked at me. "Craft project," he said. He went to zip up his backpack, and Darth Vader fell out onto the driveway in a cloud of glitter. His mom looked at Darth Vader, then at Ricky, then at me. I nodded slowly. Craft project. The most feared man on my cell block was 5'4", and I waited until the day before I got out to knock him out cold. In a block, the biggest rule was one the guards never wrote down. Don't touch Arthur. A guy that small should have been the easiest target in the place, but the two biggest men in the building followed him everywhere, and that was all it took. My first week in the chow hall, he knocked my tray out of my hands in front of everyone, and nobody moved. I was only inside because I took the blame for my sister, and I finally had a real shot at getting out early. One fight, one slip-up, and it was gone. So I picked up my tray, sat down alone, and kept my head down. The second week, he tore my bunk apart, found a photo of my sister, held it up, and said something I won't repeat. The third week, he slammed me into a concrete wall while the whole block watched, and I let him, because fighting back would have cost me everything. That was the morning an old-timer who'd watched the whole thing walked over and said, "You really gonna take that?" Then he walked off before I could say a word. That night I found him and asked him to teach me. He'd boxed for 20 years before he ever came inside, and he got me a spot on the kitchen crew so we'd have the mornings alone before the block woke up. Before the ovens were even hot, he was showing me how to fight, how to take a hit, and how to drop a bigger man fast. Every bruise I had to explain, every sore muscle muscle I had to hide. The hard part was never the fighting. The hard part was walking past Arthur every single day, strong enough now to put him down, and letting him think nothing had changed. I'd wait until a fight couldn't cost me my way out. The day before I got out, on my last morning, I crossed the floor and knocked Arthur's tray out of his hands in front of everyone. Arthur froze. His two giants started toward me, but before they got close, I smashed my own tray into his face and knocked him into the wall, then the floor. I didn't stop until my arms gave out. When I looked up, the two giants hadn't moved. I told them I might not make it out of here, but one of them wouldn't either, and they could tell I meant it. Both of them wet their pants and ran out of that chow hall. It turned out the two scariest men on the block were pussycats, and nobody had ever called their bluff. I walked out the next morning a free man. My sister never found out what it cost me. I'd do it again. They buried me alive in a coffin, and I've never been more relaxed in my life. I was 19 and broke when I saw a game show holding tryouts at a mall. An announcer stood on stage. Face your biggest fear, and you could win a brand new Mazda. They handed us a form asking for our worst fear. Everyone wrote heights, spiders, snakes. I wrote being buried alive. I lied. Small spaces never bothered me. I used to crawl under my bed during thunderstorms because it felt like a fort. The producers read my answer and called me back the same day. The show was set up right in the middle of the mall. An eating table, a glass water tank, and a wooden coffin sitting next to a pile of dirt. 5 of us lined up at the start. First challenge was the eating table. Cow eyeballs and cricket smoothies. The girl next to me threw up after one spoonful. I cleaned my plate. Free food is free food when you're broke. Next was a tunnel full of pythons. The guy who listed snakes as his fear lasted 10 seconds before he screamed and tapped out. I walked right through. Now it was just me and one woman. Her challenge was the water tank. Hold your breath and grab the car keys off the bottom. She pulled them up in 45 seconds. The host walked me over to the coffin. 60 seconds buried 3 feet underground. Last that long and the car is yours. They shut the lid and started shoveling dirt on top. I could hear it hitting the wood above my face. The host was narrating like I was in a war zone, but I was just lying there with my eyes closed, thinking about where I'd drive first. 60 seconds went by like a nap. They dug me out, and the host acted like I'd just come back from the dead. My opponent shook my hand. They put the keys in my palm. A brand new Mazda. I drove it for 6 years. Nobody on that show ever found out what I'm actually afraid of. If they'd released butterflies instead of putting me in that coffin, I would have been the first one out. A 13-year-old kid destroyed my grandma's most cherished possession, and I can't thank him enough. I gave Mason $100 and asked him to secretly tend my grandma's vegetable garden 3 times per week. She's taken care of this garden for 40 years, but arthritis meant she could no longer even hold shears, and cried every night because she thought her life's work was going to die. Every night I'd look out and see Mason pulling out weeds and watering the plants, and 3 weeks in the garden was still thriving. Grandma would smile so wide looking at it. But then one morning I woke up and found her sobbing on the back steps. I looked up and saw the garden destroyed. Plants were ripped out, bushes torn, and tomatoes were flattened. I promised Grandma everything would be okay, then instantly stormed to Mason's house and demanded to know why. He explained that tending the garden was tiring, so last night he brought a friend to help him. But that friend thought it would be funny to stomp on everything when Mason wasn't looking. Mason cried and pulled out all the money I had given him, saying, "I'm sorry I did this, sir." I was shocked, but let him keep it, and walked back to Grandma's house. I stopped to grab some soil to help repair the garden, but when I came back, Grandma was in the garden with Mason. He was guiding her shaking hands as they replanted the tomatoes. My face went red, but Grandma smiled and said, "This kind young man saw the garden and offered to help fix it. Isn't he so sweet?" I looked at Mason, and he said quietly, "It's the least I can do." I realized he really did feel bad and wanted to help. I dropped to my knees and pulled out my bag of soil and joined Mason and Grandma in replanting. Every day after that, the 3 of us worked on the garden. Grandma's hands even started shaking less because of the daily movement, and the garden was restored bigger and better. When it was done, I gave Mason $100, but he shook his head. "Your grandma pays me in cupcakes and donuts now. That's enough for me." He pushed the money back and went inside to have soup made from the tomatoes in the garden. I looked at them laughing and realized sometimes you have to break things down in order to rebuild them even stronger. I told my dad my dream was to be a MMA fighter, and he slapped me. "You idiot, you have a heart condition. The doctors said no physical activity or your heart could stop at any moment." My heart condition did make me really scrawny and weak, but it was my dream to be strong. I fought back. "I don't care. I want to be a fighter." He raised his hand like he was going to slap me again. "You'll never be a fighter. If I ever catch you training, you're dead." I walked away upset, but decided I wasn't going to let him stop me, because not chasing my dreams was worse than ending up dead anyway. So the next day, I signed up at an MMA gym without telling him. On my first day, my trainer called me SpongeBob and squished my non-existent biceps, but I still put my fists up. I started training every day, slowly gaining more stamina. But one day, while punching the heavy bag, I felt my heart skip. I paused and grabbed my chest. My trainer looked concerned. "You good, bro?" I said I was fine, but I wasn't sure. I kept going anyway. Weeks later, after ignoring the pain in my chest, I was winning rounds in sparring matches and finally felt stronger. I thought I was getting away with training in secret until one day I came home and my dad was holding my gloves and shin guards. He ripped them apart in front of me. "You'll never be a fighter. Give it up." I didn't understand why my dad didn't believe in me, but I still bought new ones the next day. I wasn't stopping. Then mid-sparring, I felt my heart stop for 5 seconds. Something felt really wrong, but proving my dad right scared me more than dying. So I continued and kept fighting. Then something unexpected happened. I was walking home from class when my heart dropped. I saw my dad getting robbed by 2 guys. They were kicking my dad on the ground in front of our house. I dropped my bag and sprinted. Punch. I hit the first guy so hard his teeth flew out of his mouth and he folded onto the floor. I grabbed the second one by the neck and twisted around his body, putting him in a chokehold. After they passed out, the robbers were eventually taken away by the police. My dad looked up at me, face bloody, in shock that I was able to do that. I finally felt like I proved him wrong, but then I felt my chest lock up and my legs gave out. I fell on the floor and realized I was having a heart attack, exactly what the doctor warned me would happen. My dad caught me. No, stay with me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I felt like I was dying, but I could hear my dad crying. I wasn't trying to be mean. Every time I yelled at you, every time I broke your stuff, I just wanted to scare you so you wouldn't kill yourself. A tear rolled down my face because he was right. I closed my eyes knowing that at least I gave it all I had. Then a hard slap woke me up and I was in a hospital room. My dad was standing in front of me. "You idiot. I guess you are a fighter." I warned the lifeguard about a coming storm, but he leaned back in his chair and yawned. I pulled out my wallet and showed him a picture of my old boat. "I was a fishing captain for 20 years, and I can promise you that storm is going to wipe out the beach. You need to warn everyone here." The lifeguard laughed at me. "It's just a storm, old man. Once I see lightning or hear thunder, then I'll blow my whistle. Same as always." I heard laughter behind me and turned to see a mother and her child playing in the sand. I waved off the lifeguard and crouched by the mother and her kid. "You two need to get off the beach. Now." She nodded toward the chair and smiled. "I'll wait for the lifeguard to call it. We've been planning this trip for months." The wind had already kicked up around us, but she turned back to the sandcastle. Next, I tried the man with the metal detector. He kept his head down, sweeping. "That mean the tide's coming in? I haven't found a thing all day." I grabbed the detector to stop him. "If you want to find treasure tomorrow, you need to leave now." He yanked it back. "Okay, Grandpa, no need to be crazy." Behind him, the whole sky over the water had gone black, but he just kept sweeping. The waves were climbing higher up the sand every minute, and there were too many people left to warn. So I dug the old whistle out of my book bag, the one I used to warn my crew, and blew it exactly the way the lifeguard would during an emergency. The whole beach grabbed their things and ran. The lifeguard scrambled down from his chair, trying to wave everyone back, but I kept blowing my whistle. He stormed up to me, waving his fist in the air. "You know I can call the cops on you for that, right?" I pointed at the black clouds. "Go ahead. They won't be here in time." The lifeguard went back to his chair to grab his phone, and I ran from the beach. Within minutes, the storm hit. I was sitting in a nearby cafe, watching the rain come down so hard that I couldn't see through it, and the thunder shook the building. When the storm was finally over, I went back out to the beach to find that the lifeguard's chair had been sucked out to sea by the waves. I searched into the night, but the beach was wiped clean, except for the lifeguard's whistle. He was still waiting for his lightning, but the storm didn't wait for him. The whistle was there, and he was gone. My older brother logged onto my computer and smirked. "This is for beating my high score in Pac-Man." He pressed delete on my school finals project. I instantly grabbed the mouse from him, furiously clicking it to try recover it, but it was gone. "You're redoing my project." I slammed the mouse down. He laughed. "Not happening, lil bro," but I got in his face. "I mean it. Me and you, Pac-Man. One game. You win. I admit you're better at Pac-Man and never bring up the project. I win. You're redoing the whole thing." His smile dropped and he shoved me back. "You're on Wimp." We walked to the Pac-Man machine, and I cracked my neck, ready to do this. I pulled a coin and flicked it in the air. "Heads or tails?" "Heads." It landed tails. "You go first." He pulled out his fingerless leather gaming gloves. "Grips everything, lil bro." He cleared the first 5 levels without breaking a sweat, while I watched with my arms crossed, trying not to show weakness, even though my heart pounded. He smirked and chained all 4 ghosts repeatedly, and soon his score climbed past my old record. He finally died at 125,360 points, then peeled off his gloves and slapped my shoulder. "Beat that lil chump." I gripped the joystick with sweaty hands. If I didn't beat his score, my project was gone. I was so nervous I lost a life during the first 5 levels, and he laughed behind me like he'd already won. But that only motivated me, and I proceeded to grip the stick with laser focus and locked in. His eyes tightened, and when I reached 120,000, he leaned into my ear. "You're gonna choke, wimp. You always choke." But I said said nothing and cleared another level. With 1,000 points away, he flicked my wrist. I died, and my stomach sank as I only had one life left. When the game started, he immediately lunged for my wrist again. But this time, I was ready and blocked him with my shoulder. He tripped over his shoes and fell. I quickly ate a few more dots, and my score flipped 75 over his. I pumped my fist in the air and let Pac-Man die, while he laid on the floor, groaning in pain. We walked back to my computer, and when he sat down and opened a blank doc, I dropped his gaming gloves on the desk. Now use those to type my project. Grip's everything, big bro. I saw the car's reverse lights turn on, and my heart immediately started racing. My daughter was doing spins right in front of me on the way to dance class, and I instantly yelled, "Macy, no!" The car started backing up, and I dove at her. She screamed, and I pushed her out of the way, but seconds later, the car rolled right over my legs. She screamed, and I could barely breathe. When I woke up in the hospital, the doctors told me I was paralyzed from the waist down. I had to live in a wheelchair, and every day, I cried my eyes out. I couldn't chase my daughter anymore, bring her to the park, and every day when she asked me to do our daddy-daughter dance, I couldn't do it. She cried every time. She grew up without me, and I felt like a failure, until I got an email from my doctor. They needed patients for an experimental spinal surgery. I could either walk again, or I might be paralyzed from my neck down. I looked at my daughter dancing alone, and signed up. I was terrified, but they put the mask on me, and everything went black. When I woke up, I looked down, and a miracle happened. I wiggled my toes. I could feel my legs. I immediately FaceTimed my daughter, and she answered in the campus hallway. But when I told her I had a surprise, she was confused. Then, I did it. I stood up on camera, and she was completely shocked. "Dad! Oh my God, you're walking!" She immediately started crying in front of everyone around her, and I started to feel bad. I don't like seeing her cry, so I got an idea. I tried recreating the daddy-daughter dance we used to do to cheer her up. It didn't work. She started crying more. A kid came up to me by the lockers. "What's up, Squirt?" And as he cocked his fist back, I braced myself before he punched me in the chest. "I thought you said you wouldn't do this anymore, Jacob." Well, I changed my mind. The next day, I was covered in bruises when I saw him again. "Hey, Squirt, I missed you." I tried to duck, but he hit me harder than ever until I slumped over, clutching my chest, gasping for air. My body couldn't take it anymore, and when I got home, I went on Amazon and ordered a thick metal surprise for Jacob. It arrived the next morning, and I immediately shoved it under my hoodie before going to school. At lunchtime, I saw Jacob, and he immediately cornered me in the hallway. "You know, Jacob, every time you've punched me, it's never really hurt. You're kinda weak, dude." This time I smiled as he cocked his fist back, and when his fist met the titanium vest I was wearing under my hoodie, he screamed, writhing on the floor, tears streaming down his face, mouthing the word "help" over and over. The security cameras showed him punching me in the chest, and he was expelled. I took one look at the rope hanging in the middle of the gym and ran straight to the sign-up sheet for the school musical. 3 kids in a row had failed the rope test the week before, and one of them was the strongest girl in our grade. I couldn't even hang from a pull-up bar. The sign-up sheet outside the music room said cast members got pulled from gym during rehearsals. I scribbled my name between 2 girls who were already arguing about who got which solo. My friend caught up to me in the hallway and stared at the clipboard like it had insulted her. "You can't sing a single note." "I don't need to sing. I need to not touch that rope." The next day, Mrs. Lopez called my name off her clipboard while I sat in the back row hoping she'd lose interest. I walked up to the piano with empty hands. "What did you prepare?" "Nothing. Just try the first verse." The pianist played the intro, and I opened my mouth, picked the first song that came into my head, and started singing it like I was rinsing dishes. Mrs. Lopez waved the pianist off 10 seconds in. "Start over." I started over. Halfway through, the door opened, and another teacher slid in and stood against the back wall. When I finished, Mrs. Lopez tapped her pencil twice on the clipboard. "Have you ever taken voice lessons?" "No." "Do you sing at home?" "Not really." "One more time." The whole thing. By the end of that one, 4 teachers were lined up in the doorway. The janitor had stopped his cart in the hall, and Mrs. Lopez was wiping her cheek with the back of her hand. She cast me as the lead that night. 3 weeks later, Coach caught me at my locker. "Haven't seen you climb a rope in a month. I'm in the musical." He squinted at me like I'd grown a second head. "You?" "Me." He shook his head and walked off muttering something about excuses. Opening night, I stood backstage in a costume that itched and listened to the audience settle into their seats. My cue came. I walked out, found my mark on the tape, and sang the song I'd been rehearsing for 8 weeks. Halfway through, I looked into the 3rd row, and Coach was sitting there with his program forgotten in his lap and his mouth slightly open. After the curtain dropped, he was waiting in the hallway, still holding the program. "You're wasted in my gym class." He let out a small laugh. "Yeah, you're excused from rope day." I smiled. "Forever?" My son Michael was 7 when doctors told us his hearing was basically superhuman. He was excited because doctors wanted to run tests for his super hearing, but when we drove home and pulled onto our street, Michael wasn't excited anymore. He was squinting carefully like he was listening for something I couldn't hear. That's when I noticed the front door of our house was wide open. My heart dropped and I instantly ran inside, calling my son James's name. name, but nobody answered, and his bedroom was empty. I noticed our back door was open, and I realized somebody had kidnapped my son. I dropped to my knees, dialing 911, and that's when Michael tapped my shoulder with a serious face. "I heard it, Dad. I heard them take my big brother." I frantically asked what he meant, and he replied, "You had the windows down in the car, Dad." I heard a voice that sounded like Batman's from our house. He told James he's taking him back to Birchwood. My stomach sank because Birchwood was the most dangerous part of town, and I was amazed because how did Michael actually hear that? But when the cops arrived and searched the house, they told me the investigation would take days because they had no leads. My legs nearly buckled, but then Michael confidently stepped forward and told them everything. The cops scoffed. "You expect me to trust a kid with some magic hearing?" But I quickly pulled out the doctor's report showing Michael's hearing was superhuman and begged the cop to listen to him. He was hesitant but nodded. The three of us began driving to Birchwood, my heart pounding in fear the whole way. But when I looked at Michael, I saw him scanning the houses like he had a plan I didn't know about. The second we pulled up, Michael jumped out and fearlessly ran to the first door, pressing his ear against it to listen in. I nervously asked him, "What are you doing?" And he whispered back, listening for his voice. The cop went to pull him back, but then Michael shouted, "Not this house," and took off running before the cop could stop him. He went door to door, pressing his ear flat against it and listening in, while I watched, biting my nails anxiously and praying James was alive. I was starting to doubt Michael because this was crazy, but then while listening to one door, he stopped. His eyes widened, and he motioned for us to come close. "It's this house." I can hear his voice. I walked over with trembling legs, and me and the cop put our ears against the door. We heard nothing, but Michael nodded. "It's this house. Trust me." The detective knocked on the door, while me and Michael hid in the bushes, my heart hammering in my chest. A teenage boy answered, "Hello, officer," and my face dropped. His voice was deep like Batman's. Michael was correct all along. Suddenly, Michael yelled, "I can hear James upstairs," and bolted into the house. He was too fast for me to catch him, and my stomach sank as the teenage boy lunged to try stop Michael. But the cop quickly restrained his arms. I followed Michael upstairs, my hands shaking, but then I saw James sleeping on a bare mattress. Michael was listening to his heartbeat. I started crying in relief, and when I asked Michael how he heard him, he replied, "James snores when he sleeps. You just can't hear him, but I can." He grinned so wide, and I just smiled because Michael's hearing had saved his big brother's life. I set the bag with my dead fish on the counter, and the owner barely looked at it before he started shaking his head. "Yeah, that's not gonna fly, because I sold you that fish healthy this morning, and they don't just up and die on you by lunch." I tapped the little guarantee slip he'd taped to the bag himself that morning. "It's right here, man. You wrote it yourself. Guaranteed healthy or full money back. No questions asked." He snatched the bag up and held it to the light, turning it over while the words came faster than he could think them. Sure, the fish was delicate, but delicate doesn't just drop dead in an afternoon. Then he set the bag down beside the tank and pressed it to the glass next to the live ones. "No, I know what this is. You killed him yourself and came waltzing back in for free money." His own name was signed at the bottom, right under the line that said "No questions asked," and all he had was questions. He was too busy accusing me to look down at it. He waved me off before I could even answer. Look at him. Not a spot or a speck of fungus on him, so somebody had to have done something. He reached over and grabbed a woman from the line by her sleeve. "Ma'am, you look reasonable. Does that look to you like a fish that died on its own?" She leaned in, gave it about half a second, then pulled her arm back out of his grip. "Looks like a regular dead fish to me, hun." His eye twitched, and he let go of her sleeve. "Right, so the two of you must have cooked this whole thing up together. That's just great." Then he climbed up onto his stool and pointed down at me in front of the whole store. "Everybody listen up. This guy killed a fish on purpose to scam a refund, so I'm calling corporate and you are banned for life." The slip was still taped to the bag on the counter, and a bored kid in line next to his dad leaned over and read it out loud in a flat little voice. "It says guaranteed healthy or full money back. No questions asked, so it doesn't matter how it died. And somebody signed it right here. Is that your name, mister?" For the first time since I'd walked in, the owner looked down at the slip, at his own name in his own handwriting, and the fight drained out of him. He'd spent the whole time swearing the fish was murdered, and his own slip said it never mattered how it died. There was no one left to accuse. He couldn't exactly say a bored kid in line was in on it too. He climbed down off the stool, opened the register without a word, and counted the money into my hand. A guy in line didn't even bother to lower his voice. Guess it did die on its own after all. I got in my car to drive home after a party, but the second I gripped the wheel, I realized I was too drunk to drive. I climbed into the back seat so I could sleep and drive home sober, but hours later, a cop woke me up shining his flashlight. "Have you been drinking and driving?" I rolled down the window with my head pounding. "No, officer, I am indeed drunk, but I haven't driven at all. I'm sleeping so I can wake up and drive home only when I'm sober." But the cop leaned closer. "Well, being drunk in the vehicle and planning to drive is still a crime. I'm gonna need you to step out." I was tired and confused and showed him the car keys in my pocket. But these weren't even in the ignition. I wasn't wasn't planning to drive until I was sober, but he just motioned his hand for me to step out. I was frustrated and flailed my arms. This is bullcrap. Would you rather me actually drive drunk instead of sleeping or something? He must have felt threatened because he pulled his pistol out and aimed it inches from my head. I instantly froze. I couldn't believe this was happening, and as he cuffed me, people from the party gathered on the front lawn. What's happening? Your buddy here wanted to drive drunk. The lifelong friends I'd been partying with watched me get shoved into the police cruiser, and I could tell by their faces they now saw me as a drunk driver. 3 weeks later, I was standing in court, and the judge looked at me. You're facing 18 months in prison for driving under the influence, Mr. Moore. The cop stood smirking on the other side. He claimed he caught me while driving, but when it was my turn, I told the full truth. I was drunk, but never drove. I slept to sober up. My keys weren't in the ignition. The judge looked at the footage from the Ring doorbell and watched the cop harass me. Did you really pull a gun on a man for choosing not to drive drunk? The cop stammered and went pale. But he was keeping himself and others safe, the judge interrupted. Case dismissed. He banged his gavel, then looked up at the cop one last time. I find this case pretty rich coming from an officer with a DUI on his own record. The cop froze while I stood there twirling my car keys and laughing. I pushed through my own front doors on my birthday and instantly fell to the floor. My sister was lying face down and motionless, with a kitchen knife streaked red beside her. I began crying, and as I picked up the knife, I swore I'd get revenge on whoever killed her. But then I turned my head and saw a woman outside on her phone, talking manically. I looked at the knife with my fingerprints, my sister's blood on my shirt, and realized I looked like the killer. I stood up and opened the door with shaking hands, but sirens were already blaring around me. I knew if they caught me, I'd be sentenced, so I just started sprinting into the woods ahead. It destroyed me to leave my sister, but then I heard footsteps behind me. 2 cops were 10 feet away from me, sprinting and yelling into their radios about the fleeing murder suspect. I shouted, "I didn't kill her," while tears fell from my eyes and my feet hit the ground faster than they ever had. I ducked behind a tree to catch my breath and hid from the cops, shining their flashlights around looking for me. I opened my phone and stared at the lock screen of me and my sister playing catch when we were younger. I'd never see her again, and now I was running from my life. I wiped my tears and peered out, looking for a window to keep running. That's when I heard rustling behind me. I turned and felt impact before I could react. An officer had tackled me to the ground, slicing my forehead on a rock and pressing his knee into my back. I didn't kill her, I sobbed into the dirt. My older sister raised me. She was my everything. Moss filled my mouth, and that's when the cop flipped me around. They wiped the mud away from my eyes and shouted, "Surprise! It's a prank!" It was my sister, standing in a cop uniform. All the other cops emerged, and I realized they were my friends in costumes. The woman who called the cops was wiping the blood from my forehead. My sister doubled over, laughing, "Happy birthday. Your present is I'm alive and you're not in jail for murder." I looked at everyone, then passed out and fell to the floor because of the shock. My daughter Lily and her best friend Chris liked each other since kindergarten. They sat next to each other every day, held hands, hand-picked each other flowers, and turned red if you asked them if they liked each other. Lily loved wedding shows, and one night she pointed at a bride being twirled on screen and said, "That's going to be me one day." But then she got diagnosed with cancer at 10 years old. Chris visited her every day, bringing her hand-picked flowers, trying to get her to eat something, and the only time she seemed slightly okay was curled up next to Chris, watching her wedding shows. After months of treatment, doctors told us Lily only had a few weeks left. One day, while sitting on her bed, she told me her final wish. "I want to marry Chris. Actually marry, like in the show." I teared up, and that night called Chris's parents. The next day, Chris walked up to Lily's hospital bed and got down on one knee. She cried, and he put the ring he'd spent his whole allowance on onto her finger. That Saturday, Chris showed up to our garden in a little suit holding a hand-picked bouquet as Lily walked down the aisle in a white dress altered to fit her tiny frame. I officiated the wedding, and both Chris and Lily turned red and smiled when the other said, "I do." That day, Lily ate 2 full slices of cake and danced with Chris in the grass. He twirled her just like on the wedding show, and for a few brief hours, we all forgot about the cancer. Lily passed away 3 days later while Chris held her hand, and after 5 years, Chris still visits her grave every Saturday in the suit he married her in, let out at the seams to fit him as he grows. A teenage girl pounded on my cabin door at 3 a.m. during a blizzard and said, "I was kidnapped. Please don't let them find me." She was bleeding and shaking, and I instantly noticed the cuts across her wrists. Suddenly, I saw snowmobile headlights outside, and the girl started crying. "That's them." She immediately ran behind me and into the back bedroom, and I gave her a fireplace poker to protect herself in case something goes wrong. As soon as I closed the bedroom door, 2 women in matching navy coats walked onto my porch. The taller one immediately started checking every window, and the shorter one showed me her phone open to a tracking app, and the dot was pinging right at my location. "Sir, we've been tracking a young girl all night, and the signal led us straight to your front door. Have you seen her?" I told her no, but then she pointed at the snow on my welcome mat. "There are small footprints leading inside. Whatever she told you isn't real, I promise you that." I replied that I had let my dog out earlier. But that's when the taller woman walked past me toward the kitchen and stopped at the hallway. "Sir, we need to check the rest of your cabin." I stepped in front of her and said absolutely not, but my voice cracked and I could tell she heard it. Suddenly, I smelled gasoline drifting from the bedroom where the teenage girl was. I tried to think quickly and told her my generator must be leaking, but then I saw orange light flickering under the bedroom door. Before I could do anything else, the taller woman pushed past me and threw open the bedroom door. The teenage girl was still there, but now she was standing in the middle of the spreading fire with a lighter in her hand. The headboard was burning and flames were climbing the curtains. She turned around and her eyes locked onto me and she screamed, "I know you called them to take me back. I'd rather die than go." I froze because I didn't understand, but the girl was already lunging toward me and swinging the poker directly at my head. I closed my eyes and braced for impact, but then suddenly, the taller woman tackled her into the burning rug and then dragged the girl outside through the smoke. I asked what was going on, and the shorter woman pulled out an ID from her coat, where it said she was a psychiatric nurse from a nearby facility. I looked at the flames and realized I almost burned alive protecting a stranger from the only people trying to help her. I was sitting in class when the principal's voice cracked over the intercom. "This is a lockdown. I repeat, this is not a drill. Everyone go on lockdown now." We all jumped up and started pushing our desks toward the door, but the substitute stepped in front of it, crossed his arms, and laughed. "Sit down. They only say not a drill, so you'll take it seriously. I'm not wasting my class time on this." Jace kept shoving his desk forward. "Dude, we're supposed to follow lockdown protocol." The substitute pushed him back down into his seat. "I've been teaching since before your parents were born, and I know a drill when I hear one. Anyone who touches that door gets written up, and I'll personally make sure you never get into college." Through the window, every classroom down the hall had its lights off and its blinds pulled. The principal said it wasn't a drill, the sub said it was, and I wasn't about to bet my life finding out which one of them was right. A girl's phone lit up. "Oh my god, my boyfriend just texted that 2 teachers are gone. We need to get somewhere safe now." Everyone started checking their phones. My friend just saw the secretary run by covered in blood. The substitute started ripping phones out of our hands and throwing them in his desk drawer. "You're all morons. Your generation can't tell what's real because you're all brain dead from TikTok." Then the door handle started shaking and we heard someone breathing heavy on the other side. "I'm going to find them all." The substitute waved his hand. "That's administrators checking doors." Jace stood up and started pushing his desk again. "I am not dying because you are on a power trip." The substitute grabbed his shirt to try to stop him, but Jace shoved him into the whiteboard. "Touch me again and I'll knock your dentures out." 5 kids threw desks against the door and everyone crammed into the corner. Then we killed the lights. The substitute stood in the middle of the room screaming about assault until Jace slapped his hand over his mouth. "Shut up or you will get us killed." 3 of us pinned him to the floor while the door shook and the barricade slid 3 inches across the tile. "I know you're in there." He kicked our door twice before moving on. Then we heard glass breaking and kids screaming from the room next door. When the SWAT team found us 30 minutes later, 3 of us were still pinning the substitute to the floor. The shooter had made it into the main office and the classroom next door, where 2 kids died because they couldn't barricade their door in time. The only reason it wasn't our room is that we stopped listening to him. He was arrested for child endangerment and banned from working with children for the rest of his life. I found out which one of them was right. So did the 2 kids next door who never made it home. Before I left for my first day of school, my mom Pinky promised, "Don't worry, the kids won't bully you. It's cool to have cerebral palsy." So I put on my orthopedic shoes and hoped for the best. When I got to class, I didn't even know what to do because I'd been homeschooled my entire life. So I sat in the 3rd row and stayed quiet. For the first 30 minutes of class, everything was fine. But when I sat up to go to the bathroom, I could barely stand up. Someone left gum on my seat. The class was silent, and Connor, who sat behind me, asked his friend, "Why is no one else laughing at the sticky R word?" I tried my best to act like I didn't care, and somehow it worked. Because later that day in gym class, he didn't make fun of my stiff walking or uncontrollable drooling. But when gym class ended and I couldn't find my sneakers, an awful gut feeling washed over me. Connor laughed. "Look out the window." My sneakers were tossed into a bush with a trail of smoke coming out of it. Connor smirked. "Better grab them before they burn to a crisp." But when I got home, when my mom asked, "How was school?" I just smiled. I couldn't tell her the truth because those were orthopedic shoes that she had saved for. I decided to fake being sick and didn't go back to school until a week later. I sat down, and that's when 6 of my classmates stood up and surrounded me. One of them had their hand behind their back, and when she took it out, she revealed a shoebox. They opened it for me, and inside were a new pair of orthopedic shoes. Connor doesn't speak for all of us. For every Connor in the world, there are people who will show up when you least expect it. While walking home to work, I heard a scream from the sky, and when I looked up, I saw a baby falling from a 4th 4th-floor balcony. Adrenaline ran through me as I instantly leaped to catch it. But the impact was extremely hard, and purple bruises were already forming around his ribs. The parents sprinted out of the building, and I expected them to thank me for saving their kid's life. But the mom immediately got on the phone with police. 911, a stranger just tried to kidnap my child. My child is badly hurt. She grabbed him from my arms, and I got up confused. But then the dad smirked at me. We're suing you for our son's medical bills. He pulled out a pre-written court order. We're also suing for the emotional damages you caused by hurting him. I looked over at the boy's bruised ribs as he cried in his mom's arms and protested, but I caught him. Your child was falling. You can't sue me for saving your son's life. But the dad just grinned. Unfortunately for you, that's not what the court will see. He pulled out his phone and showed me a video of me breaking into their apartment, then grabbing their baby from the crib and running out. The video looked extremely real. My mouth opened in horror, and he put his hand on my shoulder. We've been watching you walk here for weeks. It's how I made such a realistic version for the video. Me and my wife calculated everything. You're about to pay us over $1 million. I grabbed my head in horror, realizing they had framed me. The sirens wailed as the cops and paramedics pulled up. The mom screamed, "I saw him shake our baby. He's a psychopath." And the dad showed them the fake video. I was immediately cuffed. I stomped my foot and begged them to believe me, but my head was already inside the squad car. That's when the paramedic cut in. "These bruises are from a vertical impact." He held up the baby. "This baby wasn't shaken. He fell." The parents froze as the cop putting me in the car looked at them. "But you said you saw him shake your baby. So what actually happened?" They both stood still, their faces turning white. The cop's eyes narrowed. "You know further testing on bruises takes minutes. We'll find out the truth before lunch. So I'll ask again. What happened to the baby?" That's when the dad flailed his arms and, realizing they were caught, pointed straight at the mom with shaking fingers. This was her idea. We dropped the baby from the balcony so he'd catch it and we could sue him. I didn't want to, but she made me. Arrest her. Her mouth fell open in disbelief as she pointed back. No, it was his idea. The cops uncuffed me and just arrested them both immediately. A little girl ran out of a store but tripped on a stick and started falling face first 2 feet in front of my scooter. I jerked the handlebars sideways and the lime scooter went out from under me. My phone was still mounted on the handles as the whole thing scraped across the sidewalk and my elbow smashed and dragged against the concrete, but I managed to avoid the little girl completely. I could hear chat notifications from my live stream going crazy. The little girl was crying face down on the sidewalk when her mom came sprinting out the store and started screaming that I was a monster. I'd torn up my elbow to save her kid and I was about to get blamed for hurting her. "You hit my baby!" I tried to point at the stick still sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, but her dad was already on the phone calling 911, and her mom dropped to her knees crying about teenagers going too fast on scooters. A crowd of bystanders had started forming around us and they were all glaring at me like this was somehow my fault. I put my hands in the air. She tripped. The dad told me to shut my mouth. My scooter was lying on the sidewalk next to me, and I could see my chat going insane on the screen, but nobody else was paying any attention to it. The cop pulled up to the curb, and the parents swarmed him at the cruiser door, the mom crying, the dad pointing at me, and the bystanders all nodding along like they'd witnessed the whole thing themselves. He started writing without even looking at me. "I have proof. I can show you." He just kept writing. Nobody was going to listen to the teenager on a scooter, and they were going to drown me out until the cop drove off with me in the back seat. I pushed up onto my feet with blood running down my forearm, and I screamed. I was live streaming the whole thing. The sidewalk went quiet. I ripped the phone out of the mount and shoved it at the cop. Chat was scrolling faster than he could read. She tripped. The stick. He never touched her. Someone had already clipped the crash and pinned it to the top. The cop watched 5 seconds of a little girl's foot catching a stick and me bailing out so I didn't hit her. He turned to the parents with a raised eyebrow. A week later, I was riding the same route home on the same scooter, and my chat was 10 times the size it had been that night. Now, I always keep an eye out for rogue sticks and flying little girls. Dad pressed $10 into my palm and said, "That's your allowance for the week, son. Spend it however you want." My eyes lit up, and I immediately went to the store, walking out with chips, candy, and some soda. But on my way home, I spat the soda from my mouth because the bike I'd been wanting for years was for sale at $250. I immediately did the math and realized I could have a new bike in 6 months if I just saved my allowance. I went home determined and saved every cent from that day on. Every time Dad pressed the $10 into my palm, I carefully hid it behind my old bike helmet in my closet. I watched my friends spend their allowance on snacks and chips, and even though I was jealous, I held out. 6 months later, I walked into the bike store and gave the cashier my $250. I took my dream bike off the rack and cycled home with a huge smile. I wheeled it it inside. But when Dad saw me, his face immediately changed. "Where did you get that bike?" I smiled. "I've been saving my allowance for months, Dad. I haven't bought a single snack. Are you proud of me?" But he went red and got in my face. "That's not what an allowance is for. An allowance is for small purchases, not saving up." The smile on my face dropped and I replied, "But you said spend it how I want." "That's literally what I did. I just saved up and bought my bike." He held up his hand and called my mom in. They lectured me about being irresponsible with money and said, "If you were going to waste your allowance on toys, you should have just given Dad back his money." My dad took the bike and loaded it in his car. I'm going back to the bike store with this. When I picked my daughter up from school, she pointed at a car in the parking lot and said, "That creepy man has been watching us all day." I looked over. A man was sitting in a parked car by himself, just staring at the school. I grabbed my daughter's hand. "Did he talk to you?" "No, he just watches us." I knew immediately something was wrong. The next morning, I dropped my daughter off and the man was already there. Same spot, watching every kid walk through the front doors. A mom walked up to me. "That man is here every single day watching our kids. This isn't safe. I'm gonna confront him." She walked straight up to his car and knocked on the window. He rolled his window down, but before she could say anything, she gasped. She looked down and saw something shiny and black on his hip, a gun. She backed away slowly and whispered to me, "He has a gun. I'm calling the school right now." Within minutes, the school activated a lockdown drill. Alarms went off. The man heard the alarm and his face changed. He grabbed his gun, threw his car door open, and sprinted toward the school. Police arrived and saw a man running toward a school with a gun. They tackled him on the pavement and beat him so badly he had to be carried into an ambulance. He screamed, "Not again! Please! I have to go in!" What he said didn't make sense, but that night, I found out what he meant. I was watching the news when his face came up. Turns out, his daughter had been killed in a school shooting 3 years ago. Every day since then, he parked outside schools to watch over other people's kids. He carried a weapon so that if it ever happened again, someone would be there to stop it. When he heard that alarm, he ran toward it, thinking there was a shooter. The man we feared was the only one willing to die for our children, and he did. Our bus driver had run our route for years, so when he blew past the first stop, nobody panicked. But by the third, missed stop, the back of the bus smelled wrong, sharp and chemical, and a girl in front of me started coughing into her sleeve. "What's that smell?" I called up the aisle, and he kept his eyes forward. "Just some engine trouble. Sit tight," he said. But his eyes found mine in the rearview mirror and held there a second too long, and I eased back into my seat. Then I looked down. A bundle of clothes was stuffed under the back bench, soaked in something that smelled like gasoline, and a dark line of it was creeping up the aisle. I had to stop this bus or every kid on it was going to burn alive. The fumes got so thick I had to breathe through my shirt, and kids were on their knees gagging and slamming flat hands against the windows, but the latches wouldn't budge. A boy ripped the fire extinguisher off the wall by the door and swung it at the glass, but the driver snatched it away one-handed and wedged it down beside his seat. "Open the door, we can't breathe," a girl screamed at the front, and the driver just gripped the wheel. Then he pulled over on an empty road. The front door hissed open, and kids stumbled over each other toward the air, but it only stayed open long enough for a man to step inside. Then it slammed shut and the bus rolled on. The man held up a lighter, fire flickering at his fingertips. He walked the aisle slow, eyes locked on me, and stopped with the flame an inch above the soaked clothes. "Hey kid, remember the basketball court? You pointed me out to the cops, and your little story bought me 4 years inside. Dear old Dad knew right where to find you." He nodded at the driver, who wouldn't meet his eyes in the mirror. My legs went weak, but 2 kids hauled the arm with the lighter toward the ceiling. 3 more tackled his knees, and I lunged for his wrist as the flame dipped and lifted and dipped again. "It wasn't a story," I screamed from under the pile. "He was beating a kid half to death, and that's all I ever told them." The man grinned, still forcing the lighter toward the floor. "You should have kept your mouth shut." The driver slammed the brakes so hard we all slid into the seats, and he was up with the extinguisher he'd taken from that boy. "You told me you didn't do it." Then he pulled the pin and buried the back of the bus in foam, the soaked clothes, the line up the aisle, us, until everything was white. His son tore one arm free, finally got the lighter lit, and dropped it. The flame died in the foam against my shoe. There was nothing left for it to burn. His boots slid out from under him in the foam, and the kids pinned him there. And the man who had driven us safely down that road for years stood over his own son and finally let the empty extinguisher fall. I was watching the New Year's fireworks exploding while my dog sat calmly beside me. Gringo did 2 years in Iraq with me and wasn't scared of loud noises, but then a lit firework came flying straight at us. I scrambled to get Gringo, but I wasn't fast fast enough. The firework went off near his leg, and Gringo immediately yelped. When I looked over, a punk teenager was staring at us and smirking from the pavement. Maybe now that dog will finally start being scared of my fireworks. I balled my fist as I wanted to lay him out, but I couldn't hit a teenager. I drove Gringo to the hospital as he sat silently shaking in my car, quiet despite the terrible pain. The vet told me they'd have to amputate his leg. Gringo rolled home with me in a dog wheelchair for his back legs. The teenager stood right there with more fireworks in hand. Every day for the next 2 weeks, he set them off when me and Gringo walked outside. I gripped my head in horror because Gringo had started shaking and being afraid, something 2 years in Iraq never even did to him. I watched the punk bring a box of fireworks into his shed and knew I had to act. I called Hughes, the bomb diffuser I served with, and that night we were in the shed rigging his fireworks. We walked to his door and saw him through the window throwing darts at a board full of pictures of dogs. We rang, and he opened. "Are you here to beg me to stop with the fireworks? Your dog can't take much more." He laughed, but then Hughes held up a sole firework. He stuck it to the punk's hand before he could reply, and I held up a detonator. "Now walk with us, or your hand goes boom." His face instantly went pale. "You're lying." But me and Hughes dragged him out to his backyard. Gringo was right there, watching. "Now we're gonna take your hand the way you took his foot." His legs began trembling, and he dropped to his knees, and I pressed the detonator. It beeped once, and I laughed. "Now I'll give you a 3-second countdown to prepare before it blows for real." I held my finger inches from the button. 3, he cried. "No, please. I'll do anything." 2, "Please stop." 1, pee was running down his leg as Gringo wagged his tail. 0, I pressed the button. The punk closed his eyes and pressed his hand into the dirt, but nothing happened. "What's going on?" he said through tears. Me and Hughes got in his face. "I wanted you to feel the fear my dog felt, but because I'm nice, I won't actually take one of your limbs, even if you deserve it. But if I see you light another firework, then I will. You got it?" He shook his head like a bobblehead, pale and shaking, with snot running down his nose. I unstrapped the firework and sent him home with his delinquency problem resolved. Me and my roommate arrived home to an eviction notice on our apartment door. I immediately tore it down, and we read it. "Last 3 months' rent not paid. You have a week to move out." I started panicking because we were screwed, but that's when Theo nudged me. "Dude, what is that on the back?" I flipped it over and found an advertisement for a game show. "Or, you can defeat the world's deadliest obstacle with a friend tonight and win the ownership rights of any building in the city." It was hosted by our landlord. I was already scanning the QR code to sign up. "We don't have a choice. We gotta do it." That night we both showed up, and the first thing we saw was our landlord in a gold glittery suit, holding a microphone and screaming to the audience of over 5,000 people. "Without further ado, let's get started, everyone." We excitedly sprinted towards the elevator that carried us up all the way to 5,000 feet in the air. I started sweating like crazy. "Is this even legal?" Theo shrugged. "Better than being homeless." We walked out and saw a bunch of other brokies our age, all waving to us like they understood why we were there. Vance tapped his microphone. "All right, you all have 3 minutes to make it across the platform without falling down into the pool of water below." I grabbed Theo's hand. "We got this, bro. We're gonna be rich." We sprinted across the spinning cylinders, already out of breath, and I wondered if this would all be worth it. When we got to the other side, I collapsed from exhaustion, but Theo instantly pulled me back up. "Dude, look, we're the last ones standing." I stood up and couldn't believe how easy it was, until all the lights turned red. Congratulations to Theo and Ross. Now there's only one obstacle left. Me and Theo looked at each other completely confused, because this wasn't part of the deal. Suddenly, a red button emerged in the middle of the obstacle. Vance smiled. "The first one to press it gets ownership of the building, and an additional $400,000 bonus. The other gets nothing." A clock lit up that counted down from 60 seconds. Me and Theo locked eyes. "Dude, you should take it and put your brother in private school. It's not fair that he has to spend his childhood being bullied." I shook my head. "No, I know your mom's been struggling since the cancer diagnosis. Press it and use the money to pay for her treatment." Neither of us moved. Buzz. Time ran out. "You both lose," Vance said. "Get them off my stage." We both got in the elevator, finally getting ready to accept our homelessness. But when we walked out, every single person in the audience was chanting our names and booing Vance. He sweated nervously. "Guys, I'm just following the rules of the game." But the audience kept screaming and holding up signs. "Pay them both or we're not coming back. No crowd, no show." Theo raised his fist over his mouth and laughed. "Dude, they're on our side." I was too amazed to respond, and Vance had no choice. He signed his own building over and handed us both a duffel bag filled with $400,000 each, jaw clenched. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the same eviction notice we'd torn off our door. "It's our building now. You've got a week to move out." My brother Will grabbed my hand at his own wedding reception and did the emergency handshake we made up as kids. Palm to palm, double squeeze, thumb slide, tap on the wrist. My hand finished it without thinking, and when I looked at his face, I knew he was asking for help. But before I could do anything, his bride wrapped her hand around his arm. "Come on, honey, my aunt wants to meet you." Will looked back at me over his shoulder as she pulled him away, and I realized I needed to get him away from her. At dinner, his bride grabbed the microphone. When I met Will, he was a mess who was always having panic attacks and couldn't function, but I fixed him. She put her hand on top of his head like he was a dog, and he stared at his plate while everyone clapped. I walked toward their table to talk to him, but she got up and blocked me. "He's overwhelmed right now." She pushed me back to my seat, then went back and cut Will's food into small pieces and told him to eat slowly. He looked humiliated. After dinner, I finally got to Will alone. "We need to talk about the handshake." "I don't know what you're talking about." His voice sounded empty. His bride appeared from behind him and wrapped her arm around his waist. "What handshake?" she asked with a fake smile. I grabbed Will's wrist to pull him away, and his sleeve rode up, and I saw deep purple bruises before she yanked it back down. "He's so clumsy lately." "Tell him, Will." She squeezed his waist, and he flinched. "I'm all right, bro. I just fell." I grabbed Will's arm and pulled him toward the exit while his bride chased us. While we ran, he started crying. I didn't want to get married, but she said if I ended it, she would tell everyone I hurt her. She even has pictures of bruises she gave herself. His bride caught up and tackled him. "Tell him you're making this up because you're sick." Will pushed her off and rolled up both sleeves while he stood up, showing the burns that covered his arms. "She burns me with her curling iron when I don't listen and tells everyone I do it to myself." He looked at me. "But I knew you would believe me." I walked him out while his bride screamed behind us that he would regret leaving her, and he had 5 seconds to turn around. I told Will to keep walking, but I turned around and flicked her off. We saw her the next day, but this time she was getting handcuffed and pushed into the police cruiser. I looked at Will and dapped him up. "Looks like we don't need our handshake anymore." I was on break in the back room, scrolling on my phone and trying to finish my algebra homework before second period tomorrow, when Larry burst in and locked the door behind him. "We're about to get robbed," he whispered, pressing his back against the door. I told him people sit in fast food booths all the time without ordering, especially when it's cold. "I'm calling the cops. I need you out there. If they make a move, come tell me." Then he grabbed the mop, still wet from the bathroom floor, and pressed it into my hands. "Hold this. It'll give you confidence." I knew those two weren't robbing anybody, but there was no talking Larry out of it, and the only person about to get himself in real trouble was him. So I walked out front holding a damp mop while Larry hissed instructions through the cracked door. The two guys were on their phones, and one had a backpack. I went over and asked if they needed anything. "Nah, we're just waiting on our ride," the taller one said. "The bus stop out front is closed." So I went back and told Larry, but he was already whispering into his phone. "Yes, officer. Possible armed robbery in progress." Then the drive-thru started beeping because nobody was running the front. I leaned the mop against the counter and grabbed the headset. Larry glared at me through the crack. "What are you doing?" he hissed. "Drive-thru. Someone has to." The woman at the window handed me her card and looked past my shoulder. "There's a cop car pulling into your parking lot." 2 officers walked in fast with their hands near their belts, and Larry exploded out of the break room with both hands up. "I'm the caller. Those two, right there. I knew it." The officers searched them right there. The backpack had notebooks, a laptop charger, and a chemistry textbook. The taller one held out his student ID with 2 fingers. "I'm a college student. I was waiting for a friend to pick me up." Then one of the officers turned to Larry. "Sir, we got another call on the way here from your district manager. He says he has footage of you locking a 17-year-old in an unsafe position and shoving a mop in his hands so he could be the deterrent." Larry's mouth opened and closed. The officer kept going. "The cameras have audio, Larry. You called this in on yourself." I picked the mop back up off the counter. I was still holding it when they walked him out. I was walking to third period when I saw Terrence grab some random girl by the back of her head and shove her face first into a water fountain. I heard the crack of her teeth against the metal and watched blood run down her chin. A teacher ran over, and suddenly, Terrence started rocking back and forth. I'm sorry. I could tell that he was pretending to have a breakdown so he wouldn't get in trouble. "I can't help it. I have autism." She believed him and walked away without punishing him. My little sister appeared behind me. "He does this all the time, but he only targets girls." "I'll never let him hurt you," I said, and I meant it because that's how my dad raised me. The next morning, I walked into the principal's office. "Terrence is lying about being autistic. He's just doing it to get away with bullying girls." The principal shrugged his shoulders. "He has autism. You need to be more understanding of others' struggles. He has no diagnosis. That's not for you to decide." And the next day, I was in class when my sister texted me one word: "Help." I immediately ran out, searching the hallways for her. That's when I heard it. Crash. I turned the corner and saw Terrence slamming my sister into the lockers. Her head cracked against the metal. She crumpled to the floor, holding her head, dazed. Students came and crowded around. Someone called an ambulance for my sister. My fist connected with his jaw, and he crashed down on the floor. He lay there frozen, because nobody had ever hit him back before. for, and he immediately started screaming like a little bitch. How dare you? I have autism. You can't touch me. Fake tears were streaming down his face. As the ambulance arrived for my sister, the principal grabbed my arm and dragged us both to the office. Terrence's mom arrived 5 minutes later. I'm suing. You attacked my special needs son. Then my dad walked in, terrifyingly calm. Show me your son's autism diagnosis. Dead silence. The paperwork, the doctor's report, anything. Terrence's mom suddenly had nothing to say. He stared at the floor. That's when I knew there was no diagnosis. My dad grabbed Terrence by the collar and dragged him out so fast he tripped over his own feet. I heard him whisper, "If you ever touch my daughter again, I'll beat you so bad people might actually think you have autism." I was 400 pounds and waiting for my son to come out of school when his classmate laughed. Dude, is that your dad? He's literally built like a fridge. Another friend tripped him up and laughed when he fell. Maybe if your dad wasn't so fat, he could actually help you up without using his walking cane. I looked at my 400-pound self in the mirror and realized something needed to change. That evening, I tried going on my first walk in years, but I only made it to the end of the street before I had to take a break and sit down on the curb, sweat soaked through my shirt, while kids coasted past me on their bikes. Run, Forrest, run! I got so angry that I immediately got up and started chasing after them, but my knees started crumbling under the pressure of my own weight, and I instantly stopped and turned around. When I got home, I instinctively reached for the family size of Chips Ahoy, unwrapped the blue plastic, and let them melt on my tongue. My mouth was still salivating when my son walked in. His chin started to shake, and his voice cracked. "You're not gonna give up, right, Dad?" I turned red and shoved the cookies into the trash can. "No, son. No, I'm not." After that, I stopped counting the days I wanted to give up and started counting the pounds I was losing instead. 10, then 40, then 100. And a year later, I pulled into the same pickup spot 140 pounds lighter. For the first time, I shut off the engine and got out to wait for my son by the gate. I saw the same boys on the low wall, and this time when they thought I wasn't listening, one of them turned to my son and said, "I still feel bad about what you told us to say about your dad when you knew he was listening." My son stood next to him. "It was worth it. He heard the whole thing about you calling him a fridge, and he changed the next day. Plus, it had to be done." I was eavesdropping when the doctor told him he had less than a year to survive if he didn't start losing weight. My son had tears streaming down his face when he turned towards me and realized I'd been listening the whole time. We locked eyes, and he whispered, "Something had to change. I wasn't gonna let you die." The skydiving plane was 13,000 feet in the air when suddenly the engine caught on fire. I scrambled up off the floor, my chute dragging behind me in a tangle, and the GoPro on my forehead was still streaming. I looked down at my phone where I had my mom on FaceTime. My hands were trembling because this jump was to raise $40,000 for her cancer treatment. When you jump, keep your eyes on the handle, Eli. You never pull what you can't see. My mom had 800 jumps before the cancer grounded her, and her voice came through the speaker steadier than anyone on that burning plane. "I love you, son." I smiled at her and pretended like everything was fine. "I'll be jumping soon. Bye, Mom. See you on the other side." The floor tilted as the last jumpers bailed out the door, and the instructor grabbed my shoulder, screaming over the engine, "Your parachute is wrecked. The second you're out, rip it off before you open the emergency chute, or it'll strangle you. You get one shot to land safely. You can't afford to screw this up." The plane jolted sideways, and I knew I had to make a decision. I put my toes right by the door and gripped the metal bar with my eyes clenched tight. 3, 2, 1. I jumped, and the sky flipped over me, and I yanked the release and felt my ruined chute rip free. I reached my right hand back to pull the emergency chute handle, but I couldn't. The fall was so powerful that I couldn't move. There was only 13,000 feet between me and the ground, and I had to act fast, otherwise I'd end up as minced meat on the sidewalk. I grabbed blind for the handle and caught nothing but my own suit, spinning, and past the panic I heard her, calmer than the wind. "Eyes on the handle, Eli." I forced my chin down, found the silver handle against my ribs, and pulled. The backup parachute cracked open and yanked me upright, and I slammed down into a farm field hard enough to snap my ankle. I took off the GoPro and spoke directly to it. "I'm here, Mom. I'm okay." When I limped into her room the next day, she pulled me down by the collar, pressed her forehead to mine, and whispered, "You jumped." She had saved my life from a chemo chair while I was falling out of the sky trying to save hers. At 2 in the morning, my phone rang, and my daughter's voice came through, tiny and terrified. "Daddy, Mommy's gone, and I'm hungry, and I don't know what to do." I'd moved 6 hours away after things fell apart with her mom, but I was already grabbing my keys. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" The line went dead before she could answer. I called back and it went straight to voicemail, so I tried my ex, but she didn't pick up. I'd been sending money for my girl every month, and my mom, who lived 10 minutes from her, always swore she was thriving. I tried her next and got the same silence. I thought about calling the police, but a year of those promises had me sure I'd just find her scared and alone. So I did 90 on the highway for 6 hours, telling myself my own mother would would never lie to me about my own kid. I burst through my ex's unlocked front door, and the smell hit me first. Then I found my daughter in a storage closet on a bare mattress, covered in filth, her face so thin I could see her skull. "You came," she whispered. I picked her up, and she weighed nothing. I cleaned her up with my shirt and bottled water from my truck because the tub was full of black mold. Then I drove straight to the hospital with her limp in my arms. The doctor hooked her up to IVs and came out looking grim. "Your daughter is severely malnourished. We have to call the authorities." A cop showed up, and when my ex walked in hours later with a lawyer, she was already screaming. "He abandoned us and paid me to keep her away. I have bank records, thousands of dollars, and now he breaks in and tries to steal her?" The cop's face hardened toward me, and I had no way to explain the money fast enough. That's when my mom rushed through the door, already crying. She'd finally answered my calls, and she couldn't carry the lie one more day. She stepped in front of the cop. "I'm sorry, but I watched that little girl starve. Her mom spent every dollar he sent partying, and she paid me to keep telling him everything was fine. I won't let her put this on him." The cop turned to her. "You witnessed the neglect? I'll testify to all of it." My ex started screaming, but the cop was already reaching for his cuffs. I got full custody and never spoke to my mom again. I barely sat down in first period when my teacher asked, "Why are you here?" I looked at her confused, so she told me to go to the office. I grabbed my bag, and the second I stepped into the hall, my best friend pulled me into a tight hug. "I'm so sorry about Devin," he said, but I asked, "What about my brother?" That's when he pulled back and looked at me with tears in his eyes. "There was an accident on Route 45. It was your brother's red Jeep." I immediately sprinted outside. Mom was already in the parking lot, and I asked if Devin was okay, but she just told me to get in. I kept trying to ask questions, but Mom kept saying, "When we get home," as she gripped the steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned white. When we got home, I instantly noticed Devin's red Jeep was missing, and suddenly everything felt so real. Mom stayed in the car while I walked to the house, my footsteps feeling heavy. I opened the door, and the house was too quiet until I heard SportsCenter playing in the living room. And then I saw Devin lounging on the couch, and he looked at me. "Shouldn't you be at school?" I stared at him in disbelief. "Everyone thinks you're dead." He laughed, but I said, "I'm serious. Someone died in your Jeep this morning." That's when Mom walked in, and she collapsed the second she saw Devin, and he realized this wasn't a joke. And then there was a knock on the door, and the cops were outside. We got an ID on the Route 45 victim, Sean Engler, 24. Devin's face went white. "My best friend? Sean? How?" That's when I saw our Ring doorbell, and I realized we could see what happened on the app, so I took out my phone and played the footage. We watched Sean stumble up our driveway, drunk and crying because his girlfriend just dumped him. And when nobody answered, he went for the Jeep and sat there for a minute with his head on the steering wheel, and then he started the Jeep and drove away. "You left the keys in the car, like always," I said quietly. Devin closed his eyes. He came to me for help, and I didn't answer, and now he's dead. I was outside looking for my cat when I saw my neighbor stepping on her tail and laughing. My cat was screaming. I ran over and shoved him off. "What is wrong with you? Why were you stepping on her tail?" He got close to my face. "Because I wanted to." "What are you gonna do about it?" I wanted to punch him because my cat Fluff is my best friend. She's friendly with everyone, so we let her roam outside, and he stomped on her for a laugh. I wanted to knock his teeth out of his mouth, but I grabbed my cat and walked away because I thought it wouldn't happen again. Then the next day, I brought Fluff in my room and closed my door to trap her. I wasn't taking any chances, but when I went to the bathroom, Fluff slipped out the front door and went outside. I didn't even notice until I heard her screech from outside. My balls hit the floor. I ran out, and the neighbor was on my yard, standing on Fluff's tail even harder than before. He pressed harder, smiling at her pain. She was crying. I shoved him off and picked her up. Her tail was limp and bent sideways. He looked at me smiling. "Next time I'll step harder." I was shaking with anger. I saw his wife watching from her balcony and screamed, "Your husband came into my yard and stepped on my cat's tail again." She rolled her eyes. "It's just a tail. Relax," and looked away. I took Fluff to the vet because her tail wasn't moving anymore. The vet looked at me and said the tail was too damaged. They cut off her tail. I was comforting my cat and knew exactly what I needed to do to make sure he never did this again. The next morning, I laced up my black Timberlands and went outside, waiting for him to come out. Then I saw him walk onto my yard, look around, and go behind the bushes looking for my cat. He saw me and smirked. "Where's your dumb cat? I want to stomp on it again." I walked up to him. He didn't even see it coming. I lifted my Timberland so high and stomped on his foot as hard as I could. He started screaming. Punch! 2 teeth flew out his mouth after my fist connected with his jaw. I kept my foot pressed on his so he wouldn't fall. "What are you gonna do about this?" His wife heard him scream and came running out. "What happened? What did you do to my husband?" I looked at her and smiled. "It's just a couple teeth. Relax." I took something from him the same way he did to my cat. I had one leg out my bedroom window and one foot still on the carpet when the porch swing started creaking below me. I pulled my leg back inside real slow. Grandma was sitting on that swing, 10 feet straight below my window, sipping her tea. Mom was at the hospital working the night shift, so Grandma was watching me. I was grounded for the whole month for skipping class, and my friends were already heading to the store to get snacks, with or without me. The only other way out was the wooden trellis around the side of the house, and that thing was in really bad shape. My phone buzzed in my pocket, my buddy asking where I was. They were about to leave me. I had to find a way out of this house. I tiptoed across the hall to the bathroom and locked the door behind me. I slid the window up an inch at a time so it wouldn't squeak and leaned out. The trellis ran straight down to the empty side yard. I couldn't see the porch from this angle. I climbed onto the sill and turned around to face the house. My foot found the first wooden slat. It held under my weight. The second one held too. I was halfway down when the third slat snapped clean under my sneaker, and I dropped the last 6 feet straight into the bushes. I lay there in the dirt and listened. The porch swing was still creaking. I crawled out of the bushes, brushed the leaves off my jeans, and started walking toward the sidewalk. I made it about 10 steps before Grandma called my name from the porch. I stopped. She was standing at the railing now, holding her tea in both hands. "Get over here, young man." I walked back, waiting for her to say she was calling Mom. Instead, she reached into the pocket of her sweater and held out 2 $20 bills. "Take a cab there and a cab back. Don't walk home in the dark." I stared at the money. I climbed out that same window when I was 16. She sat back down on the swing. "Mom gets off at 6. Be home by 5. Use the front door." Before I could say anything, my friends shoved me into the front seat of the King Dakar roller coaster at Six Flags, snapped the safety bar shut, and started chanting "chicken" behind me. Lil Cray thumped the back of my seat, yelling, "Don't pee yourself, chicken," into my ear. I'd been telling them all morning that I was scared of coasters. King Dakar was about to shoot us 456 feet straight up at 128 miles an hour. My knuckles were white on the bar before we even left the station. The train rolled onto the launch strip and shot forward so hard my head slammed into the headrest. The track flipped vertical, so I was suddenly staring straight up at the sky. My stomach started flipping with it as we climbed higher, and the whole park shrank below my feet. The breakfast burrito I'd eaten 2 hours ago felt like it was crawling up my throat. At the top of the tower, the coaster paused for half a second of pure weightlessness. My stomach finally gave up, and so did my bladder. I felt it coming, so I leaned forward. The coaster tipped over the edge, and time slowed down. I watched the burrito fly out in a long brown arc, with the pea streaming up after it, both floating in front of my face. My hands shot up to catch it, but it drifted past my fingers. Behind me, my friends had their mouths stretched wide open from the coaster's momentum. Gravity caught up, and the burrito and pea splashed into their open mouths. We rolled into the station, and the safety bar clicked open. I climbed out and turned around. Lil Cray had chunks of breakfast burrito sliding down his bangs. The 2 girls behind him had pea streaks across their faces. I smirked and said, "I told you guys I was scared of coasters, but at least I did it right, guys." They all turned to the sides and threw up. The ride home was quiet, and nobody called me chicken after that. It was the last week of school, and our bus was completely out of control that morning. Music blasting and homework flying through the air. "Sit down." Mr. Carter's voice cracked over the intercom, but we barely heard him over our chaos. He missed the first turn for school, and we laughed, but when he did not turn around, everyone stopped smiling. "Mr. C, school's that way," Jenna called out. He kept driving with his foot pressing harder on the gas, and his eyes locked straight ahead, like we weren't even there. We'd finally pushed the grumpiest bus driver in the district over the edge. Jenna started shaking. "Oh my God, he's kidnapping us." He swung onto the highway on ramp and merged so hard that kids grabbed the seats in front of them, and someone in the back started crying. Jenna ran up to the front of the bus, gripping the seats as he swerved between lanes. "Please, Mr. Carter, we're sorry. Just take us to school." We tore through a Walmart parking lot, cutting between cars. Then he sped onto some back road with trees on both sides and no houses anywhere. Police lights appeared behind us. Instead of pulling over, he went even faster. A boy in the back screamed, "Yo, he's running from the cops." The intercom clicked on. "Jenna, call 911 right now." Jenna was crying. "What? The cops are literally right behind us." He punched the steering wheel. "Just do it. Tell them we're on the back road behind the Walmart, and there is a black Ford Explorer trying to pull us over." Jenna dialed with shaking hands and told the dispatcher exactly what Mr. Carter had told him to. Then he asked, "They said that isn't a real cop and not to pull over. The real police are almost here." A minute later, we watched through the back window as real police cars boxed the Explorer in and forced it to pull over. Mr. Carter pulled over and sat there with both hands still on the wheel and his whole body shaking. Then he turned to face all of us. "We got a notice this morning about a fake cop near the schools, and when I saw that Explorer following us, I knew something was off." A tear rolled down his cheek. "I'm sorry I scared you. You're all my kids." It was the first time any of us had ever seen him cry. "Start over. You missed a spot." Our neighbor pointed at his hood from his porch chair while my brother and I washed both his cars before school. He told Mom we were playing too loud, and she handed us sponges and pointed at the door. That was Mom's punishment. Whenever we got in trouble, she'd send us to help a neighbor and this guy took full advantage. One afternoon, he showed up at our door. "Your boys wouldn't help me at the market. They need to learn some respect." Mom's hand caught my cheek before I got a word out. That night, we scrubbed his floors while he sat on the couch 3 feet away watching TV. My brother looked at me. Enough. We'd seen him bring women home every time his wife was at her shop. So when we were playing outside and spotted another one walk through his front door, we knew exactly what to do. We took our last coins, bought 2 ice creams, and walked to her store licking our cones with big smiles. We sat down and she laughed and asked how Mom was doing. "We're good. We really like your sister, by the way. She's so nice to us whenever she visits." She stopped laughing. "I don't have a sister." I tilted my head. "The pretty auntie? She's at your house right now." She didn't even close her store, just sprinted out the door. By the time we walked home, bags and shoes were already flying through his front door while the whole block watched. He chased a pair of pants across the yard and she threw a shoe at his head. "Those cars you make these boys wash every week? Mine. Everything here is mine. You don't own a thing. Boys, come help me throw the rest out." We tossed his shirts and carried his bags with the biggest smiles on our faces until every last sock hit the dirt. Mom never stopped loaning us out, but we never washed his cars again. After that night, he didn't even have a roof over his head. My friend Danny leaned over after the first inning of the Mets game. $100 says you can't do the 999 challenge. That's a hot dog and a beer every single inning, all 9 of them. You'll be lucky to make it to the 7th. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I said yes before he finished the sentence. I crushed the first hot dog, chased it with the rest of my beer, and watched Danny wave down a vendor for round 2. Easy money, I thought. I had no idea how stupid I was. By the 4th inning, the beer had the stadium tilting, and my stomach was a water balloon someone kept poking, every hot dog harder to keep down than the last. The guy next to me clocked what I was doing, told his wife, who told the row behind her. So by the 5th section, 114 had a system. Hot dog 6 tried to come back up. I swallowed it back down, eyes watering, while the whole section held its breath. When it stayed put, they lost it. Strangers were flagging vendors before I finished chewing. A woman with a foam finger ran a live tally on her phone, and 2 rows back, somebody opened a side bet on whether I'd make it. I raised my beer, because that's what you do when 50 strangers believe in you, even with my body in full revolt. By the 8th inning, I couldn't have told you the score, the inning, or my own name. The 9th inning started, and the vendor vanished. The foam finger woman was craning her neck, Danny was scanning the aisle, and I figured that was it. Then I heard it. Mr. Met waddled up the aisle, giant baseball head bobbing, with a single hot dog tucked under one oversized arm. He stopped in front of me, held it out like a trophy, and I grabbed it with both hands. First bite, second bite. My jaw slowed, my eyes glazed over, and the whole section stopped breathing. For 1 second, I was sure it was all coming back up. The loudest burp of my life tore out, and the guy 3 rows up turned around. I crammed in the last bite, slammed the final beer, and threw both arms in the air. Section 114 lost its mind. Danny handed over $100 with the face of a man who'd made a terrible mistake. Mr. Met threw an arm around me for a photo I'll keep forever. I have absolutely no memory of the 7th inning. I stretched out my hand and watched my 6-year-old daughter paint my nails with the biggest smile on her face. "You're going to be a princess, Daddy." She held my pink nails up against her own. "Now we're matching like superheroes." I fist bumped her and put on my work shoes, but as I was about to leave, my wife blocked me in the doorway and stared at my nails with disgust. "You're seriously going to work like that? You look ridiculous. Take them off." I looked over at my daughter in the corner with her smile fading, and my heart broke. Yes, I'm going to work like that. I think I look like a princess. I stepped around my wife and noticed my daughter looking at me like I was her hero. I felt proud, but when I came home from work, my brother was sitting at the kitchen table with my wife, his arms crossed. "I get what you're trying to do, but real men don't paint their nails." He pointed at my pink polish. "Tell your daughter her father isn't a girl." I was shocked and just walked upstairs without a word, but then I saw my daughter crying in her room and throwing all her polish away. "Mommy said you're embarrassed of your pink nails and that you only do them because I want you to," she sobbed. I felt terrible and instantly hugged her, showing her my pink nails and saying, "No, sweetie, I do it because I want to match with you, like superheroes." She giggled through her tears, and I told her, "Go get dressed, we're getting ice cream." We walked out the front door, holding hands with our matching pink nails, while my wife and brother stared at us in anger. We got our bubblegum ice cream and smiled about it, but then she stepped onto the road too early. I heard a screech, then the sound of impact. I dropped to my knees, but it was too late, and all I could do was watch as her blood covered my pink nails. She had planned to redo them for me later to make them brighter, but now she never would. The night before her funeral, I walked into her room crying and just sat at her desk, completely devastated. I looked at my now bare nails and knew what I had to do. I pulled out her nail polish and began doing them just like she had taught me, barely able to see anything through my tears. I walked into her funeral with my nails painted pink and proud. My wife and my brother saw them, but this time they stayed completely silent, looking at me in shame. I knelt at my daughter's casket, and my heart shattered as I got to show her my pink superhero nails one last time. A skunk lifted its tail on a school trip and sprayed me. When Mr. Dolan found me, the skunk had already shot under the dumpster, and he took one sniff with a huge grin on his face. Looks like someone's been smoking in the woods. I panicked and tried to explain what had happened, but he pinched his nose and laughed in my face. Skunk? Nobody's that unlucky. You're going to the principal, and this time you're getting expelled, and your mom's about to get a phone call she'll never forget. I remembered that Dolan had sent me to the office twice that month, both times for nothing. That's when I realized he didn't care about what the truth was. He just wanted to get rid of me. He grabbed my wrist so hard I couldn't break free and marched me towards the principal. Every kid we passed was already whispering. The lie was turning real, and I was about to lose everything over a smell that wasn't even mine. That's when I had my light bulb moment. You want proof it's a skunk? It's right there under the dumpster. Go look. He dropped my wrist and stomped toward the dumpster with a smile on his face, ready to prove me wrong in front of everyone. And as soon as he leaned over the dumpster and squinted into the dark, I picked up a rock and slammed it against the metal as hard as I could. The skunk shot out tail first and sprayed him in the chest from a foot away. He screamed and fell backward into the dirt, soaked, gagging on his own shirt. Principal King came running when she heard him screaming. He came out running, and he smelled so strong that the principal covered her nose. Mr. Dolan, why do you smell like a dispensary? He pointed a shaking finger at the dumpster. It was a skunk. There's a skunk right there, I swear. I walked up next to him, calm as anything. Nobody's that unlucky, sir. You were smoking. We all saw it. You reek of it. His face went white, and I had to hold back my laugh. The principal turned to my classmates who'd seen the whole thing. Is this true? Did you see this happen? I smirked as I watched them all nod immediately, and Principal King pointed at the school bus. Go wait by the bus, Reginald. You're done here, and your wife's about to get a phone call she'll never forget. 20 kids watched him trip over a tent stake on his way out, still gagging on the smell he swore wasn't a skunk. I brought my pet chimpanzee named Lemon into class for show and tell, but the teacher immediately yelled, "That thing is dangerous. It's gonna attack someone." I looked at Lemon calmly eating an apple in his shades and assured her he was fine, but then a kid opened his bag. "I'm gonna prove that chimp's dangerous." He threw a thick textbook at Lemon's head, hitting him and knocking his glasses to the floor. I heard Lemon whimper, and he immediately cowered behind me, trembling and holding his apple close to his chest. I looked around. See, he's not dangerous, but everyone was already pointing at the door. We don't want a rabid animal in our classroom. I turned back to Lemon's terrified eyes and decided it wasn't worth it. Fine, we'll leave. But while walking out, the alarm suddenly blared. Lockdown. This is not a drill. I heard a rifle reloading in the hallway, and my blood ran cold. Everyone instantly panicked and scrambled under their desks, making noise as they did. Lemon clung to my chest, shaking, and we ran to hide. But then the door handle began rattling. A bullet rifled through and hit the window inches from our teacher's head. Someone screamed, "We're gonna die," as the lock began splintering. I lay there, thinking this was it, but then Lemon jumped off my chest. Lemon, no, but he was already running to the door. The lock broke and burst open, and the shooter stepped in, his finger on the trigger. But Lemon was already in the air. His eyes widened in horror as he saw a chimpanzee in a chain flying at him, and he raised his gun, but Lemon's fist was already at his forehead. It connected so hard I heard a crack, and he fell and dropped the gun. Lemon immediately began mauling him while he screamed for help, but I only called him off after someone kicked the gun away. He jumped into my arms while the shooter laid there in agony without a face, and the whole class was now hailing Lemon as the school legend. I could bring him when I wanted to. My brother Theo sprinted to me after PE, signing frantically. "My teacher stole my hearing aid because she thought it was an earbud. Will you help me get it back?" I pulled the duct tape and rope from Theo's bag before I could reply, and he pointed to the vent behind us. I grinned because this was going to be some epic brother lore. I climbed into the vent without even asking for the plan and crawled through it. We reached the gap above the staff room, where I saw Theo's hearing aid in the confiscated contraband box on the table. I went to speak, but Theo shushed me and pointed his finger. Juan was pouring coffee, the school's blind receptionist who once heard a kid vaping 2 doors away. Any noise, and we were dead. I removed the ceiling tile with my hands trembling on the metal edges, and Theo tied the rope around my waist. He grabbed it and braced. Then he began lowering me. Sweat dripped down my forehead as I descended, seeing Juan stir his coffee, his spoon clinking against the ceramic. He was staring right at me. I reached the box, and my eyes lit up as I reached my hand out towards my brother's hearing aid. But then I heard Theo straining above. My heart dropped as Juan instantly put down his cup. "Who's there?" His feet shuffled towards me while I hung mid-air like a defenseless turkey. Me and Theo panicked, and he started lifting me, but it was too late. Juan's fingers touched the rope, then my hair, and my cheeks went red with embarrassment. I saw his mouth drop in horror and braced myself expecting a freak out, but his face softened. "I know you," he smiled. "You're that ginger kid with curly hair with the deaf brother." He felt the box underneath me, and his hands found Theo's hearing aid. I heard his teacher took this from him earlier. I know what it's like to lose a sense. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. He pressed the hearing aid into my trembling trembling hand. Trying to pull a Mission Impossible stunt to get what your brother needs is admirable. Theo's lucky to have you. He walked back to his coffee like nothing happened, and Theo immediately hauled me back up. I placed the hearing aid in his ear, and we crawled back. Now every time we see Juan, we tap his ear. He taps his glasses back at us, because what happened is our secret. Kathy pulled out her phone and moved her fingers rapidly across her screen. I'm hosting a party here tonight. I looked over at our grandmother holding her walking cane and staring blankly at a wall. No, you're not. Grandma is 92. We're supposed to be taking care of her. Kathy crossed her arms. Grandma's also blind and deaf. She won't notice a thing. I waved my finger no, but when I looked at her phone, over 30 party invites were already sent out. I tried to grab it and unsend every invite, but she'd already posted it to her story for all her friends to see. I pointed at Grandma on the couch, drooling from her mouth. What if she gets hurt? She already thought I was an intruder and tried to hit me with her cane earlier. Relax, it'll be fine. Kathy waved her hand dismissively. Then the doorbell rang. Kathy's boyfriend and his friends walked in carrying 12 packs of beer. They stopped inches from Grandma's face. She really doesn't know I'm here. He waved his hand in her face while Grandma stared at the sky, high on her painkillers. Within an hour, 50 people were drinking in Grandma's living room, while she sat on her sofa, completely oblivious. Her glass of water had been swapped for a beer, and Kathy's friends stood around her, posing for pictures and careful not to touch her. My stomach turned, and I tried to walk towards her, but Kathy grabbed my arm. Leave her alone. She's our entertainment. I looked back at Grandma and saw her reaching for her glass she thought was water. She took one sip and instantly spit it out. Why is there beer in my water? The whole party started laughing, and I felt disgusted. Grandma flailed her arms to get rid of the taste and accidentally touched Kathy's boyfriend's head. She instantly recognized it wasn't me or Kathy and grabbed her cane. Who's in my house? Her voice was frightened, and she swung her cane. Kathy's boyfriend ducked, but the cane hit his tray of beers, and they rifled through the air, drenching Kathy head to toe. She stumbled back, wiping her eyes and makeup, and slammed into Grandma's chair. Grandma immediately stood up. Who's in my house? She swung her cane wider, hitting Kathy in the head and knocking a vase to the floor. Someone yelled, "Run!" and 50 people stampeded for the door. Grandma walked to the kitchen, sweeping her cane in front of her. I'm calling the police. Kathy was on the floor, soaking in beer, screaming, "No, Grandma, please." But Grandma couldn't see or hear her. She picked up the phone and told the dispatcher she had intruders in her home. The senior who'd keyed half the parking lot ripped the hood ornament off my car and tossed it into the grass. It bounced to my shoe, one side bent flat, even though my grandfather had bolted it to the hood the summer before he died. The senior laughed and spun his keys around one finger. What are you gonna do about it? I went straight to the dean's office with the ornament in my hand, but he only looked out the window at the lot and shrugged. Park somewhere else. That was when I decided to handle it myself. The next morning, I parked in the same spot with a note on the windshield. Try it again. By lunch, half the underclassmen watched from the steps as the senior walked up, pulled out his keys, and dragged one down my driver's side door. A balloon under the mirror popped, blasting orange paint across his neck while the lot erupted. He wiped paint from his eye and pointed at me. I'll get your pass pulled for this. I held up both hands. For what? Parking? 2 days later, I parked there again with the window cracked and the bent ornament sitting on the dash where he could see it. After school, he checked the lot once and grabbed the door handle, but blue dye and silver glitter smeared across his palm the second his fingers closed around it. He wiped it on his jeans, spreading blue glitter from his fingertips to his wrist, while phones came up around him. You're done, he hissed, shoving his hand in his pocket. I'm going to the dean, he called, and this time the dean came out. One more incident and your parking pass is gone. He smiled with his blue hand hidden behind his back, and for the first time, I wondered if one kid was too easy to punish. Then I saw 3 sophomores filming beside cars with the same silver scratches, and I realized his threat only worked if one kid stood alone. Friday morning, he found his car plastered with photos of the orange paint, blue hand, and key on my door. He ripped the first photo off, screamed, "Who did this?" and stormed into his car to peel out. But the second his door slammed, students poured out from between the rows with rolls of shrink wrap. They circled before he could start it, sealing the car until his fists thudded against the glass. I'll get all of you suspended, he yelled, but through the plastic, it came out as nothing. I walked up last with my grandfather's bent ornament, pressed it to the wrapped windshield in front of his face, and every kid he'd ever keyed walked away together. The team huddled around my youngest at halftime, and the captain knelt and held out a folded homemade jersey. We voted, bud. It's yours. He'd never played it down because his lungs couldn't take it, so he spent every Friday night on his big brother's sideline screaming louder than anyone. He pulled it on right over his oxygen tank straps, and I had to stare at the scoreboard so nobody saw my face. The coach watched with his arms crossed and a face like he was chewing glass. Walking to the car, my youngest tugged my sleeve. Dad, does coach hate me? I crouched down so the oxygen tube was at my eye level. He's not what's important here. Your team voted for you. You are one of them, and nobody on that field gets to tell you different. I had no idea I was making a promise I would have to keep after he was gone. Weeks later, my youngest lay in bed, the oxygen tube crooked across his cheek. "Dad, can I have one more home game?" he gasped. He didn't have long, and my voice cracked. "You can have anything you want." On game day, my sons walked to midfield for the coin toss, my youngest's arm around his big brother's shoulders. He smiled the whole way out while I clapped until my hands burned. The coach started toward them to wave my youngest off, but the other team's captain stepped in his path and stared him down. My boys won the coin toss and the game. 9 days later, my youngest died. 3 days after the funeral, my oldest came home, eyes hollow. "Coach's son just transferred here." Coach gave him my brother's number. My stomach dropped, and I drove straight to the school. The coach was at his desk, while his son sat in the hallway eating a granola bar. "Coach, I need you to retire my son's number. We just buried him. He didn't even look up from his paperwork. Your kid never belonged." Friday night, my oldest answered him by walking onto the field for the coin toss in his dead brother's jersey. The coach saw it and exploded across the field, grabbed the jersey, and ripped it off my son's back. I was halfway out of my seat when the captain who'd knelt with the jersey pulled a marker from his sock and wrote my youngest's number across my oldest's bare chest. Every player on the sideline wrote it on his own chest. They'd come ready. Within minutes, that number was on every flannel and booster shirt in the stadium. The coach spun in circles, surrounded by 1,000 copies of the boy he said never belonged. I sat back down because my boys were handling it. The team didn't wait for a whistle. They charged the coach and put him in the turf because my son was one of them, and nobody on that field got to tell them different. Our teacher snapped the white chalk in half and aggressively wrote in all caps, "New rule, be happy all the time." We all glanced at each other, and for a second we thought Miss Ticker was being chill for once, until she put her hands on her hips and screamed, "Well, I don't see any of you following the rules. Smile, now, or you're all expelled." The entire class forced a smile from ear to ear, not knowing how far this was about to go. 20 minutes went by and my cheekbones were starting to hurt. I looked around and some people's eyes were twitching. Miss Ticker turned to face us. "See, isn't this lovely? Now when the principal comes for the student happiness survey, I'm going to get a 10 out of 10. But Victor, the class clown who sat in the back, stood up so fast his chair knocked over. "This is insane. You can't force us to look happy just because you got a 2 out of 10 last year. That's not how that works." I slammed my hands on the table and stood to join him. "Did you even get the principal's permission to do this?" In response, she grabbed her ruler and smacked it against the chalkboard. "Sit down and follow the rule, now." But we stood even higher with our chests puffed out, refusing to give in to Ms. Ticker anymore. She walked over to me and looked me in the eyes. "I'm bigger than you, smarter than you, and I have more power than you. If you know what's good for you, sit down and keep smiling. You will never outsmart me." Suddenly, Arthur, the goody two-shoes with muscular dystrophy and weak bones in the back, started choking up. We all turned to face him, and he was hurled over his desk. "Please, I can't smile anymore." I immediately ran to Miss Ticker's desk and grabbed her phone to dial 911. The paramedics stormed in to work on Arthur, and the principal came in and towered over Miss Ticker. "Get your things." I told her to smile on the way out, but she couldn't. She wanted a happy classroom. She got one the second she left it. I was in my school library studying for tomorrow's CPR exam when 3 of my classmates burst through the doors. They walked by my table and loudly scoffed, "Oh look, the nerd thinks he's gonna be a doctor." They sat a few tables away and started making lots of noise, and the elderly librarian asked them to please be quiet because she had a heart condition. Loud noises put her at risk. They nodded, but then proceeded to ignore her completely. They knocked books off shelves and blasted music from their phones, and when she walked over, threw paper at her and banged their desks. After one of them slammed his computer, she walked over to him, but as soon as she turned around, he grabbed an air horn from his bag and blasted it in her ear. She gasped, grabbed her chest, and immediately slumped to the floor. The 3 of them froze and went quiet for the first time. They glanced at each other and whispered, "She's fine. She's just shocked. I hope." Another whispered, "Dude, we're gonna be in so much trouble. We can't let anyone know we did this." That's when they turned and saw me. I was staring at the librarian's face, drooping on one side. I told them, "She's having a heart attack. We need to call 911 right now." But they immediately stepped in my way, blocking my path and telling me she was fine and just needed a minute. I tried to pull out my phone to call anyway, but the biggest one snatched it out of my hand and said, "You're not calling anyone. I'm not having anyone find out what happened." I looked past them at the librarian on the floor and saw foam coming out of her mouth. I screamed, "She needs help," but they just repeated, "She's fine. I'm not going down for this." I scanned the room, looking for anything that could help, and spotted a security camera in the corner. I pointed at it and told them, "Everything you just did is already on camera. They're gonna find out what you did anyway." Their faces dropped, and they bolted out of the library, dropping my phone on the floor as they ran. I grabbed it and dialed 911. I dropped to my knees, doing chest compressions on the librarian just like the textbook instructed. Paramedics burst in minutes later and took over with a defibrillator, and the next morning police officers walked into the school and arrested the 3 kids. I was teaching The Great Gatsby to my 3rd period when the door slammed open and 6 men with rifles came came pouring into my classroom. Hands! Show me your hands! On the ground, now! I dropped my marker and threw my hands up. Okay, my students! I have students in here. The officer had his rifle locked on my chest and kept shouting over me. On your knees! Down! Now! I went down slowly while I kept trying to talk to him. Please, just tell me what this is. I have 28 kids in this room. He wouldn't say anything back and the rifle stayed pointed at my face, and that's when I looked at my students and saw not a single one of them had moved. I had to make this man listen before one of them flinched. I turned my head back up to the officer and tried again. Sir, who called you? What did they tell you? He stepped closer with the rifle still up. Report came in. You were armed and threatening your students. Stay down. Shut up. I knew exactly who called. It's my ex-wife. She lost custody of our son last week, and she's been texting me threats ever since. My phone is in my pocket. Just look at the messages. He didn't lower the rifle, but he glanced at the kid in the front row who was still frozen with her highlighter pressed to the page. Then a kid in the back row named Trevor, who hadn't said 3 words all year, slowly raised his hand. The officer's eyes snapped to Trevor, but the rifle didn't move. He kept it locked on me. Trevor's hand stayed up, and when he finally got the words out, his voice was shaking. Sir, Mr. Davis didn't do anything. We were just reading. I swear. Please ask any of us. The officer held the rifle on me for 1 more second before he slowly lowered it and swept his eyes across the room. 28 kids sat at their desks with their Gatsby copies open in front of them. He keyed his radio and his voice dropped quiet. Stand down. We're clear in here. It's nothing. He looked back down at me and reached into my pocket. He pulled out my phone. I unlocked it with my face still pressed to the floor. He scrolled through the texts, stopped on one, then another, then 10 more. Every single message came from the same number under the same name. He handed the phone to the officer behind him. Go pick her up tonight. He held a hand out and pulled me up off the floor. He couldn't meet my eyes. Sir, I'm sorry. We should have asked questions first. They raided her apartment that night. She was in cuffs by midnight. She'd told me once I'd never see the inside of a classroom again. I taught 3rd period the next morning while she sat in a cell waiting on 5 years. My 15-year-old called me a grandpa at dinner, so I told him to grab his phone because we were settling this tonight. Loser gives up their entire snack stash and the TV for a full week. He looked at me like I just volunteered to embarrass myself. Round 1, speed texting. He hammered out the phrase in 32 seconds and sat back with his arms crossed. I turned my phone sideways, started swipe typing like a man on a mission, and finished in 27. He picked his phone back up and checked my time twice. Round 2, social media. He filmed himself doing one of those corny TikTok dances, shaking his hips, edited it, added 3 hashtags, and posted it. While he was doing all that, I uploaded an old video of me doing a cartwheel in the backyard and eating dirt. His video got 11 likes. Mine hit 53 in 15 minutes. He stared at his phone. Why are people liking yours more than mine? People love watching dads get hurt. Final round, phone hack. He grabbed my phone and started punching in every code he could think of. Birthdays, pet names, our Wi-Fi password. Rejected every time. I didn't even touch his phone. I just waited. He fell asleep on the couch an hour later, and I picked up his phone, held it in front of his face, and unlocked it with Face ID. He sat up yelling, "That's cheating." I put his phone in my pocket. That's not cheating. That's strategy. A week later, he opened the fridge and found his snack stash replaced with a note that said, "Better luck next time, champ." Now when his friends come over, he tells them, "Yeah, my dad's actually kind of smart." The principal dragged a microphone stand in front of the gym wall and made the whole school sit under a painting of him as a raccoon. It was 15 feet tall, still wet in places, with little trash bags around his feet and the words "Principal Trash Panda" sprayed above his head. Nobody laughed out loud because Mr. Pruitt stood under it with his jaw clenched and 3 blue paint drops on his shoe. "This happened during 5th period," he said into the microphone. "If you did not have a free period, you may leave." Half the gym emptied at once. I stayed on the bleachers with maybe 30 other kids. My friend Mason leaned toward me and whispered, "Whoever did that deserves extra credit." Mr. Pruitt's head snapped toward our row. Mason sat up straight so fast his sneaker banged against the bleacher. Teachers passed out index cards and markers. "Write this sentence," Mr. Pruitt said. "A trash panda ran past the cafeteria." Everyone groaned, but we wrote it. The vice principal collected the cards and taped them along the edge of the stage. 2 English teachers stood in front of the graffiti with clipboards, comparing our letters to the spray-painted words. One by one, students were sent back to class. Round A's left, bubble A's left. The kids who wrote in all caps left. Mason kept tapping his sneaker against the bleacher leg. His card stayed on the stage. So did mine. "That doesn't mean anything," he whispered. "Half the school writes ugly." Mr. Pruitt held up a photo of blue shoe prints leading from the wet paint can near the wall to the art hallway. Final check. The janitor rolled out butcher paper and a tray of washable blue ink. Mason stopped tapping. His left sneaker had a bite-shaped chunk missing from the heel. He tucked that foot under the bleacher. We had to step in the ink and walk across the paper in front of the whole assembly. My print was too narrow. 2 seniors had flat soles. A basketball player's tread was all zigzags. Mason stepped down lightly, like the paper might bite him. For 1 second, his print looked close, but not enough. Mr. Pruitt picked up the photo and handed it to the janitor. The janitor crouched, lined Mason's left heel with the blue trail, and the missing chunk fit the blank spot exactly. Mason said, "Lots of people have sneakers." The janitor pointed under Mason's shoe. A strip of dried blue paint was stuck deep in the broken heel. The gym went silent. Mason hadn't been caught by the raccoon. He'd been caught by the step he took running away from it. 1 week before the end of school, 2 seniors I didn't know cornered me and gave me a brown bag that was the shape of a pistol. "Hide this in the chemistry storage room and don't get caught. If you snitch, we know where you live." They showed me my address. I didn't want to do it, but I thought about my parents. When chemistry came, I used my hall monitor pass and walked into the storage unit, leaving the package. I was shaking, but at least I thought it was done. Until the next day, when 2 different seniors gave me another brown bag. This one, a brown sellotaped square. "Leave it behind the gym." I really wanted to tell someone, but these kids were older and had my address. I did as told, but on my way, noticed the brown bag from yesterday still in the chemistry unit, not collected. I decided to just leave it. This repeated for the whole week. 2 different seniors each day, giving me new packages that looked like wrapped knives, gasoline canisters, and other dangerous things for me to sneak past teachers and drop off in silence. But then on the Friday, everything went wrong. I was dropping a brown bag into the bin beside the principal's office when the door opened. "What are you doing?" I froze on the spot and went pale, shaking my head and refusing to answer. The principal stepped forward. "Then you're coming with me." We went into his office, where he sat me down and opened the package. I was shaking the entire time. A beaker and some white crystal powder fell out, but also a note. "You know what to do. Add this to the rest of the stuff we left out." And boom, my heart dropped and the principal's face twisted. Hundreds of younger students were currently inside sitting their exams. "What stuff? What goes boom? What is this?" I knew the seniors had my address, but now I had no choice. I told the principal everything, the seniors, the packages, and he immediately went pale. He pressed the red siren and then the intercom. "Lockdown, lockdown. This is not a drill." He picked up his phone and dialed my parents, then the police, and within minutes my parents, officers, and even a full SWAT team had come in. I took them all outside, my legs trembling, leading them to all the packages I'd dropped. But while walking around, I noticed the seniors huddled outside of school grounds, watching me with these wide smiles. I was terrified. We gathered all the brown packages. We brought them back into the office, and one of the packages contained a locked box with something beeping rapidly inside. My heart stopped. The principal stepped back, and a bomb-diffusing expert from SWAT took out a toolkit. Everyone was shaking and sweating. The diffuser carefully cut the lock and started opening the box. I cried and hugged my parents for potentially the final time, telling them I love them. The box opened, and boom, about 20 pounds of tightly compressed flour exploded into the air. Me, my parents, every officer, and the principal got covered head to toe. The beeping stopped, and inside the box another note. "Our senior prank worked, I see. My grandma and I knitted together every day until I almost ruined everything. Every day after school, we'd sit on the couch and knit hats together. One morning, I wore a hat we made to school, and my friends pointed at it and laughed. 'Don't tell me your grandma made that for you.' I said we did. 'You knit with your grandma, bro? You're such a simp.' My face went hot. I got embarrassed and stuffed the hat in my backpack. From then on, I told myself knitting was for simps. When I came home from school, Grandma patted the couch like always. 'Ready to knit?' But I shook my head and went to my room. She frowned because it was the first time I ever said no to her. That day she started a new hat on her own, a blue one with little dog ears. The next day she asked me again, but I said, 'Knitting's for little kids, Grandma.' She went quiet. Every day I'd walk past the living room and see her knitting that dog ear hat by herself, my needle sticks laid out next to her. By the second week, she stopped patting the couch. By the third, she stopped looking up, hoping I'd help her. She just sat there alone, the dog ear hat almost finished. One night, I heard Grandma talking to my mom in the living room. I saw her putting away my needle sticks. "He used to love this. I'm making this hat for him, but I guess he's too big for his grandma now." She set the unfinished dog ear hat on the couch. My chest caved in. When my mom left, I walked into the living room and picked up my needle sticks. Grandma looked up, surprised. "Want to help me finish it?" I asked. Her eyes watered, and she smiled. We sat on the couch and knitted together, finishing the hat. The next morning, I wore that dog ear hat to school. When my friends started laughing, I smiled. I'm a proud simp. I was working my first ever McDonald's shift when a dad came in with his 2 bratty snot-nosed twins. "We want nuggets." They had their hands in the air, screaming so loud the old lady nearby dropped her coffee. The dad slammed his hands like I was his personal servant. "I want 50 nuggets and I want them now. My kids haven't eaten all day and they don't like to wait." He snapped his fingers, and I noticed his twins literally drooling whilst looking at the nuggets in the back. "That'll be $14, but he got in my face. "Why the hell does it cost so much?" I raised my hands. "I just work here. I don't set the prices." His kids immediately punched his arms. "We don't care what it costs. Just give us nuggets." His face twisted as he tossed a bunch of coins onto the counter. "Keep the change. A McDonald's worker probably needs it." My hands shook angrily as I counted, and suddenly a dozen straws hit my face, one poking my left eye. My vision blurred and one of the twins pointed at me. "That's for being so slow. Now go make the nuggets." He snapped his fingers. The dad was now leaning against a pillar scrolling his phone, while his kids got on a table chanting, "We want nuggets," and throwing crayons around. I wasn't paid enough to deal with this. ridiculous, but I had enough pride to do it anyway. I slowly walked to the back, holding my sore eye, and packed 50 nuggets just like they asked. I brought the box back out with a devious grin. "What took you so long?" The twins immediately grabbed it with their greedy fingers, their eyes lighting up as snot dripped onto their t-shirts. They tore it open, and instantly their jaws dropped in horror. Every nugget had been individually wrapped and sellotaped, 50 tiny parcels. Each one would take minutes to open. I looked at the 3 entitled stooges. "Now enjoy your nuggets. They taste better when you work for them anyway." My father-in-law tapped the fresh deck on the kitchen table and grinned. "One hand, kid. High card wins. If you beat me, I'll cover your car down payment. Lose, and you're my errand boy for a year." The whole family was crowded around the table after dinner, and my wife set down her coffee. "Dad, can you give it a rest for one night?" He didn't even glance at her, just slid the deck toward himself. "Relax, I'll deal it myself. That way nobody can say the old man pulled a fast one." I watched his thumb feed the high cards down to the bottom while he shuffled, stacking them there so he could deal himself the bottom card, and I knew right then he'd already picked his winning card. He set the deck down between us. "Go on, cut it, son. Nothing up my sleeve." He had no idea that one cut would flip his whole stack to the top of the deck, and he'd just told me to cut it. So I split the deck right in the middle and set the top half down, and his jaw twitched, but he couldn't say a word with the whole family watching, not after he dared me to. I squared the deck and slid it back for him to deal. He laid one card in front of me face down, dealt himself one, and waved a hand at mine. "Let's see it, kid. Flip yours first." I left mine sitting where it was. "Why don't you go first this time?" His brother snorted across the table. "Quit stalling. The kid's got you sweating. Show him how it's done." He couldn't back out of that one either, so he flipped his card with a flourish, a 9, and the grin came right back. "There it is. Now beat that. We both know you can't." My hand wasn't steady when I turned my card over slow. An ace. His grin dropped and he snatched the deck off the table, fanning straight to the bottom where that ace was supposed to be. His brother leaned in over his shoulder and lost it laughing. "You stacked the whole thing for yourself," and the kid cut it right into his own lap. I slid the checkbook across to him. He signed it without a word. I walked into math class 2 minutes late, and the teacher immediately stopped me at the door with a pink tardy slip in her hand. "I will see you in Saturday detention. Miss, my bus broke down on the way here from the hospital where I was visiting my mom, please." She held up her hand. "You clearly have no respect for authority, and I'm done talking to you. You're getting a suspension. Go to the principal's office." I stood there frozen in shock, and the entire class went silent. "Miss, please, I'm sorry. I can't afford a suspension. This will ruin my sports scholarship. Haven't you ever been late for something before?" She smiled at me like I was a toddler. "Nope, I'm ready for anything because I'm disciplined. Now get out." I walked out with only one thought. She had to pay. I spent the whole school year watching her, gathering information I could use against her, and that's how I found out she spent every summer in her Florida house, which meant her home would be completely empty. I broke into the principal office to find her address, and on the last day of school before summer, I marched straight to the garden center with my lawn money to buy supplies for my plan to ruin her. That night, I dug a trench across the mouth of her driveway and planted every single bamboo stick I bought all along her front yard. By July, it was past my chest, and I'd catch myself grinning at it mid-mow because I knew she was about to be cooked. The night before school started, she returned from Florida, and a cab dropped her off in the dark, and I watched from my porch as she stood frozen in front of a 12-foot wall of bamboo, her car trapped somewhere behind it. And when the first morning of school rolled around, I sat in her math class with my eyes glued to the door. Then the clock struck 8:01 a.m. She was officially 1 minute late for the first time ever. Kids started trading looks across the room, and I put my hands behind my head and kicked my feet on the table to sit back and enjoy the show. At 8:43 a.m., the door finally flew open, and she rushed in dripping sweat, blouse untucked, bamboo leaves still stuck in her hair. Before she even reached her desk, the principal leaned through the doorway behind her holding a clipboard. "An hour late on the first day? I will see you in Saturday detention, Mrs. Whitmore. Someone has to supervise it this semester." Her head whipped around the room until her eyes locked on mine, and I gave her a little wave. "I know it was you," she said through her teeth, but the principal was still standing behind her. "Mrs. Whitmore, are you trying to blame a student for your own mistakes?" She flipped around. I think it's best if you leave the school grounds immediately." I leaned in. "What's wrong? I thought you were ready for anything." The morning of the field trip, my mom taped a phone to my ankle and grabbed my face. "If anything goes wrong, you call me right away." Our school had banned all phones after 3 8th graders filmed themselves breaking things in the bathroom, and now a security guard searched every single backpack at the front door every morning with no exceptions. My heart was pounding so hard during the security check that I was sure the guard could hear it, but he just unzipped my backpack, looked inside, and waved me through. I climbed onto the bus with the phone still pressing against my ankle. I had no idea I was going to need it. 20 minutes into the drive, our bus driver, Mr. Pete, made a strange gasping sound and fell forward onto the steering wheel. His foot pressed down hard on the gas, and the bus swerved and crashed through the metal guardrail on a bridge. I gripped the seat in front of me and screamed as we flew through the air for 2 full seconds. Then we hit the river like a wall. Water poured in through the broken front window right away, and the bus started tipping nose first toward the bottom. 6 of us threw our whole body bodies against the emergency exits, and nothing moved. The doors won't open! The water was already at our waists and rising fast. I reached down and ripped the phone off my ankle and dialed 911 with shaking hands. Our bus is sinking and we are trapped. The operator stayed completely calm. I have your location. Help is 2 minutes away. The water reached our necks and kids climbed onto seats, pressing their faces into the last few inches of air near the ceiling. Then something slammed into the back window from outside and it shattered. The dive team was there and they started pulling kids out one by one. I sat on the shore shivering as 3 kids got CPR and thankfully every single one survived. Mr. Pete survived a heart attack because help reached him in time. The school got rid of the phone ban the following week and my mom always makes sure I have my phone before I leave the house. I was sitting cross-legged in a ryokan in front of a small wooden table when the owner Hiroshi poured my cup of tea. He set the pot down. After this meal, you will eat dessert alone. My chopsticks froze halfway to my mouth. What do you mean? But we've had dessert together every night for the last 2 years. Hiroshi gestured at my bowl. Everything comes to an end. Now eat your noodles while they're hot. He poured himself a bowl and picked up his chopsticks. Are you serious, Hiroshi? You're not eating dessert with me? He smiled at me. As serious as the wind out at sea. I squeezed my chopsticks in frustration. Don't give me your wisdom right now. Why don't you want dessert with me? He drank his tea and set it down. Sometimes a want is not a reason strong enough. You can still have dessert though. I put down my chopsticks, getting seriously frustrated. Hiroshi, come on. Those mochis with you are the best part of my day. And you like them even more than me. He put my chopsticks back in my hand. Do not save your joy for company. Joy spoils faster than fish. I tried to look at the ticking clock to calm down. We ate in silence, and after the meal, I was sure he'd change his mind. Let's go, Hiroshi. I'm not going to the dessert store without you. You can, and you must. Do not place your actions on contingencies. I've taught you this every day for 2 years. He slurped his last noodle, and I just lost it. I slammed my hands on the wooden table. I just don't understand why you won't have dessert with me. We've done it every night while I've been studying under you. Why is tonight different? Hiroshi's eyes softened, and he looked at the ground. First time I've ever seen him sad in 2 years. I see I have failed. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes. I stared at him confused, expecting another quote, but 2 minutes passed, and his eyes were still closed. I laughed. Okay, Hiroshi, fine. No dessert. But then I touched his shoulder, and he just fell over. I realized he was dead. My eyes welled up, and I looked out the window at the dessert shop. Hiroshi spent 2 years teaching me how to live on my own accord. I didn't learn until it was too late for him to see. I was driving home when I saw 2 cars crash at an intersection. I immediately pulled over and ran toward them. One driver had been thrown from his car and was lying in the middle road, not moving, and the other was sitting on the curb holding his leg, but he looked like he was fine. I went straight to the one who was dying on the ground, and as soon as I saw he wasn't breathing, I started chest compressions. That's when a woman came running towards me screaming, "Help me! My husband is over there!" Her husband was the one who was fine. She grabbed my arm and tried to pull me off of the dying man. Why didn't she want me to help him? I shook my head. Your husband is fine. This man has no pulse. I don't care. Go help him now. I kept pumping. Call 911 if you haven't already. She grabbed my shoulder. They're going to take forever to get here. Let him die. My husband is more important. I didn't stop, so she grabbed my hair and yanked my head back. He's probably homeless, so he doesn't deserve to live anyways. Her husband yelled from the curb. Honey, I'm fine. Let them help that guy. She whipped around. You're just in shock and you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. Then she turned back and grabbed the unconscious man's arm and tried to drag him away from me. I was extremely confused because I couldn't understand why she wasn't letting me save a man who was dying. But that's when it happened. While I was giving the man compressions, a Polaroid photo slid out of his chest pocket, and when I looked at it, I gasped. It was a photo of him kissing the woman. That's when it all made sense. She was cheating on her husband with the guy who was dying, and if he died, then her husband would never find out she cheated. The paramedics arrived and took over compressions, and I stepped back. I took the Polaroid and showed it to the husband on the curb and held it out. The wife ran over and screamed, "Let him die and take care of my husband. He pays taxes." The paramedic ignored her, so she grabbed one of his arms. "Did you hear me? My husband needs you." The husband stood up holding the Polaroid. I've known for a year. I only stayed with her because my lawyer told me I needed more evidence of cheating before I filed for divorce. Her face went white. A police officer pulled her off and she bit his hand, so 2 more moved in to cuff her, but before they could, she thrashed free, spun around, and ran screaming into the road without looking. A passing car clipped her and knocked her into the grass, right as one of the paramedics called out, "They got a pulse on him." I hit the ground before the smoke cleared. Our convoy was 100 yards from the gates of our base when the front truck took an IED. I grabbed my kit and ran toward the wreckage as gunfire cracked over my head. Bratton was already down, her right leg gone below the knee, tourniqueted by someone before I got there. "Doc, am I going to make it?" I didn't look at her face. "You're going to make it. I'm going to make sure of it." Her voice came out weak. "I can't. You can." I jammed a needle into her thigh. thigh and kept going. 50 yards out, a burst of gunfire raked the dirt. I didn't flinch. I was wrapping the stump, my hands moving fast, talking in a low, constant stream. Pressure, pressure, hold, stay with me. Pressure. Bratton touched my arm. Tell my daughter. Her head dropped back on the ground. Tell her yourself. I grabbed her collar. Hey, look at me. She looked. You are not dying in this field. I don't have the paperwork for it. She laughed. It was a bad laugh, thin and ragged, but it was a laugh. I finished wrapping what was left of her leg, stripped off her gear, and got her arms over my shoulders. She went limp halfway to the aid station. I couldn't hear her breathing. I stopped, pressed 2 fingers to her neck, found a pulse, kept moving. I was shot at again. I didn't stop. I made it to the aid station with Bratton still breathing. They lifted her off me, and she came back swearing, which was all I needed. I stood outside and let my hands shake for 30 seconds. When I went back in, she had a phone to her ear. I finally looked at her face. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Mommy made it, baby. Mommy's coming home. I watched her tell her daughter the thing she'd asked me to say. Then I picked up my kit and went back out. When every boy in our grade got ranked by face, what we did back had the whole school on its feet. A list got airdropped to half the school during lunch on a Monday. Official hotness rankings, all junior boys, with comments next to the low ones. Would never. Literal jump scare. I was 74 out of 100. My boy Chris was 85. Our friend Muhammad was 96. By 5th period, everyone had seen it, and the girls who made it sat in the courtyard watching guys check their phones like it was entertainment. The principal called it unfortunate, but not punishable. No suspensions, no detentions, not even a warning. The girls walked around school like celebrities and started using the rankings out loud. Hey 74, can you move? You're blocking my view of number 12. Muhammad stopped coming to school. 3 days, then 4. When he finally came back, he wouldn't look at anyone. Chris started wearing headphones everywhere, even in class, just to block it out. The freshman ranked dead last had a panic attack in the bathroom, and his mom pulled him out the next day. That's when I told Chris and Muhammad the plan. Rank every girl in our grade, not by looks, but by how they treat people. Muhammad nodded. I'm in. Kids started sliding us notes between classes, screenshots of texts and stories about who did what to who. We ranked all 93 girls by character, printed 400 copies, and the morning of the Friday assembly we put one on every single seat. By 9:02 people were reading. By 9:05 the room was buzzing. Number 1 was Priya. She sat alone at lunch most days, but a janitor told us she'd stayed after school to clean up when kids trashed the bathroom, and she'd reported a guy harassing girls in the DMs when nobody else would. Brittany, the ringleader, was ranked 88. Her description read, made a list that caused a student to leave school, laughed about it the next day. She shot out of her seat. This is the same thing we did. I stood up. You ranked people by something they can't control. We ranked you by choices you made. Priya walked into the cafeteria at lunch with no idea any of it happened. The whole school was on its feet. A girl leaned over and explained why she was number 1. She sat with us at lunch the next week. I sat alone in the dark and cold interrogation room, my handcuffs bruising my wrists. Then the officer slammed his hands on the table and said, "You're looking at 10 years for destruction of property. I'll be back in 15 minutes to finalize the charges." He shut the steel door, and my hands slid across the metal table as I scanned the room for a way to break out. There had to be one. I wasn't going away for 10 years. I knocked on the wall behind me out of habit, and it sounded hollow. My eyes widened, and I immediately knocked again. Definitely hollow. I looked at the clock and listened to the guard's footsteps fading outside the door. This was my window. I lined up my heel and drove it into the drywall. It cratered with a loud bang, and my heart pounded as I realized there was no turning back. I kicked again, and plaster dust poured out. The hole widened as white dust fell in front of it. I couldn't see the other side, but I could taste the freedom. The handcuffs sliced my wrists, and I just kicked again. It broke open, and that's when the steel door behind me started rattling. But I knew the cop wasn't fast enough. I hauled myself into the broken hole and ran through the blinding dust, laughing because I was free. But then my feet felt carpet. I squinted so I could see, and realized I was standing in the police commissioner's office. He was sat at his desk, flipping through my destruction of property file. "You really can't help yourself, huh?" My mom opened the curtain. "Good morning, murderer. Rise and shine." Every morning since my brother died, my mom greeted me the same way. She was convinced that I was the one to kill him. I had no memory of ever hurting him, but I believed her anyway because she was my mother. Every week she made me write apology letters to him and read them at his grave while she cried behind me. I felt so guilty that I always wished I'd died instead of him. "Even your father couldn't stand what you did," she'd say. And it wasn't until I turned 13 that I started to question whether I'd actually killed him, because I was talking to my therapist about it when she said, "If you have no memory of ever hurting him, I think there's something wrong with the story." It was the first time an adult thought I was innocent, and I wanted more than anything to prove her right. So that evening when I got home and saw the house was empty, I searched it looking for evidence, and in the back of my mom's filing cabinet, inside a sealed envelope, I pulled out my dead brother's autopsy report. My hands were shaking as I opened it up. After 4 years of wondering what really happened to my brother, I was finally finding out the truth. Cause of death: mother accidentally gave the child a peanut butter sandwich not knowing he was allergic, and it gave him a severe allergic reaction realization that killed him. His brother was at school when it happened. My head was spinning. I wasn't a murderer. My mom was. I couldn't believe it. I felt so betrayed that I felt numb on the inside. And for the first time since my brother died, I called my dad, even though my mom said he hated me. When he picked up the phone, he immediately started crying. "Son, I missed you. Thank you for calling me." Tears streamed down my face because my mom convinced me that he hated me, and now I knew that was a lie. "I've always loved you, but your mom got a restraining order against me, and I could never contact you either, or I'd be arrested." I realized that this entire time, I was never the monster. It was always my mom. I whispered while my heart broke, "Dad, please come over." He was at the house before my mom got home. When she got home from work, he was standing in the living room. "We know what really happened," he said. Her face twisted. "No, his brother killed him." I stepped forward and took the report out of his hands. "You always said the person who did it has to say it out loud, so say it." She looked at the report, and for the first time ever, she was forced to confront the guilt of murdering her own son. She started laughing, then screaming, then crying. "I can't be the one who killed him. Please just say you killed him." She was losing her mind, and I just shook my head. I wasn't affected by her BS anymore. "No, you say it." She slid to the floor screaming, and my dad called 911. The paramedics sedated her and took her away. My dad wrapped both arms around me and said the words I'd been waiting to hear since I was 9. "It was never your fault." I walked into school on St. Patrick's Day, but the second I opened my locker, green slime fell all over my head. My 3 bullies were across the hall laughing with their phones out. They'd bullied me for being Irish and ginger all year. The slime dripped down my face into my shirt, and I ran to the bathroom sticking my head under the sink, feeling humiliated. The slime wouldn't wash out and stuck to my hair, and I pulled out my phone with shaking hands calling my cousin Declan. I thought everything would be fine, but at lunch my 3 bullies set up a cardboard box painted green, naming it a leprechaun trap. They got me in a headlock and dragged me towards it. I gripped their forearms and pulled, but there were 3 of them. I ended up in a cardboard box in front of the whole school. During last period, I found a note slid under my desk. "We'll be waiting at the bike rack, leprechaun." My stomach dropped because I needed my bike. The bell rang, and I walked out with shaking legs, praying Declan would actually show up. The 3 bullies were at the rack, holding a roll of green duct tape and a bottle of green food dye. They grabbed me by the collar. "Time to make Ireland proud, leprechaun," they smirked. I was trembling, but just as one popped the cap on the dye, I heard an engine behind us. A car was blasting black and tans out the window. Declan and my 2 other cousins climbed out, holding their empty cans of Guinness so hard they squished. Declan walked up to the bullies. "Which one of yous dumped slime on my baby cousin?" I could smell the Guinness on his breath. The bullies laughed. "We all did. What are you gonna do, leprechaun?" He began tilting the bottle of dye onto me, but Declan socked the bully immediately. He fell to the floor, and my 2 other cousins jumped in, beating the bollocks off them. When it was done, Declan poured the green dye all over their heads. "Now you're the leprechaun, but there's one more thing you need before you become fully Irish." He pulled a fresh can of Guinness from his jacket, cracked it open, and pressed it to the main bully's lips while he was on the floor. Foam ran down his chin while Declan laughed. "Happy St. Paddy's Day." I grabbed a spare can from Declan's car and cracked it open. I am Irish after all. The next day in school, nobody even mentioned Ireland. It was 3 a.m., and we were stuck in the middle of an abandoned asylum. Marco was crying with his face in his hands. "Why'd you have to bring us here?" "Stop being a baby," Dom said, shoving him into the wall. Sam's flashlight was already dying. I panned my camcorder on his wet face. "You guys wanted to explore. Let's explore." We crept down the hallway, Sam's flashlight shaking on the walls. Doors hung half open on either side. A metal cart crashed at the end of the corridor. Marco threw himself into my arms. "It's just the wind," Dom whispered, but there weren't any open windows. We turned into the east wing, and the door slammed behind us, so hard plaster cracked. Marco dropped to his knees, praying out loud. Dom stopped talking about the wind. A door slammed open behind us, and we all froze. We made it to the day room when a voice came from the corner. "Get out!" 2 words hissed right next to Marco's ear. He screamed so loud, his voice cracked. Sam reached for him, but Dom was crying and running deeper down the hall. I caught up to find a shape in a doorway at the end of the hall. I panned the camcorder onto it. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. Dom dropped to his knees next to Marco. Sam's flashlight shook so hard the beam bounced off the ceiling. I lost it laughing. "Okay guys, I can't hold it in. I planted it all." Speakers in the vents played the whisper. The cart and the door were on strings. The figure was a mannequin from the basement. Marco lifted his head, and Dom took a step toward me with his fists clenched. That's when a screech ripped through the hallway behind me. I spun the camcorder around. A pair of eyes stared back at us in the dark. "Stop playing around," Dom said, but his voice was shaking. "That's not me." Footsteps slammed down the hallway toward us faster and faster. We bolted back the way we came. My camcorder hit the tile and skidded across the hall. The lens caught. Marco yanked into the dark. Sam was pulled off his feet by something invisible. Dom screamed as he disappeared into a doorway. Then the lens flipped over and rattled across the tile. Something cold closed around my ankle and dragged me toward the dark. "Help! Help! Ah!" Her father had promised her to the deadliest archer in the mountains, so I challenged him to a duel for her hand. He'd refused me a dozen times. times. You've got no name, no land, and no business looking at my daughter. He twisted the gold ring on his finger and pointed at the man who hadn't missed a target in 12 years. Best of 3, my choice of targets. Last shot wins her. The champion drew first, and his arrow split an apple at 50 paces straight down the middle. I steadied my hand, breathed, and drove mine through the same split. Her father's smile flattened. He doubled the distance to 100 paces and balanced a new apple on a fence post. The champion's arrow drove clean through the apple like the wood wasn't there. I matched him before the apple finished falling. Her father's jaw locked. He walked out into the field himself, twisted the gold ring off his finger, and set it on a wooden stake at the far end. "Through the ring," he said, and the crowd went silent. The champion drew, exhaled, and let his arrow fly. The arrow clipped the gold and sent the ring spinning off the stake. He grinned at her father like it was already over. The girl pressed both hands over her mouth. I walked over, picked the ring out of the dirt, and set it back on the stake. My arrow flew through the ring without touching the gold, and the ring sat perfectly still on the stake. The champion had hit the ring, but I'd threaded the gap. The crowd erupted with my name as her father's hand dropped to his side. I walked back across the field, lifted the ring off the stake, and slid it onto her finger. Her father stared at his bare hand. I was sitting in a courtroom for my parents' divorce when the judge asked me, "Who would you like to live with, Mom or Dad?" I was nervous because that was a hard decision. My dad leaned over and whispered, "We'll have so much fun." My dad was the fun parent, and my mom was really strict, so I smiled and pointed at my dad. "I want to live with him." A tear rolled down my mom's face as she looked at me like I made the worst decision ever, and she said, "He's fun until you need a parent. Call me when that happens." I didn't understand what she meant until the next day. My dad shook me and woke me up. "Want to go street racing? Mom's not here to tell us what to do anymore. We're free." I got out of bed quickly because Mom would have never let me do this. We got in his car and hit the highway. He floored it. I put my head out the window thinking this is what freedom felt like. Then a car pulled up next to us and revved their engine. My dad looked over and smashed the gas. He was racing and swerving through traffic, going faster and faster. He hit 120 miles per hour. I felt my heart drop and my hands were gripping the seat because this wasn't fun anymore. "Dad, slow down. This is too fast." But he went faster, and that's when I heard sirens behind us. "Dad, that's the cops. Pull over. We're gonna get in trouble." He looked in the mirror and floored it even harder. "No one can tell me what to do anymore." That's when I realized he wasn't my dad right now. He was my friend. He swerved to pass a car too fast and lost control. We slammed into a tree. My head hit the dashboard and everything was blurry. I saw blood. I turned my head expecting my dad to save me, but I watched him unbuckle his seatbelt, look at me, and run away. He left me there, and everything went black. I woke up in a hospital bed. My mom was sitting next to me holding my hand, and I started crying. "Mom, what happened? Where's Dad?" She wiped my tears. "Your dad crashed the car and left you there. The cops found you unconscious and called me because I'm still your emergency contact. Is Dad okay?" She got quiet. "When he ran from the car, he ran into the street. The car he was racing hit him. He's paralyzed now." I couldn't believe it, but she was right. He was fun until you need a parent, and when I needed one, he ran. "Mom, I'm sorry. I should have chose you." She held me. "It's okay. The court just granted me full custody. You're coming home with me." I fell into her arms and sobbed. I stepped into the house with my hands up, and the man immediately pointed his gun at my chest. The bomb strapped to his sternum beeped steadily, and my old hostage negotiation mentor, Richard Carls, sat tied to a chair behind him. The left side of his face drooped from his stroke. The attacker kicked a chair toward me. "Sit!" I smelled the alcohol on his breath and froze. Drunk attackers are less predictable, and I realized negotiating with him would be even harder. Richard's eyes stayed steady, but for the first time in my life, I knew he couldn't help me, as he was the one in danger. The attacker pressed the gun against his head, "Say goodbye," and took off the safety. But I remembered Richard's words. "Get them talking about themselves. Let them spend emotion before they spend the bullet," and immediately blurted out, "What are you gaining from this?" He looked at me for a second. "I'm getting revenge on the reason I couldn't make my dad proud." His voice almost broke. My dad was a cop. He said the world had enough shooters like him. He wanted me to be a talker, so I read hostage negotiation books until the spine fell off just to make my dad proud. He pressed the gun to Richard's head harder. "Then I enrolled in this old bastard's class, and he picked you over me. He told me I wasn't good enough." I realized he was doing this out of anger towards us. Suddenly, a red sniper dot from outside settled onto his strapped chest. His face tensed, and he picked up his phone. "This bomb is wired to my heart. It'll explode if my heartbeat stops. So go on, shoot me. We'll all die together." The dot disappeared instantly, and my heart pounded, but my face stayed composed. He picked up his bottle and took a giant swig. "Now, old man, what are your last words?" He slapped Richard's drooping cheek and reloaded the pistol at his head. My chest tightened as I scrambled for what to say. My mentor couldn't die because of me. But then Richard spoke. "It sounds like you didn't want to be a negotiator." His voice was slow and slurred. "You just wanted your father to be proud of you, and thought being a hostage negotiator was the only way." The attacker's face flickered, and he lowered his gun run an inch. Richard kept going. But the truth is, you never needed to be that. You just needed to be a talker, not a shooter. That's all your father ever wanted. He looked him in his eyes. If you lower your weapon, you'll do exactly that. You'll become a talker. You'll make your father proud. The attacker's eyes filled with tears. He started crying, and his gun fully lowered. He slid onto the floor next to the empty bottle and sobbed, "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry." I looked at Richard and realized he'd been labeling and influencing the attacker. Techniques he'd taught me all those years ago. I called the officers in, and within seconds they were inside, cuffing the man and disarming his vest. As they untied Richard, he gave me a small nod, just like he used to. He never stopped being my teacher, even with a gun to his head. A man pulled into the gas station at 2 a.m. with a quiet kid in the back of his truck. The kid came inside alone, grabbed a bag of kettle chips on her way to the counter. I was immediately confused because her voice was flat and her eyes were locked on mine and looked completely blank. Do you have those pizza pockets? The pepperoni ones? In the red box? I know what kid voices sound like, and they don't sound like that unless something is extremely wrong. My blood went cold, and I said, "Let me go check. Hang on a sec." I crouched behind the counter and immediately hit the secret red button that calls the police. Something was wrong with this kid, and I needed to know what. And just as I stood up to speak to her again, the man came in a minute later. He laughed, and I stared at him looking for any sign of danger. "She's been bugging me about wanting snacks for an hour." He ruffled her hair, and she didn't move. Her eyes were wide like she was in terror. I looked outside to see if the police were here yet, but the parking lot was empty. He started digging for cash to pay, and that's when the girl tugged on my sleeve. "Can I have some gum?" I went to grab the chewing gum, and then she asked for a slushie too, except there was no slushie machine. I realized she was buying time until help arrived. That made me even more anxious. Her sleeve rode up while she was pointing at the rack, and I saw the bruise on her wrist, dark and old, and the cuff of her shirt was filthy, like she had been in the same clothes for a week. I was so horrified that I was getting goosebumps. But on the outside, I tried my best to look completely nonchalant. Through the windshield behind him, I could see a second person in the back seat. It was smaller than the girl in front of me, and not moving. Was there a dead body in the car? I saw a tear fall down the girl's face, and I knew if help didn't come soon, then things wouldn't be good. It took everything in me to pretend like everything was okay. But I guess the man noticed that I was putting the pieces together, because suddenly he bolted towards the truck. I turned to see the girl running, following him, and I knew it was because she was too scared not to. Adrenaline pumped through me as I ran towards them and saw the van. Suddenly, we were swarmed by police cars. The man tried to run away, but the cops stopped him. They searched his van and found things that shouldn't have been there. The girl tugged at my sleeve. My mom told me one time, like, if you're somewhere and you can't say what's wrong, you ask for something they don't have and they'll know. I was in the kitchen making pancakes when a fire started, but when I lunged for the extinguisher, I realized it was gone. I watched the fire spread and remembered my 7-year-old had taken the extinguisher up to his treehouse as military equipment. I sprinted out, but as I got up the treehouse ladder, I was greeted with my son sitting behind a small table. "What is the purpose of your trip to the Republic of Tree?" He tapped a pen to his clipboard as banners of green flags with trees hung around him. He treated this treehouse like a real country. I lunged for the fire extinguisher inside the padlocked box behind him, but 3 of his friends crowded around it and pushed me back like guards. "The armory only opens for approved citizens." My son slid me the clipboard with my name, address, date of arrival and departure, and reason for entry. I grabbed my head. "There's a fire in the house, son. I need the extinguisher." I pointed at the smoke rising out the kitchen window, but he pointed at the banner behind him. Act 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Tree. The Republic of Tree does not concern itself with the crises of foreign nations. He slid another form. "Since you wish to access this nation's resources, you'll need to fill this too." My knees went weak as I pictured the fire spreading and started manically just scribbling in the forms. I slid them back, but my son frowned. "You forgot your signature here." I signed it red in the face, and he pulled out a big stamp. "Welcome to the Republic of Tree." He unlocked the box with a key from his pocket, and I ran back to the house and blasted out the fire just as it reached the living room. My hands were still shaking when my son came in and handed me a piece of paper. "Here's your visa for the Republic of Tree. It's valid for 30 days. After that, you'll have to reapply." At the carnival's ring toss booth, my 9th ring landed on the peg and the crowd lost it. My little sister was on her tiptoes, pointing at a giant stuffed gopher, her eyes glowing. 10 in a row got you anything off the top shelf, so one more ring and that gopher was hers. The guy running the booth leaned across the counter. "Tell you what, kid, land this last one and I'll throw in a fresh strip of tickets on top of the prize. Miss it, and I keep the rest of the tickets in your pocket." My sister was bouncing. I couldn't say no in front of her without looking like I was about to miss. I picked up the 10th ring. The crowd hushed as I lined it up. The ring left my hand, just like the other 9, and I knew before it was halfway there that it was going on. The guy knew too. His hand came up over the counter, and he swatted the ring out of the air. It clattered clattered down somewhere behind the counter. He straightened up and held his hand out for my tickets. "Doesn't count. You flinched." The crowd gasped. I handed over every ticket I had while the whole crowd watched, and he tucked them away smooth, like he'd done it 100 times. A dad near the front spoke up. "The kid landed it. Everybody saw it." The guy didn't even turn around. "You want to be next? I'll have you walked off the lot." He picked up a ring and tossed it lazily onto one of the small pegs without looking. "See, kid? That's how it's done." My little sister stopped bouncing. She reached for the gopher one more time, tears forming in her eyes. I couldn't look at her. Then he reached up and grabbed the gopher by the ear, wiggling it at my sister. "Say bye to your prize, sweetheart." But the gopher didn't budge, and the whole board creaked, tipped forward, and slammed face down on the counter as he jumped back. The back of the board was facing the crowd now, and every prize on the top shelf was zip-tied to it. Nobody ever won that gopher. It was never coming off that board, and any kid who made the last ring got swatted and called a flincher, just like me. A mom pushed to the front holding her son's hand. "He did the same thing to my son an hour ago." Said he flinched. The dad was already yelling. Phones went up all over the crowd, and a manager shoved through and roped off the booth. He made the guy hand back every strip in his pocket, then cut the gopher free and passed it over the counter to my sister. She wrapped her arms around it, and it was almost as big as she was. They walked the guy off the lot, and I called after him. "That's how it's done." The gopher's silly grin followed him the whole way, tongue sticking out. I sat in front of the TV watching the World Cup final in my Lionel Messi shirt, while my Portuguese friend Rico sat in his Ronaldo shirt. He was biting his nails because Argentina were one penalty away from winning, meaning he'd have to admit Messi was the GOAT instead of Ronaldo. The Argentina kicker shot and scored, and I instantly ripped my Messi shirt over my head and waved it in Rico's face. "Say it. Say Messi's the GOAT." He crossed his arms as a tear rolled down his cheek, and he mumbled, "I'm not saying it," with quivering lips. I jumped on the couch to celebrate, but my foot gave out under me, and I fell hard on the floor. I began screaming as my ankle was suddenly twisted the wrong way. "Call the ambulance." But Rico shot up and immediately started laughing. "That's what you get for celebrating, Pessy fan." He began yelling, "Suey!" over and over and hitting Ronaldo's celebration, while I grimaced in pain as my ankle turned blue and swelled. But on the TV screen, my GOAT Messi was raising his trophy. That was the important thing. I dragged myself along the floor, but Rico snatched my phone before I could reach it. "Now, I'm not calling the ambulance until you admit Ronaldo's the GOAT." A chill ran down my spine, as I couldn't bring myself to say such horrible words. "I'm not admitting anything, just call the ambulance." But my ankle was screaming in agony and getting worse, while Rico just pointed to his shirt. The pain eventually won, and my lips trembled as I opened my mouth. Ronaldo's the GOAT, just call the ambulance." I looked at the floor in shame, feeling like I'd let everyone down, but Rico had already pulled out his phone. "Say it one more time." I teared up. "Ronaldo's the GOAT, okay? Ronaldo's the GOAT." Rico laughed and called the ambulance while I cried. The paramedics came and loaded me on, but as they wheeled me out the door, I tapped Rico's shoulder. "By the way, Messi's the GOAT." I had my fingers crossed. His face dropped, and one of the paramedics nodded. "Yeah, I used to think Ronaldo, but now with the World Cup, Messi's the GOAT." I put my hands on my Argentina shirt and closed my eyes. My ex-girlfriend Diana knocked on my door and handed me $5,000 in cash. She was wearing a white dress and was jittery, like she was in a hurry. If anyone asks, we never dated. I was confused because I hadn't heard from her in years, and now she was at my door with a stack of cash. "Why? What happened?" She raised her voice. "I don't have time. Just take the money and promise you'll act like we never dated." I took it because who turns down $5,000? She walked back to a Lamborghini and drove off. Why did she want me to lie for her? But I looked at the money, sweet, and forgot about it. Then 1 hour later, someone knocked on my door. A man in a suit and tie. "Hi, I'm Diana's fiance." My heart stopped because I was sure this is who she wanted me to lie to. I snapped out of it as soon as the man leaned forward. "Now, did you date my fiance?" I gulped and blurted out, "No." He tilted his head like he didn't believe me. "You said that pretty fast." "I only said Diana. How do you know who exactly I'm talking about?" I started sweating because I'm a bad liar. "I've heard of her, but I've never spoken to her though." He laughed and showed me a photo of me and Diana kissing. "Then who's this?" I immediately lied. "That's my twin brother. He's not home right now though." He stared at me for a second, then said, "I'm asking because in my religion, she can't have had a previous relationship. If she did, the marriage is off. Our wedding is in 1 hour." My face went white because her entire future depended on me lying. "Yeah, that makes sense. She was never really religious when my twin was with her." I knew I fudged up. I closed my eyes expecting him to punch me because I was caught in a lie, but instead he patted me on the shoulder and laughed. "I've known she gave you money to lie to me this entire time." I was stunned. "How?" He pointed at his car. "That Lamborghini is my car. She pulled up in it and my dash cam recorded the whole thing." I nodded because it all made sense. "So you're calling off the wedding?" He laughed. "You think I actually follow those religious rules? I have a wife and 2 kids in another country she doesn't know about. I just wanted to make sure her lie wasn't worse than mine." I stood there with my mouth open. He fixed his tie and checked his watch. I'm gonna be late for my wedding. Gotta go. He walked back to his car like nothing happened. Welp, on the bright side, at least I got $5,000 though. My wife held up a single popcorn kernel, leaned in and whispered, "Baby bird," then shoved it into my mouth. I laughed and called her a psycho. She grinned like I dared her, grabbed 2 more, and dropped them in, whispering, "Baby bird" with each one. That was my first mistake. Next was 4, eyes going wider. Then a whole handful, her giggle climbing into something I didn't recognize. By the 3rd handful, she was loading the next before I could chew. "Babe, slow down." She didn't stop. She just got even louder. "Baby bird," then "baby bird." She got on her knees over me, butter dripping off her fingers, shoving popcorn in faster than I could swallow. I tried to say stop, but popcorn sprayed out of my mouth. I grabbed her wrist, but she switched hands without breaking eye contact. I knocked the bowl off the couch, but she scooped it off the carpet and kept feeding me. "Baby bird, baby bird." Kernels were falling out of my mouth, but she was picking them off my chest to feed back in. I couldn't breathe, but she wasn't slowing down. I was about to die on a Tuesday, covered in butter to the Pixar opening logo. I thrashed as hard as I could, and a kernel popped out and hit her square in the eye. She froze. I gasped for air like I'd been underwater for an hour. She blinked at me, picked the kernel off her shirt, pinched it, and held it over my mouth. "Baby bird?" I rolled off the couch, slipped in butter, and crawled to the bathroom on hands and knees. I locked the door, and through it, I heard her, calm as anything. "It's okay, baby bird." I made more. I was driving through town when I saw my 14-year-old son sitting on a street corner with a cardboard sign, asking strangers for money. I was confused because I gave him $50 every Friday and made his bed every morning. So why would my own son be acting homeless? A man dropped $10 into his cup, and he instantly stood up and walked into a building smiling. He came out a minute later in different clothes, and the cash he'd just got stuck from his pocket. I realized my son was acting homeless to scam money out of strangers, and my hands gripped the wheel as I decided to follow him and find out why. He got the bus to my ex-wife's house where he was staying for the week and walked to her door. But something about the way his legs trembled caught my eye. I heard him from where I hid behind the bushes, begging her to let him stay here because it was freezing tonight. Just one night. I'll leave tomorrow. His hands were together, and I noticed they were blue from the cold, but she crossed her arms. "You're not welcome in my house. You can stay on the streets." My blood ran cold, and I heard her add, "And if you show up to your dad's house early, I'll take him back to court and tell the judge he hit me. Then you'll never see him again." She slammed the door in his face as a tear rolled down his cheek. He walked back to the bus stop with his hands in his hoodie pockets to warm them up. My heart shattered as I realized my son wasn't faking being homeless. He was actually homeless 5 of the 7 days a week. I caught up to him, and when he turned around, I hugged him before he could say a word. "You're staying at mine, son, all 7 days. I don't care what your mom says." He began sobbing, and I held him with all the love in the world. The teacher slammed my math test face up so the whole class could see my 26 circled in red. I'd filled 3 notebooks studying for this test and still bombed it. The kid behind me grabbed it and held it up, pointing at the rocket I'd doodled next to my name. "Your IQ is 81 and you want to build rockets? Give it up, man." The class laughed at me, and when I got home I found my rocket model in the kitchen trash. I wanted to cry, and that night my dad walked in while I was studying math and put his hand on my shoulder. "Stop torturing yourself with this rocket stuff, son. It hurts watching you fail." "But Dad, I want to build a rocket and go to Mars." "You're just not meant for it. I'm sorry." He squeezed harder and walked out. A tear rolled down my cheek as I gripped my pencil so hard it snapped. I stood up and headed outside to look at the stars I'll never reach when a car squealed around the corner. The impact was hard. I woke up in the hospital with a huge bandage around my head. My parents cried, "You've been in a coma for 6 days." I immediately sat up. "That means my next math test is tomorrow. I gotta go study." A sharp pain shot through my head as I stood up, and I ran home in my hospital gown. But then I opened my math textbook and almost fell from my chair. I somehow understood everything. I grabbed a pencil and solved it all in 10 minutes. My dad barged in and tried to close my notebook, but when I showed him the workings, his face dropped. At the hospital, the doctors scanned me and said, "Your brain rewired after your head trauma. You now have acquired savant syndrome." The biggest smile crept on my face as I realized I could do math. I walked into class the next day and handed the teacher the test after 10 minutes. She chuckled, "Already done," but her face dropped when she saw answers to problems her best students couldn't solve. I grabbed my 100 and walked to my desk. The rocket doodle was still next to my name. I held it up to the kid who'd grabbed it a week ago. "Told you I'd be building rockets." Now it's 10 years later, and I just built my first rocket prototype. It was my first day as a delivery driver when I pulled up to a house with 3 German shepherds loose on the front lawn. I triple-checked if it was the right house because I knew this wasn't going to be good, but it was the right house. I stepped out of the car, walked onto the lawn, and immediately one of them charged at me and bit down on my arm. arm. I screamed in pain, but I've been a K9 police officer for 8 years, so I grabbed the pressure point behind its jaw, and it released immediately. Then the front door swung open. The house owner screamed, "What the hell are you doing to my dog?" I was confused because his dog was the one that attacked me, and I was just trying to do my job. But before I could say anything, he stormed off the porch and pushed my chest. "Don't you ever put your hands on my dogs." I showed him the bite mark. "Your dog bit me. I was just delivering a package. You know, doing my job." He scoffed. "If you were doing your job correctly, they wouldn't have bit you." He got closer to my face. "These are purebred German Shepherds. They could kill you if I told them to." I almost laughed because I train dogs that actually do that for a living. His dogs weren't trained. They were just out of control. He pointed in my face. "You're nothing more than a delivery driver. You're useless. Now get off my property before I let my dogs kill you." That's when I tapped my Apple Watch and sent my location to my unit. I didn't say a word. I picked up the package and turned to leave. Then he commanded his dogs, "Get him." I heard all 3 dogs running toward me. One bit my leg. Another went for my arm again. I got them off, but now I was bleeding in 3 spots. He just stood there smiling. "That's what happens when you mess with me. I'm calling the cops on you." I stayed quiet. Then I heard sirens. The customer smiled. "Good, the cops are here. You're finished." 3 K9 units pulled up to his house. Officers stepped out with trained German Shepherds on leashes. The customer's dogs tucked their tails and ran behind him, whimpering in fear. The smile left his face because he realized the cops were here for him. My sergeant walked up to me. "We got your location. What happened?" I pointed at the guy. "He commanded his dogs to attack me." My sergeant looked at the customer. "That's assault with a deadly weapon. That's jail time." He put the customer in handcuffs, but he tried resisting. "What are you doing? He's just a delivery driver." I whistled, and the K9 German Shepherds lined up in front of me, growling at the man. "That's my side hustle, but these are my co-workers." Carlos slipped me the little baggie under the lunch table. "Take these before your exam, and I promise you'll pass." My hand stopped halfway to the baggie. I thought about every red F I'd gotten this semester. My teacher pulling me aside to ask if everything was okay at home, when really I was just stupid, and my parents telling me I was one bad grade away from losing my car for good. That was all it took. I closed my fingers around the bag before I could change my mind. I stood in my bathroom the next morning staring at the little blue pill in my palm. My hand was shaking, and I knew the second I swallowed it, I was officially that kid, the one they warned us about in assemblies. Then I thought about losing the car, and I washed it down before I could change my mind. The first day, nothing. I figured Carlos had ripped me off. The second day, I sat down to study, and 2 hours vanished. The formulas that had looked like alphabet soup for 6 months suddenly made sense. I did every practice problem in the textbook that week, and I got every answer right. I felt like a different person, and I was terrified everyone could see it on my face. I walked into that final and finished 20 minutes early without second-guessing one answer. 2 days later, I got the test back. There was an A at the top. Then I saw the red ink at the bottom. "See me after class." I walked up to the teacher's desk like I was walking to my own funeral. She slid the test across her desk. "You went from a D- to an A in 2 weeks. I've been teaching long enough to know that doesn't happen on its own. If there's something you want to tell me, now is the time." I broke. I told her everything. Carlos, the pills, all of it. I pulled the plastic bag out of my backpack with both hands shaking and set it on her desk. She picked up the bag and looked at me. Then she popped one in her mouth and chewed it. I screamed and lunged across her desk. She held up a hand. She was laughing. "These are sweet tarts. I used to eat these as a kid." She popped another one in her mouth. "You passed that test on your own." Carlos was waiting outside the classroom laughing before I even got the door open, and I grabbed him by the shoulder. "Why would you do that?" He shrugged. "Because you're smarter than you think you are. You just never would have believed me if I told you." I pulled out my pen and wrote in my diary, "I'm sneaking out to Robert's house tonight to play video games with him since Dad won't let me see him anymore." I left it on my shelf and snuck into the closet, watching through the gap because I knew what's about to happen. Within minutes, Dad walked in and opened my diary. He'd been spying on me for months, but tonight would be different. He read what I wrote, and his hands immediately flew to his head as he chucked my diary at the wall. "This is why I keep tabs on him," he muttered to himself. "After what I do to him tonight, he'll never even want to see Robert." My heart pounded as I tried to stay silent, and I watched him grab his thickest leather belt, then storm downstairs with his car keys. He slammed the door so hard my picture frame fell. I heard his car leave the driveway, and I quietly stepped out and opened my bedroom window. Robert jumped out of the bushes and climbed in with the biggest grin. We immediately dropped to the floor, setting the snacks out in front of us and grabbing our controllers. I laughed because I'd also tampered with Dad's car battery earlier. He'd break down on the highway, meaning me and Robert now had a full night of gaming ahead of us, and there was nothing he could do. Me and my idiot friends were 40 days into our charity sailing challenge to the North Pole when they started pointing at the water and hallucinating. The big one, Otis, smiled. "Look, I think I see a mermaid." He started making making kissy faces at nothing. Oh my goodness, she's so beautiful. Gizmo, the skinny one, was smiling like a maniac. Wait, I see one too. Look, I think she likes me. I dragged my palm across my face and sighed. I knew I shouldn't have let you guys convince me to go with you. This is what I get for trying to be a good friend. But both of them were too busy staring at the water to listen to me, and I knew it was on me to stop them from drowning. Otis started sucking in his gut to impress his imaginary girlfriend, and he made the shape of a heart with his hands. My love, I'll buy you a house if you climb aboard. The ocean rocked our boat, and he jumped. Look, she told me she's willing to give us a shot. I sunk my nails into that idiot's shoulders. Bro, get a freaking grip. No one is there, but he shoved me off like I was the crazy one. Dude, you're just jealous because the mermaids aren't into gingers with two different colored eyes. Gizmo sprinted towards our storage room and came out with our radio and walkie-talkies. I need to show my mermaid girlfriend how much I love her, and you know my love language is gift-giving. I lunged at him, but it was too late. He was already dumping all of our means of survival into the ocean. I grabbed him by the collar. What the hell is wrong with you? Suddenly, I heard Otis gasping behind me, and when I turned around, I saw him standing on the edge of the boat with his arms stretched out over the water. She's reaching for me. She wants me to come to her. I let go of Gizmo and dove for him, but my hand closed on nothing. He'd already stepped off, smiling, like he was jumping into a ball pit. I sprinted to the edge of the railing. Otis! He came up smiling, swimming towards the open water, and Gizmo laughed. He's going to her. Love is so beautiful. Adrenaline pumped through my body because I knew there was no way that idiot would survive out there, and that's when Gizmo threw himself in right after. I ran to start the engine so I could go and save them, but I saw one of them had destroyed it, probably thinking it was another act of love. I watched my idiot friends swim away and become tiny dots in the distance, and knew I'd never see them again. 10 days later, I was still stranded at sea, and I started to see the mermaids they were talking about. I was walking to class in my new Lightning McQueen shirt, feeling like the flyest kid in school. Then I saw the principal look at me and start to cry. Before I questioned why he was crying, he grabbed me by my collar and dragged me into his office. He slammed the door, sat me down, and said, "You're expelled." I jumped out of my chair. What? What did I do? He wouldn't answer. His hands were shaking and his face was red. He picked up the phone and dialed my mom. "Your son is being expelled. Come to the school immediately." I was shaking in my chair because I didn't understand what I did wrong, and my mom would beat my ah. Moments later, the door swung open. My mom stormed into the office. "Why is my son being expelled?" The principal sighed and pointed at my shirt. His finger was shaking. "That shirt. He can't wear that shirt in my school. That goes against dress code standards." My jaw dropped. My mom looked at my Lightning McQueen shirt, then back at him. "You're expelling my son over a cartoon car?" He nodded firmly. I yelled, "It's just the GOAT Lightning McQueen. How does that violate standards?" Through the window, I saw 3 girls in the hallway wearing crop tops. How does my shirt violate standards but their crop tops don't? The principal didn't budge. My mom was calling the superintendent. "This is ridiculous. This isn't right." I asked him, "Why does my shirt bother you so much?" His jaw was clenched and his eyes were filling up again. He started bawling like a baby. "It's not just a shirt." My mom and I looked at him confused. "My son, he was about your age when his mom and I got divorced. He chose her. The last time I ever saw him, he was walking out my front door wearing that exact shirt, Lightning McQueen. I haven't spoken to him since." My mom slowly put the phone down. He wiped his tears. "I'm sorry. I know it's not your fault. There was never a violation. McQueen just gave him trauma." I stood up. "That's crazy, Lore. But can I go back to class? I need to flex on these hoes." My son stepped into the ring of the Olympics boxing final, and his opponent was the hometown kid, who many said had cheated his way into the final. The bell rang, and my son instantly started landing hits and ducking everything his opponent threw. It wasn't even close. My son came back into the corner smiling while his opponent wobbled. He said, "I'm so much better than this guy, Dad." But I gently smacked him and told him to never underestimate his opponent. I reminded him of our training and how his biggest dream in life was a few rounds away. He nodded and went out, and for the rest of the match, he dominated. The crowd booed him non-stop, but my son still landed repeated left hooks and dodged every counter. He backed his opponent into the corner and wailed on him for a full round. He was barely sweating while his opponent bled and couldn't stand without wobbling. In the 3rd round, he knocked him down, but the referee counted way slower than he was meant to, giving the hometown opponent enough time to get up. When the final bell rang, my son looked untouched, without a single mark on his face, while his opponent looked like he got stampeded by bisons. I hugged my son as the judges were about to announce the winner and yelled, "You did it, son!" because the result was so clear. But then the judge raised the opponent's hand. The crowd instantly started cheering for him, and my jaw dropped. My son was unharmed, while his opponent couldn't even see because his eyes were so swollen. I immediately lost it and tried to grab the scorecards, but the results were official. My son stood on the podium with a silver medal without a scratch, while his opponent stood above him with a gold medal and a broken nose and a jaw wired shut. My son was cheated out of gold, and I learned that sometimes the opponent is a rigged system you can never beat. I was getting getting ready for my driving test, hands shaking because I was sure I'd mess up. Then my instructor pulled up in a BMW M5 and told me to get in. I slid into the driver's seat with sweat on my forehead. I'm testing in this? It's worth like 150 grand. What if I crash? The examiner wrote something on her clipboard. It'll be fine. Just focus on the driving. My hands gripped the slick leather wheel and I pulled out. But 3 minutes in, the route turned off the main road into a sketchy, boarded-up neighborhood. Are you sure you want to drive this car through here? But a group of people drifted onto the road before she could respond. They stopped in front of the BMW. I slammed the brakes, my heart pounding. But when I looked over, my examiner was neck-deep in her clipboard. We've stopped in the middle of the road for no reason. This is against the rules of. Suddenly, I heard a smack, and when I looked to my left, a man was pounding on the glass, trying to get in. I flinched and let go of the wheel, but the examiner only marked that I failed to keep both hands on the wheel. More people started coming, yanking every door handle and trying to steal the car. My feet trembled on the accelerator, and that's when a bullet came through the side window. It flew inches above my head and past the examiner's nose. Her pencil froze as she finally realized what was happening, and I realized these people would kill us to steal the BMW. I immediately started reversing, and the examiner gripped her head. That's not how you reverse. What are you doing? But I was already pushing the gear stick forward. The crowd still blocked the road, so I swerved onto the curb. The people on the side continued banging the doors, and another bullet went through the window, but I floored the accelerator and drove along the pavement. I hit a bin before swerving back onto the road, and when I looked back, the people were still running. My examiner was back to her old ways, screaming, "You're endangering civilians," and writing in her clipboard so hard her pencil snapped. When the exam ended, she wouldn't even give me my sheet. We ended up in an unlucky situation, but road safety means navigating danger safety. You failed. She stormed off, and all I could look at was the bullet hole in the headrest she was sitting at. I woke up in the bathtub with one shoe, a throbbing headache, and my wife standing over me with her hands on her hips. You came home at 3 in the morning singing Sweet Caroline with one shoe. You're banned from going to Murphy's pub with Mickey and the rest of the boys. I swear, try a boys' night again, and I'm taking the truck. She grabbed my phone and shared my location with herself before I could climb out of the tub. Mickey called Saturday and said I'd need a strategy to get back to the pub. I wasn't missing another Friday. First Friday, Mickey texted that the boys were at the pub. I told her the meeting was running late and slid into the booth. Before my pint hit the table, she texted, "Sandra just sat down behind you. Meeting going well?" I drove home with the pint untouched and handed her the truck keys. Second Friday, I left my phone home to fool the tracker. Mickey drove me to the pub. My Apple Watch buzzed mid-beer. Find My iPhone also works on Apple Watches. She took the watch. Third Friday, I went nuclear. No phone, no watch, gym alibi, Uber 2 towns over. 2 hours in, the bartender slid a phone across the bar. Some lady called, wanted to make sure her husband got this back. Already on speaker. "Hey honey, how's leg day?" She banned Mickey from the house. Mickey called from his driveway the next morning. "You've never tried tracking her." Saturday, she said she had book club at Sandra's. Find My iPhone pinged Sandra's house, but the driveway was empty. Mickey found her actual location, a wine bar across town. I walked in. She was at a table with 4 friends, a glass of red, laughing harder than she had in years. Her face did what mine had been doing for a month. Now every Friday, I have a late meeting, and she has book club. I pull into Murphy's pub at 9. She pulls into the wine bar across town. Find My iPhone still works, but neither of us checks it. I was playing with my pet snake when my friend leaned over and stared at it with narrow eyes. "Is it true that anacondas can choke people out?" I told him yes, and he instantly leaned back in his chair and put his arms over his head. "I don't think it could choke me out." I laughed, but Wesley immediately sat up. "I'm serious. Let your anaconda try choke me. If it succeeds, I'll give you $200. If not, you give me the $200. Deal?" I thought about whether I wanted to risk my friend's life for $200. Then I shook his hand. "Deal." I carefully placed Piper around his neck. Wesley smirked. "You have to be pretty weak for something with no arms to choke you out, and I've been hitting the gym. This anaconda won't do a thing to me." Piper settled around his trachea, and I told Wesley, "Tap out once it gets too much." But he waved his hand dismissively. "What kind of loser needs a safe word for this? I'm ready whenever. Bring it on." I looked at him one more time, then gave Piper the signal. She started barely squeezing Wesley's neck, but his eyes instantly went wide. "That's a lot, but I think I can hold it," he said, trying to look confident. I told him Piper wasn't even trying, and suddenly she squeezed harder. Wesley instantly gasped and tried to pull her off because his face had started turning purple. I asked, "Do you want to tap?" But he shook his head, wheezing no, and pulling harder. "I got this." Piper's muscles weren't even tensed, yet Wesley was now shaking in his chair, his veins popping as he pulled hard as he could. His face was blue, and Piper just kept squeezing. I was about to call her off anyway, when Wesley began tapping out. "Get her off me," he wheezed. I snapped my fingers, and Piper instantly released, returning back to me. Wesley collapsed off the chair, holding his throat on the floor and gasping for air. He didn't have the air in his lungs to protest as I took my $200. I reached for a glass of water with my left hand, but for some reason my fingers wouldn't close around it, and I suddenly felt a crushing pressure in my chest. My legs gave out, and and I dropped to the floor, my vision blurring and arm going numb. I realized I was having a heart attack, and the only person in the house with me was my granddad, who was once a medic but now had dementia. I yelled, "Ah!" and he slowly stood up and shuffled in confused. He poked my arm with his walking cane and narrowed his eyes. "And who are you?" "I'm your grandson. I'm having a heart attack. Call the ambulance." I felt my words slurring as my chest ached. He went off and came back with a blanket, softly draping it over me and patting my head. "You're shaking so much. You should get some rest. You'll be better soon." The blanket hovered on my left arm, but I couldn't feel it, and I used my functioning hand to point at the photo of Granddad in his old doctor's uniform. "Grandpa, you were a doctor. Please save me. I don't want to die." He turned his head and stared at the photo. My vision darkened into a tunnel, and the last thing I saw were his eyes change as he looked back. He screamed something, but his voice faded, and the fear and pain left my body. The world went black, but then a sharp pain hit my ribs, and my eyes burst open. Granddad was slamming his palms into my chest, performing CPR as tears rolled down his face. He kept repeating my name, and as I sucked in a breath and felt my left arm move, I sat up and grabbed him. I sobbed into his shoulder. "You just saved my life." But he was already staring at me blankly. What? What just happened? His brain made him remember for just long enough to save my life. Mr. Davis walked into class the morning our biggest history paper was due and said, "Bad news. The school network is down, but your paper is still due by the end of class. You have your notes, your textbooks, and your brains. Figure it out." The whole class groaned, and he held up a hand. "Since it is 40% of your final grade, I suggest you stop groaning and start writing." A kid in the front row raised his hand. "But our papers are saved on the school network, and we can't access them." Mr. Davis sat down at his desk and shrugged. "Then I guess you better start from scratch." 40% of our grade was depending on what we could write in the next 50 minutes. The guy next to me slammed his textbook open, flipped 3 pages, and slammed it shut again. I don't even know where to start. The girl in front of me was already crying with her pencil moving at the same time. Half the class had used AI to write most of their paper and could not remember any of it. A kid in the back stood up. "This isn't fair. Our papers were basically finished." Mr. Davis pointed at his seat without looking up. "Sit down and start writing." The kid sat down and stared at his blank page. With 20 minutes left, half the class had less than a paragraph, and people were leaning over to copy each other's notes. Mr. Davis stood up and walked the rows slowly. "Eyes on your own paper." With 5 minutes left, the guy next to me picked his head up, grabbed his pencil, and started writing so fast his hand was shaking. When the bell rang, Mr. Davis collected every paper and stood at the front of the room. The network was never down. Nobody moved. "I read your papers on the school network last night, and I already know what you wrote. What I just collected tells me which one of you actually understood it and which one of you let a machine do your thinking for you." He looked around the room slowly. "Your brain is the only tool that will show up for you when it actually matters. Remember that." A woman in the grocery store smiled at me. "Babe, who's watching the kids?" I looked behind me, but nobody was there. "What kids?" She laughed. "Very funny. Are they with your mom?" I took a step back. "Ma'am, I have never seen you before in my life." Her smile fell. "Okay, the joke's getting old." She reached into my cart and started looking through my groceries. "We have peanut butter at home." I looked around desperately for help, but an older woman nearby just smiled at us like we were the cutest couple she had ever seen. "Sorry, I think you have me confused with someone else." I tried to push my cart away, but the woman kept following me. Her cart clipped my heel in the frozen food aisle. Ignoring me isn't funny. We talked about this in therapy. A man nearby overheard and shook his head like I was the worst husband he'd ever seen, so I just stayed quiet. The crazy lady started loading frozen pizzas into my cart, and by the time I reached the checkout, all of her groceries were in my cart, and she was standing next to me with her arms crossed. Well, I paid $400 for groceries for a family I didn't have because I didn't want to make a scene. I shoved the bags into her cart and sprinted to the parking lot, fumbling for my keys. She hurried behind me, talking about picking up the kids from school, and didn't stop until she saw my car. "Wait, where's your truck? I tried to tell you, I'm not your husband." Her hands were shaking as she pulled out her phone and showed me a photo of a man who looked exactly like me. "This is my husband. Who are you?" She called her husband on speakerphone, and we realized we had the same birthday. "We need to go talk to my mom." His wife gave me the address, and I met him there. I felt sick to my stomach when we knocked on her door, and when she opened it, she started to cry. "You had severe asthma, and as a single mom, the medical bills were destroying me." My twin's mouth fell open. "So you kept the healthy baby and gave the other one away?" She reached for his arm. "I did what I had to do." He pulled back. "You hid him from me." He turned his back on her and walked to the car, and I followed. She called after us from the doorway, and my twin turned around one last time. "He's my family now. Don't contact me again." again. I became a hero by sneaking into Walmart past closing time. My friend dared me to spend 24 hours hiding in Walmart, so I said bet, walked in at 6 p.m. and built a toilet paper fort in the back. The closing announcement came at 11. The lights dimmed an hour later, and I crawled out and went absolutely feral. I rode a mongoose bike down every aisle, popping wheelies past the frozen pizzas. I cracked open a rotisserie chicken in the patio furniture display and ate it on a $700 hammock. I stacked 12 packs of Charmin toilet paper into a throne so tall I had to climb it to film myself eating beef jerky like an emperor. I sat back on my throne to admire my work. Then I heard glass break. I climbed down off my throne and leaned out to spy. 3 guys in ski masks were dragging duffel bags toward the customer service desk. One of them pulled out a crowbar and started prying open the safe right next to my Charmin tower. That's when I realized 2,000 rolls of toilet paper were right above their heads. I shoved the back of my throne with everything I had. The whole thing came down on top of them like a white avalanche. I sprinted to the front and hit the fire alarm. Cops swarmed in 3 minutes later and dug 3 muffled men out of the toilet paper pile. The detective walked over and shook my hand. "You're a hero, son." Then his smile faded as he flipped open his notebook. "What were you doing in here at 3 in the morning?" I scratched the back of my head for a second. A dare. Then I broke into a wide grin and shrugged. I dared to be great. The substitute teacher snatched my hearing aids out of my ears and yelled, "No AirPods in class. They're hearing aids," I tried to explain. She made a face like I'd insulted her. "Do you think I was born yesterday?" Then she walked back to her desk and put them in the drawer. I could see her lips moving, but couldn't hear the lecture I assumed she was giving me. She kept teaching, wrote a problem, turned, said something to me. I watched her lips and had no idea what she'd asked. "I asked you a question." She said it slower this time, her jaw tight. 2 kids behind me jumped in, pointing right at me. I couldn't hear them, but I could tell they were sticking up for me. My face went hot. The whole class was arguing about me, and I couldn't get a single word in. She faced me dead on to answer them, and this time I could read her lips. A 12-year-old does not need hearing aids. The kids kept going, but she folded her arms and waited. She pointed at me, mouthing it slow and clear. "Then he can read my lips." She walked over and stood right in front of my desk. I tried to answer. My own voice came out wrong, too loud. The vowels collapsed in the middle. I couldn't tell if I was whispering or shouting, so I stopped. She gave up on me and walked to the intercom. She pressed the button and said something into it I couldn't hear, but I knew she was calling the office on me. The whole class had gone dead silent. I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it. Everyone in the room had their eyes on me, and all I could do was stare at my hearing aids on her desk, and I wasn't allowed to get up and take them back. A minute later, the door opened and the principal walked in. Her mouth started moving fast, gesturing at me, at the aids on her desk, at me again. He nodded once, walked to her desk, picked up my hearing aids, and held them in his palm. Then he reached up to his own ear and pulled out a hearing aid the same color as mine. He held them side by side. "These are mine, those are his." Her mouth opened and didn't close. He walked over and put my aids in my hand. I didn't put them in. I stood up, grabbed my backpack, and headed for the door. She was saying something behind me the whole way. I turned around. "Sorry, I can't hear you. I spent my last $50 on a Sam's Club membership, and 3 hours later, I was banned for life." I walked right up to the old man checking cards at the door. "1 membership, please." He rolled his eyes at me and pointed me toward the registration desk. I grinned huge for my photo, and then walked straight to the pigs in a blanket sample cart, stacked 5 paper cups in a tower, and popped them back like shots. The demo lady stopped mid-sentence and watched in horror. I hit the orange chicken samples next, then the pot stickers, the yogurt cups, the protein bars, and circled back to the pigs in a blanket for round 2, then 3, then 4. This was the best I've eaten in months. The same demo lady reached for her walkie. The GM marched up with the greeter trailing behind him. Sir, you've been here 3 hours. My demo ladies are crying." "Sunday is free sample day," I said, and waved my card. "I paid for this." He glared at me. The greeter stepped in, took the card from my hand, and hole punched it through the photo. The GM jabbed a finger at my chest. "Your membership is terminated. You're banned from every Sam's Club in the country. Collect your refund at the desk." "Fine, I'll take my money elsewhere." I sat at my kitchen table that night designing a flyer. Free 8-pack of filet mignon. Saturday only. First 1,000 guests. No membership required. I printed 200 copies and slid them under windshields across town. Saturday I drove to Costco, used the refund to buy a membership, and grabbed the $1.50 hot dog combo. I sat on the hood of my car across the street from Sam's. By noon, the lot was packed and the line wrapped the building. Inside, a mob waved flyers and screamed about their free steaks. The GM stumbled out the front doors, sweating through his vest. "I don't even have 8 packs of filet. And why do none of you have a membership?" A pig in the blanket flew out of the mob and hit him in the face. He spun in the chaos and locked eyes with me on the hood of my car. I held up the Costco hot dog and took a bite. Best $1.50 I've ever spent. I put my trembling hands together and watched as the roulette spun with all my daughter's college savings on red. Brianna came to me months ago with a dozen pages of math workings, saying, "Roulette table 9 at our local casino is rigged." She showed me her blueprints with hundreds of arrows and angles I didn't understand. It has a 4-degree tilt when spun by the left-handed dealer who works Thursdays. It lands red 81% of the time when he spins it. I rolled my eyes and laughed at her, but Brianna crossed her arms and dragged me to the casino that Thursday to prove it. She walked to wheel number 9 with $10 while I watched from a distance, and 2 hours later, she came back and slid her winnings ticket across the table. $5 grand. My jaw dropped and my hands trembled. Brianna was right. We came back next Thursday, but 20 minutes in, 2 men in suits tapped her shoulder and walked her out, but they hadn't noticed me. So now, I was the one sitting at table 9, with her entire college savings on red. Mathematics was on our side, but we could still lose. The dealer waved his hand and called no more bets, and I looked over at Brianna, in a brown wig and glasses, pretending to play a slot machine. The dealer spun with his left hand, and my heart pounded so hard I could hear it over everything else. I snuck a look over at my daughter, but she just smiled, calm as ever. The ball began slowing, and I gripped the table so hard my knuckles went white. It went red, then slowed down as it went to black, and my heart stopped, but then it tipped back to red. I was about to celebrate when suddenly it bounced again. It hit green and stopped completely. I remember my legs almost buckling, and my face going pale and numb. Across the casino, I saw my daughter's face go purple. She didn't even wait. She just stumbled toward the exit before I could even get up. By the time I got to the car, she was already on the phone to her uncle begging for a loan. She hung up and turned to me with red eyes. "I swear I can win it back." I saw a wasp climbing on my girlfriend's calf and immediately hit it with my sandal. Cynthia stood from the couch. "Babe, why the hell did you just hit me?" I scratched my head to think of a lie because she was deathly allergic to wasps and I didn't want to scare her. There was a fly on your leg." She turned to me. "So what? It doesn't mean you have to hit me." Before I could respond, I saw another wasp climbing on her arm and smacked it again. Where were they all coming from? Cynthia smacked my hands off and sprung up from the couch. "What is wrong with you?" She started to walk to her room and turned around to say, "I think you should leave." But when I turned around to face her, I saw Cynthia's face go completely pale, and she was pointing at the door. What is that?" I peered over and saw that resting by the door was a wasp nest the size of a basketball, gray and breathing, already swarming with wasps that were coming in underneath the doorframe. Cynthia screamed, "Ah!" and the entire nest of wasps all turned to face her. I knew I had to do something, or she'd be toast. Without thinking, I grabbed her arm and shoved her out the door. "Go!" As soon as she walked out, I grabbed the nest and threw it into the center of the living room and locked the door shut with me inside it so they wouldn't chase her down the street. The wasps started covering me, and she hit the window with both fists. "Open the door, babe." I shook my head. A sting would just hurt me, but one would kill her, so I wasn't opening anything. On my first day in the prison courtyard, the biggest guy stormed over to me, grabbed my collar, and lifted me in the air. "I'm Tank. I think we ought to get to know each other." I gulped because I knew things like this happened in prison, but I didn't think it would be straight away. I heard someone whisper, "He's going to be carried out of this yard on a stretcher." The whole yard went quiet and circled me. My eyes desperately darted over to the correctional officers, but they were whistling and facing the other direction, pretending not to notice what was going on. Tank dropped me on the ground, and he was so big I had to crane my neck just to look at his face. "Stand up." My throat closed, my hands locked on the bench, and I froze staring up at the man about to kill me. And right when I thought he was about to turn my brains into mincemeat on the prison yard, I felt something drop onto my shoulder. I glanced over and saw a spider. Tank's eyes locked onto it, and his face completely drained of color. He stepped back, and tears filled his eyes. Is that a... He didn't even finish his sentence before collapsing on the floor in fear. He was crying so hard he started peeing himself. Everyone stared at me with wide eyes. The same guy from earlier was now whispering. He defeated Tank without even moving a muscle. The paramedics surrounded us. They carried someone out of that yard on a stretcher that day. It just wasn't me. I fist bumped the tiny bug. "You're the homie." My best friend and I were homeless, so we sang together on the street to make money to survive. We lived under a blanket on the corner of a street because our clothes were filled with holes and we couldn't afford anything better. Every day we would wake up and go sing "I'll Be There" by Michael Jackson at the Times Square, which made us money. Whatever coins people gave us, we split 50-50. That was our routine for as long as I could remember, until one morning I woke up and his side was empty. His blanket and personal things were gone. My heart sank because when you're homeless and someone vanishes overnight, only the worst could have happened. happened. I ran around asking every homeless person on the block, "Have you seen him? All of his stuff is gone." One guy shook his head. "I think he's dead, man. It'd be like that sometimes." My chest tightened. I asked another person. "The cops probably arrested him and confiscated his stuff. You should forget about him." I kept asking around, refusing to believe it. I asked a woman under the bridge. "I saw a guy who looked like him get on a bus. He probably left you." Each answer didn't make sense. "He's been my best friend and my brother for 5 years. He wouldn't leave without telling me." Days passed, and I went back to our corner alone. I tried to sing our song, but my voice wouldn't come out. I started losing hope. But what happened next was something I never could have imagined. The next day, I forced myself to sing through my tears because I was hungry and needed the money to buy food. "Just call my name, and I'll be there." Then I heard a familiar voice behind me, singing the next line, "And oh, I'll be there to comfort you." I turned around and saw my best friend wearing a suit and tie. I couldn't believe it. He even had a fresh haircut. Tears started running down my face. "What happened to you? I thought you were dead." A shelter worker heard me singing and connected me to a church. They gave me an apartment in exchange to sing for their church. I was shaking. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I had to finalize everything." He walked closer to me and handed me a key. "We split everything 50-50, remember?" It was the key to his apartment. That Sunday, we stood side by side in a church, now the both of us in suits and fresh haircuts singing together. I saw a man running down the beach with my 5-year-old in his arms. I screamed her name while running after him. "Delphine!" My wife threw the cooler aside and followed. The man kept yelling, "I'm taking her with me. No one's letting her in the water." I was sure that he was dangerous, and I figured I only had 3 minutes before he made it to the parking lot. I ran until my lungs burned and tackled him into the sand. I had to stop myself from killing him on the spot. He cried, "Please, don't let your daughter go near the water. Let me take her with me and keep her safe. Please." I had no idea what he was talking about. And just when the officers were about to cuff him, he broke free of their grip and sprinted back into the ocean. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to think. Why was a man who tried to kidnap my daughter sprinting back into the ocean? And when I looked where he was running, I saw 2 kids in the ocean screaming from fear. But they weren't screaming because of him. It was because the ocean tide was so strong that it was dragging them towards the cliffs. "Help!" they screamed. He screamed back, "I'm coming to save you. Don't worry." None of us knew what to think as he swam straight towards them. In minutes, he was able to push both kids to the sand. He saved their lives. When we got there, the lifeguard performed CPR on him. I still couldn't understand why someone who had tried to kidnap my daughter was now saving other kids' lives. But when he finally coughed up all the water in his lungs, he explained, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you by taking your daughter. I was actually trying to save her. Because 3 years ago, my 5-year-old stepped into this ocean. So now, whenever I see kids her age, I automatically try to save them, Delphine included." My daughter tugged my arm. "Daddy, is the nice man okay?" Me and my dad pulled into the auto shop, and he told me, "Stay in the car while I run in and buy window protection for our car. I'll only be 2 minutes." He stepped outside, and I sat in the car staring at the hazard lights button with curious eyes. Dad always said, "That's the self-destruct button. If you press it, the car will blow up and kill everyone." I really wanted to try the button, because I never believed it. I slowly reached my finger towards it, and I felt myself sweating, but I told myself it was just a button, and drove my index forward. The button pressed, and I immediately closed my eyes, bracing for an explosion. But nothing happened. I sat up grinning because I was right, and Dad was wrong. But then the hazard lights clicked on. A steady ticking sound filled the car. Tick, tick, tick. It sounded exactly like the timer Dad always said would be the 30-second countdown before the car exploded. My legs buckled, and I realized Dad was right. I had 30 seconds to leave the locked car before I blew up for real. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands, but Dad wouldn't answer fast enough. I cried and began banging the windshield, but he was inside the store leisurely browsing the shelves. Other people looked on, but the ticking continued, and I knew I had no time. I looked back and saw Dad's golf club leaning against the back seat. I didn't want to do it, but I grabbed it and mentally apologized to Dad, swinging it as hard as I could into the window. The glass shattered, and the car alarm instantly blared, and I jumped through the gap. I sprinted towards the store, while Dad ran outside to see why his car alarm was going off. I lunged into him and cried, "I'm so sorry, Dad. I pressed the self-destruct button. The car is gonna blow up." Then I turned to all the people who were staring at us. "My dad's car is gonna blow up. You have to run." They instantly started backing away and calling the police, because they'd just seen a child break out a car they thought would explode. My dad stared at his car's blinking hazards lights. I was eating my 2-day-old reheated pizza when my dad snatched it out of my hands and threw it in the bin. I shot up. "Why did you do that?" "Because it's turning blue." I chewed my crust and looked at the fallen soldier in the bin. But as my parents walked into the living room, I decided if they took something from me, I would take something from them. I grabbed the TV remote when they weren't looking and swallowed one of the batteries. It tasted acidic and got caught in my throat, and I nearly choked, but I walked back and hid behind the doorway. Dad clicked the remote to watch their favorite show, but the TV stayed off. He scratched his head and clicked again, and that's when he realized one of the batteries was missing. Him and Mom began searching between the cushions while I laughed because the battery was inside me. But then I felt a sharp pain in my stomach. I broke out into a cold sweat, and my insides suddenly felt like they were tearing apart. I googled, what happens if you swallow lithium batteries? With shaking hands and lithium battery ingestion is fatal appeared. 2 hours before it burns through you. Get to the hospital now. I looked back at Dad throwing couch cushions into walls, and Mom slamming drawers, screaming, where's the battery? And knew I needed to act. But then I saw Dad's car keys on the counter. If I drove to the ER myself, I'd avoid having to tell them what happened. So I quietly grabbed them and tiptoed outside, clutching my stomach in agony. I put the keys in the ignition, but Dad ripped the car door open. What the hell are you doing? His face was red, but when he saw my whole body shaking, he dropped to his knees. What's happening? Are you okay? I told him I had swallowed the remote battery, and he instantly grabbed his head in horror. He slid into the driver's seat and took me to the ER. I sat in the waiting room with stomach cramps and vision blurring, feeling like I was going to die, all because I swallowed a battery. But then a doctor slid my x-ray to me and Dad. Actually, the battery has already passed through your stomach. It will come out fine. Don't worry about it. What you're actually feeling right now is just food poisoning. Have you eaten anything bad recently? I looked at Dad and thought back to the 2-day reheated pizza, the one he took from me. I was backstage preparing for the biggest debate of my life. The winner gets a full ride to college, so I was going over my notes. That's when my competition, Brock, walked over and poured his entire water bottle all over my notes. I was so shocked that I jumped up. What the hell? Why would you do that? He smirked and leaned in close. I'm going to embarrass you in front of everyone tonight. That full ride is mine. I looked down. Half of my notes were soaked and bleeding ink. Suddenly, they called me to the podium. I slipped the notes into my pocket and hoped that they were still legible, because if not, I would lose my full ride to college. But when I got up to the stage and patted my butt to find my notes, I was shocked. They were gone. I looked at Brock in the front row. He held up my soaked notes and waved them at me. He stole them. I had nothing. Part of me wanted to quit right there. But then I thought of my mom. I thought of her in the hospital bed, telling me that the scholarship was all I needed to change our family's lives around. I thought of her kissing my forehead and telling me she was proud of me. So I started my speech. This house declares that the earth is flat. I mean that it's not flat. I was so nervous that I could barely think straight. Brock was laughing at me. When I stepped off, I thought it was over. I thought I'd lost the scholarship and let my mom down forever. Brock walked up next. He didn't even have any notes. This house believes that the earth is flat because the visual appearance of the earth, even at high altitudes, is flat. He was assigned the opposing side, and every argument was strong. The judges were leaning forward, smiling. I kept imagining my mom dying in the hospital bed without seeing her only son go to college, and I wanted to cry. But then I noticed something weird. Brock kept looking at the same spot in the crowd. I looked at where he was looking and saw a guy holding an iPad facing the stage. It had Brock's entire speech written on the screen. He was reading off it the entire time. His speech ended, and it was my turn to ask Brock questions. I knew it was my chance to destroy him and make my mom proud. I asked him something I knew wasn't on that iPad. If the earth is flat, then why are there different time zones around the world? He froze. His eyes darted to the second row to see if the answer would show up on the iPad. The guy was scrolling frantically, and I knew I was getting closer and closer to getting the scholarship. He couldn't find the answer. I looked at the judges and smirked sideways. Maybe his friend in the second row can answer for him since they've been answering all night. Look at his iPad. The guy tried to shove the iPad under his seat, but it didn't work, and I had to hold back my laugh. The head judge stood up. Bring that iPad up here, now. The guy walked up shaking and handed it over. The judge looked at the screen, then looked at Brock. Your entire speech is on this screen word for word. You know that's against the rules. Brock went pale. You're disqualified. The judge turned to me. Congratulations. The scholarship is yours. One member of the audience started clapping for me. I looked and saw my mom in her wheelchair. She must have come at the last minute. I knew you could do it. I was outside at 5 a.m. in a foot of snow, shoveling out my parking spot before a 12-hour shift. One more late arrival, and the promotion I'd been chasing for 2 years was gone. My 2 kids were still asleep upstairs, and I was running on 4 hours of sleep myself. I shoveled until my arms burned, and I could see concrete under my feet. Before I left, I grabbed a piece of cardboard and a marker, wrote out a note, and propped it against the snow pile at the edge of the spot. This spot is mine. I shoveled it at 5 a.m. in a foot of snow before a 12-hour shift. Respect the code. I made it to the hospital with 4 minutes to spare. I came home at 7 p.m. and a Prius was sitting in my spot with the note still propped exactly where I left it, his bumper an inch from the cardboard. He'd looked at it, read it, and parked anyway. I sat in my car in the middle of the street with both hands shaking on the wheel. So I got out, walked over, picked up the note, and stuck it under his windshield wiper. I packed every inch of snow I could find against his front bumper, both sides, all the way up to the door handles. I pulled my car directly in front of his, bumper to bumper. The snow pile was behind him, a wall of snow was beside him, and my car blocked the only way out. The note was sitting on his windshield, staring back at him. I went inside, set 3 alarms, and got into bed. I was not sleeping through this. My first alarm went off at 6 a.m., and I was already at the window with my phone out. The Prius guy walked out in a suit and tie, carrying a briefcase. He stopped at the curb, scratched his head, and pulled on the driver's door. It didn't move. He walked around to the passenger side and pulled on that one too. Nothing. He stood there for 30 seconds staring at the snow wall until he saw the note on his windshield and ripped it off so hard the wiper bent. He squeezed himself through the passenger window into the driver's seat and started rocking the car forward 2 inches, backward 2 inches. He did that for 20 straight minutes before he lost it and shook the steering wheel, screaming, "Open up, open up, open up." He got out the same way he got in and started yelling on the phone in the street. He was the one running late today. I poured my coffee and watched him shovel out his own spot in his suit. I saw my best friend at school and said, "You left your hoodie at my house." I was never at your house. What do you mean? I was confused because usually Cole remembered everything, but now he was completely blank. I thought he was messing with me. Does thou art know what time it is? Why was he acting like this? Dude, just speak normally. Whatever do you mean? He was completely serious, and I knew something had to be really wrong with him. The next day, he turned to me and asked, "What's our math teacher called again?" I stared at him because we've had the same math teacher for 3 years straight. Mr. Paulino? He nodded. "Okay, thanks, Brady." I froze in shock because my name isn't Brady. As he walked away, I grabbed him. "Dude, what's going on? We've been friends for 10 years, and my name is Brian. How did you get that wrong? You've been acting so strange lately." I expected him to explain, but instead, he just rolled his eyes. "Dude, stop trying to gaslight me. I know your name is Brady." I tried to tell the school counselor about it, but she waved me away and said, "Teenagers go through phases." In our next period, we had a substitute teacher named Mr. Crowley, and in the middle of Cole answering a question out loud, something shifted. All of us stared at him, not knowing what would happen next. Suddenly, his voice dropped, his posture changed, and the words coming out of his mouth sounded nothing like him. He finished the answer, then looked around the room like he was confused about where he was. Mr. Crowley noticed and asked Cole to stay after class. I waited in the doorway while Mr. Crowley asked him a few questions because I wanted to see if Cole would answer honestly. What was wrong with my friend? How have you been feeling lately? But Cole answered in a low, quiet voice that didn't sound normal. "Goodod!" Mr. Crowley ended his questioning there, and he found me afterwards. "How long has this been happening?" "A few days. I've tried to tell people something is wrong, but no one takes me seriously." He nodded slowly. "I will help." Mr. Crowley had a psychology degree and knew what he was looking at. A few days later, when class ended and I was about to walk out, he grabbed my shoulder. "Wait here." Cole was sitting at his desk. Cole's parents arrived, and Mr. Crowley sighed. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but I think I know what's going on with Cole." He kept observing Cole, and suddenly, he burst into tears. "I believe Cole has dissociative identity disorder. There is a different person living in his mind, and when that person takes over, Cole can't remember anything because he isn't present at all." Cole started treatment that same week. Now I can tell within 30 seconds each morning which personality is taking over Cole, and I treat each of them differently. A controller smacked the back of my head, and I turned around to find my brother holding a Nerf gun. I'd been mid-match in Fortnite. By the time I turned back, my character was already on the ground. I spun back around. "What is your problem?" "Mom said there's only money for one console." He waved the gun in my face. "I want an Xbox, and I'm not letting you ruin it with a PlayStation." He dropped a dart into one chamber, spun the cylinder, and set the gun on my bed. "Loser shuts up forever." He went first, pressed it to his temple, said Xbox for life, and pulled. Click. He grinned at me like he'd already won. I picked it up, didn't say a word, and pulled. Click. I set it down without changing my face, and his grin twitched. He picked it up slower. His hand shook so hard the cylinder rattled when he pulled. Click. He exhaled like he'd been holding his breath. I picked it up before he'd put his hand down, and pulled. Click. He flinched at my shot. He stared at the gun for a full minute. "Maybe we should just rock, paper, scissors." I didn't move. He reached for the gun, and his hand stopped halfway. I picked it up, pressed it to my own temple, and pulled. Click. I turned the gun on him and held it there long enough for him to do the math. One chamber left, one dart. I expect that PS5 under the tree by Christmas. I dropped the gun, grabbed the controller, and tossed it into his lap on my way out. He told Mom he changed his mind that night. The PS5 was under the tree. I felt my pants split open from the zipper all the way up the back, 10 minutes before my class president's speech to the entire school. I froze in the hallway behind the gym with my back pocket flapping against my leg and half my butt hanging out. 400 kids were packed in the gym waiting on the candidates, and I'd been practicing this speech for 2 weeks. My friend Grayson stood next to me scrolling his phone like nothing was happening. I grabbed his arm and spun around. If I walked out there like this, the election was over, and I'd be the kid who flashed the entire school. Look, he looked, then laughed so hard he had to sit down on the floor. Stop laughing and help me. I'm on in 10 minutes. He still had his gym bag from earlier, so we dug through it. He pulled out a roll of athletic tape and a clean pair of basketball shorts. Put the shorts on under your pants, then tape the rip shut from the inside. I went into the bathroom and did exactly that. One layer of tape over another until it held when I tugged on it. I walked back and forth in front of the mirror to test it. You can't tell, right? I asked. You can't tell. Just don't bend over. That's not the part I'm worried about. What do you mean? I have to walk up 4 steps and turn around and face everybody. He went quiet. The tape pulled tight every time I lifted my leg. The principal called my name. I went up the 4 steps, slow and stiff, keeping my legs close together so the tape wouldn't snap. I got behind the podium and the whole bottom half of me disappeared behind it. Nobody could see anything. I gave my entire speech, every line I'd practiced, and people actually clapped at the end. Then the principal walked over and shook my hand. "Come stand up front for a photo," he said. I stepped out from behind the podium with both hands holding the back of my pants, like I was just resting them there. After the principal took the photo, I turned to head back to my seat and heard the tape snap. My pants dropped to the floor and everyone could see Grayson's basketball shorts underneath. The gym erupted in laughter. I won the election anyway. My dad and I used to play soccer every day, until a video game made me forget how to kick a ball. After school, he'd drag me out back and we'd play till it got dark. He'd built these dummies with speakers taped to their heads that booed every time I scored, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Then GTA 4 and FIFA came out, and I stopped going outside. He'd show up in my doorway holding the ball, but I wouldn't even look up from the screen. He'd just stand there a second, then go kick the ball against the fence by himself, and I heard it every single night for 2 years. One night I looked out my window and he was sitting on the ground next to the dummies, just staring at the ball, and the speakers didn't make him smile anymore. I shut the curtain and kept playing. Then one night he came into my room holding an envelope instead of the ball. He opened it slow with this grin and pulled out 2 tickets to the World Cup. I shot up. "Dad, no freaking way!" He shrugged. "Maybe after this you'll want to play with me again." I barely heard the part about playing again, already holding the tickets up to the light like a trophy. On game day, we got there early and sat right by the field, losing my mind as the players warmed up. But when I looked over, my dad wasn't watching the players. He was watching me. Then a defender named Jonathan Spector jogged over for a loose ball, spotted me screaming in my face paint, and kicked it up to me. "Kick it back." I caught it and dropped it at my feet, my whole body buzzing as everyone around us turned to watch. I pulled my leg back to blast it the way I used to, swung as hard as I could, and barely clipped the top of it. The ball dribbled a few feet and rolled to a stop. The whole section went silent. I just stared at it, because it had been so long since I'd kicked a ball that my legs had forgotten how. I turned to my dad, but he wasn't laughing. He was looking at me like he'd waited 2 years for me to see what I threw away, every night kicking that ball alone while I let the only thing we had rot. We play together every day now. I'm still waiting for the best player in the world to kick it to me again. My mom came home holding a live chicken by the neck and tied it to the kitchen chair. "This will be our dinner tomorrow night. Don't touch it." But as soon as she left for bed, I instantly grabbed a piece of cereal from the off-brand Cheerios and held it up to the chicken. The woman next door is an animal trainer, and she taught me a thing or two. Watch and learn. I grinned. "Spin." My little brother Theo rolled his eyes. "Dude, it's just a stupid chicken. It's not gonna..." But suddenly, we were both interrupted by the sound of the chicken spinning around on the floor and smiling. We both froze, and I grabbed his arm. "That's not a normal chicken. I don't think I can eat her." Theo nodded slowly in disbelief. "We have to convince Mom not to let it die." He grabbed the hula hoop from the floor, and I untied the chicken while he held it up like a showmaster. "Jump!" When it jumped, I picked it up like a trophy. "We have to name her." Theo grinned. "Nugget. She's our golden nugget." We kept going all night to see what other tricks she could do, and suddenly, the clock hit 6 a.m. The upstairs light turned on, and we knew our mom was awake, and she was going to kill Nugget. Me and Theo grabbed Nugget and ran next door like we were doing Mission Impossible. Theo banged against the wooden door with his fist 3 times. "Miss! Hello! We need you!" I peeked through the mailbox and saw the old lady coming down the stairs in her bathrobe. She angrily slammed the door open, but when her eyes locked on Nugget, her expression softened. I know talent when I see one. "Come in before anyone else sees." I set Nugget on the lady's living room floor, and Theo took a Cheerio out of his pocket. "Do a flip, Nugget." She front flipped like it was nothing. Cluck! The lady stared, then reached for her purse. "I'll give you $5,000 for her. Today." We took the money, and Theo and Nugget both clucked at each other. When we got home and told Mom what happened, she smiled ear to ear. "I'm buying another chicken to celebrate." When she came home with it 3 hours later, me and Theo sighed. It's just not the same. I wasn't nearly as excited as my 8-year-old brother was when Mom shoved 2 horror movie tickets into my hand and said, "Have fun, boys." I tried to hand them back. I don't do horror, but my mom walked away and got in the car. "You're 16. You'll be okay." My brother tugged my sleeve. "Don't worry. I know all the tricks. I watched a documentary. It's gonna blow your mind." Then he pulled me to the car, like he was the one driving. When we got there, the previews alone had me sweating. By the time the movie started, I was halfway under my seat. Something screamed on the screen, and I flinched so hard, I knocked his soda over. My brother patted my knee. "You okay there, buddy?" Then he leaned in with a fistful of popcorn and whispered, "Watch the bottom left." Something came from the bottom left and I yelped. He nodded. "Told you." A few minutes later, a guy in a mask shuffled out of the dark, and just as I covered my eyes, my brother tapped my arm. "Look at his shoes. Those are sneakers. It's a guy in a suit." I peeked through my fingers, and they were sneakers. A little later, I covered my eyes again, and he said, "Want me to narrate?" I nodded, so he did. "Now she's running. Now she's tripping. Why do they always trip? Anyway, now she's dead." Around the halfway mark, he sighed, reached into his backpack, and handed me his stuffed T-Rex. "Here, his name's Stomp. He helps." I held Stomp the whole drive home. When we walked in the door, my brother sprinted to Mom and yelled, "Mom, there was so much fake blood. It was awesome. Also, the lady got destroyed. Also, we need to get popcorn out of the car." He ate dinner, brushed his teeth, and went straight to bed at 9 and slept like a baby. I sat on the couch hugging Stomp with every light in the house on until 2 in the morning. Then I checked the closet 3 times and cracked my brother's room door open so I could hear him breathing. Mom came downstairs the next morning and said, "Rough night?" My brother walked past me with a bowl of cereal and said, "He's fine. He had Stomp." My daughter's principal called. "Your daughter is the leader of a gang at my school. I have lawyers here waiting for you." I sped to the school because my daughter Odette was only 15 years old. When I walked into the office, Odette was sitting in a chair surrounded by the principal, 2 lawyers, and a teenage boy with a bandaged nose. One lawyer was holding a camera pointed right at her. The principal pointed at me. "We're recording everything. If I were you, I'd get a lawyer." I looked at my daughter. "What is going on?" She didn't say a word. The principal slammed his hand on the table. "Your daughter has sent 17 boys to the hospital. She's been training girls how to fight after school, how to break noses, how to hit pressure points." He grabbed Odette's arm and yanked up her sleeve. Her knuckles were swollen and purple. "Look at this monster. She's dangerous." The lawyer zoomed the camera in on her bruised hand. The principal threw her arm down. "And you want to know how we caught her?" The principal pointed at the boy in the corner. "That's my son. She broke my son's nose with her fists. I will be suing your family personally." The lawyers nodded behind him. "Your daughter is looking at expulsion, criminal charges, and lawsuits from every boy she put in the hospital." I sat down next to Odette and took her hand. "Tell me what happened." Odette stood up tall and pointed at the principal. "The 17 boys at the hospital were taking photos up girls' skirts and selling them to each other. We reported it to you for 2 years straight. You told us we should appreciate the attention." The principal's mouth opened, but nothing came out. Odette pointed at the boy with the bandaged nose. "And the boy who made girls feel the most unsafe. Your son. That's why I punched him." The boy looked down at his shoes. The principal stood up. "This is not how we handle things." "You didn't handle anything," Odette snapped, and I'd never heard her raise her voice like that. "You said boys will be boys." "Well, of course they will. They're boys." "Those boys would still have their noses if they kept their hands to themselves." Funny how they all stopped. The second girls started fighting back. The lawyer lowered the camera and looked at me. "We're no longer representing the principal. We'll be representing you and your daughter. We have everything we need." I walked up to the principal and leaned in close. "If I were you, I'd get a lawyer." My best friend got his head in a metal armchair, and the only way out meant death. He always had an irrational fear of Vaseline, so naturally, I brought a tub everywhere we went. We were at the hospital waiting for his 3 p.m. appointment. When I pulled out my tub of Vaseline, he literally ran to the other side of the room. But with 30 minutes left until the appointment, I decided to stick my head through the gap in the armchair to pass the time. But when I tried to take it out, I realized I couldn't. My head was stuck. Suddenly, my friend pointed at me and laughed. "You're the dumbest person alive." He took photos of me and said, "That's what you get for bringing Vaseline." I told him to shut up and help me, but he smiled and said, "No, but what I will do is show you how to not get stuck." He stuck his head through the other armchair gap successfully, but when he tried to take his head back out, he realized he was also stuck. Both of our heads were caught in the armchairs, and the waiting room was empty. My friend screamed, "My appointment is in 10 minutes, and wiggled his head hard against the metal, staying stuck and bruising himself in the process. That's when I remembered my Vaseline. I lathered my face in it, making it slippery, and pulled my head out easily. I told my friend, "Your turn," but his eyes went wide and he said, "I'd rather die." He kept struggling, until finally, at 2:58, he looked at me with red eyes and a clenched jaw. "Do it." I pulled out the Vaseline and started smearing it all over his face and neck. He screamed and cried the whole time, and that's when the doctor stepped out of his office. He saw me rubbing Vaseline all over his patient's head, which was currently stuck in the armchair. From that day forward, I carried 2 tubs. My little brother pointed at his Lego tower and asked, "Wanna watch me build it?" I nodded, but when he tried to push the pieces together, they wouldn't click. He pushed as hard as he could, but he just wasn't strong enough. Nathan had spinal muscular atrophy, meaning he got weaker every day, and the Lego sets he'd once dreamed of building became less and less likely. I watched him push the same 2 bricks over and over, his hands shaking, until he finally set them down. "Maybe tomorrow," he said, making his trying to be strong face. But we both knew tomorrow he'd be even weaker. He wheeled himself back to his room, while the half-built Lego tower sat there unfinished. I went upstairs to comfort him, but behind his door, I heard Nathan crying uncontrollably. My heart broke, and I went downstairs and picked up a Lego brick, staring at it. I pressed 2 bricks together and got an idea. I grabbed a sheet of sandpaper and began sanding down the little studs on top of the brick, just enough to make them slide together easier. I tested a brick, and it clicked with barely any pressure. I smiled, then picked up the next brick and began sanding. I sat at that table until 3 a.m., sanding down every single brick in his set until my fingers bled. But for Nathan, it was worth it. The next morning, I asked him, "Want to finish your tower, buddy?" He wheeled himself to the table slowly. "I do, but I don't think I can." His lip trembled. I sat across from him. "You can, Nathan. I feel it. Today you can." He took a deep breath and picked up 2 bricks. He braced himself and pushed, expecting to fail, but then he heard a click. His mouth dropped. He grabbed 2 more, and they snapped right into place. He looked up at me, eyes wide. "I think I'm getting stronger." I smiled. "Yeah, you are." I watched Nathan build the entire tower with his own 2 hands, piece by piece. He set the last brick on top and threw his arms up as high as he could. "What are you building next?" He looked at his biggest Lego tower. "That one." My mom handed me a box and said, "Here's that new dartboard you wanted. Don't do anything silly with it." I immediately placed an apple on my head while she walked back upstairs to her sister's baby shower. My friend grabbed a dart and stepped back 20 feet, then aimed the dart at the apple on my head. "I'm pretty sure using my bad hand isn't smart for this, but you only live once." He threw the dart, and my heart pounded as I watched it heading directly at my face. I realized it would hit my eyes, and ducked immediately. The dart flew into the open utility closet, and I heard a piercing metal sound, followed by gas hissing. Gerald groaned. "Why did you duck, man?" But I was already gripping my head in horror. The dart had punctured the propane tank. Gas was leaking out, and a rotting smell was filling the room, and I knew I had maybe 60 seconds before the house literally exploded. That's when I remembered my sister's baby shower upstairs. I bolted up and burst into Mom's bedroom, double over and heaving. Everyone stared at me in confusion, holding their pink lemonade cups. But I yelled, "The propane tank burst. Gas is leaking and this house is gonna explode in 30 seconds. I grabbed Mom's wrist, spilling her drink and going to drag her out. "We must leave," but she shot her hand back. "What are you talking about?" Then she smelt it. Her eyes widened with horror. "Everybody run!" All 10 of us started sprinting downstairs, pushing past each other out the door. Mom ran out and I was about to leave too, but then I saw something. Gerald was in the kitchen, throwing darts at the apple on the table, trying to hit it. Gas was surrounding him, and my eyes watered as I looked over at the propane gas tank. It was shaking and covered in white foam, seconds from blowing. I ran to Gerald through the gas and grabbed his arm. "The house is going to blow," but Gerald pulled back. "I can't leave on a miss." I felt myself choking as the high-pitched hissing got louder, and that's when Gerald switched to his right hand. The dart flew straight into the apple, and Gerald yelled, "Let's go!" We immediately started sprinting. Gerald still had his arms in the air as we ran out, and that's when we heard the boom. Our house was up in flames behind me, and I laid on the grass coughing and wheezing. Mom was on the lawn gripping her head in shock, but Gerald just pulled a second apple from his pocket and placed it on his head. Then he gave me a dart. "Your turn." I was broke and had 5 cents in my bank account, so when I saw a Craigslist ad offering $500 to act as someone's lawyer, I took it. The post said, "We'll pay $500 to pretend to be my lawyer in court. Must own a suit." I'm not a lawyer, but I've binge-watched Law and Order. I messaged her, and a woman replied, "Someone slipped on dog poop on my sidewalk and now they're suing me. I just need you to look the part." Before I could change my mind, $250 hit my account, so I put on my dad's old suit, grabbed a briefcase from the thrift store, and headed to court. I had no idea what was going to happen, but I'd do anything to chase the bag. When I walked into the courtroom, my client whispered, "Don't say much, just look smart." Easy enough. But then I saw the other lawyer, and my stomach dropped. He had a tailored suit, gold cufflinks, and a briefcase that probably cost more than my rent. The judge turned to me. "Counsel, your opening statement?" I stood up slowly. So, my client has a sidewalk, and people should watch where they walk." The judge raised an eyebrow. I kept going. "Also, dogs poop. That's just nature, Your Honor." I sat down fast, sure I'd blown it. Then it was the other lawyer's turn. The other lawyer rose, sharp and calm, and rattled off real legal terms like he owned the courtroom. My stomach sank because he was good, but on his final line he said, "But honestly, there's no real proof the poop was even there." The judge's eyes went wide. The other lawyer completely cooked his case and started sweating like crazy. I started questioning who would win now as the judge leaned back, thinking over his verdict. The judge banged his gavel. "I rule in favor of the defendant. I actually won. My client threw her arms around me, while the other lawyer looked like he was about to cry. As I walked out, I overheard the other lawyer in the hallway, talking to the man he'd represented. "I still get the money from the Craigslist ad, right?" I immediately stopped. The man scoffed. "You lost, bruh." It hit me all at once. He was a fake lawyer too, hired off the same kind of ad. He caught me listening and went pale. "Please don't tell anyone or sue me. I don't know how any of this works." I kept my face calm and slipped him my number. "If you ever need a real lawyer, call me. It'll be $500. I was sprinting down the middle of the street when Turner threw himself into a slide and his hand caught my ankle. "Tag! You're frozen! Damn it!" I yelled. But a tag was a tag, so I locked up mid-stride with one arm stuck out like a statue. I spun around looking for one of my friends to come unfreeze me, but they were nowhere to be found. That's when I saw the headlights. My heart skipped a beat and my whole body started shaking, but I was frozen solid and couldn't move a muscle. If nobody came to unfreeze me, I was going to get run over. The engine roared as the truck came barreling straight down the road at me. Through the windshield, I could see the driver's head down and both thumbs flying across his phone, not slowing for a second. Turner was screaming at me from the curb. "Move! Just move!" I tried to throw myself out of the way, but my body wouldn't budge, my foot still frozen up in the air. "I can't, Turner. My legs won't move. You froze me!" The horn blasted as it closed in, and I started bawling. "Somebody unfreeze me!" But there was no one left in the street. The truck was so close, the ground was rumbling under me. I squeezed my eyes shut with the tears pouring down my face. My arms still locked out like a statue, and I screamed it one more time. "I'm frozen!" Then out of nowhere, I felt something slam into my side, knocking the scream out of my mouth. Greg had tackled me clean out of the road, and the second he hit me, I was unfrozen. The truck roared past so close, it blew the grass flat, the driver never once looking up from his phone. I was sobbing, alive, finally able to move, when Turner came running over and tagged us both. "You're frozen!" Greg and I locked up stiff in the grass, face to face, and screamed it at the exact same time. "Damn it!" Neither of us moved an inch. A mosquito landed on my ear and buzzed. "You're almost there! You got this!" I was so delirious from the heat on my solo hike that I had to remind myself it wasn't real. I tipped my empty bottle over my mouth and one singular drop landed on my tongue. The mosquito came back and waved, and this time I heard it say, "Turn left, you'll find water." I face-palmed myself because I couldn't believe I was about to listen to a mosquito, and I turned left. 50 feet down, in the shade of a boulder, sat a full water bottle. I touched it, and it was ice cold. Beads of sweat ran down the plastic, like somebody had just taken it out of the fridge. The mosquito kept cheering. "I know you're lost, but you can trust me." I uncapped the water and guzzled it into my throat, and I figured that the hydration from the water would snap me back to reality, and the mosquito would disappear. But after finishing the entire bottle, it was still there. It buzzed. "Now let's find the exit." I laughed and said out loud, "What the hell is going on?" But it was already flying ahead of me, staring like it was waiting. I followed the buzzing through the brush, turn after turn, while the mosquito counted the turns off like it had walked it 100 times. Eventually, it led me to the parking lot, where there was one car sitting in the center. The car door opened, and a man climbed out, stretched like he'd been waiting on me, and smiled. "Oh good," he smiled and pointed at the mosquito. "You found my friend." The mosquito lifted off my ear and crossed the lot toward him. I stood there holding the empty bottle, my brain refusing to catch up. "Don't tell anybody about this," he said, pulling his door open. "Nobody's gonna believe you anyway." He backed the car out, and I pinched myself to see if I was dreaming. But the mosquito was still sitting on his dashboard, and the man rolled the window down. The mosquito buzzed. "Don't forget to order an Uber home." I was lying in bed when my mom threw the door open and said we had to help my cousin move. I grabbed my stomach and groaned. "I can't go. Something's really wrong. I think I caught that bug going around." She pressed her hand to my forehead before I could sit up, and I made my breathing slow and shaky. "Okay, you're burning up. You're not going anywhere. Let me handle everything." I wasn't burning up at all, but I winced and slid lower under the blanket. She came back with a sleeve of crackers and a ginger ale for my nightstand. "You're not moving a muscle. Your cousin can find somebody else to haul his couch." I was relieved because one morning of playing sick beat a whole day of hauling boxes. But that was until I remembered that once my mom thinks you're sick, she doesn't stop until it's an emergency. Her thumbs were already flying across her phone, and when I asked what she was doing, she just kept typing. "I'm telling everybody you can't make it. They all keep asking about you." My heart sank because I'd wanted to skip one couch, not get the whole family involved. My cousin called right after, loud enough for me to hear. "He's really bailing on me? I've got a whole apartment to move and now I'm a guy short." My mom told him I was sick and to stop whining. Then my aunt called and took over the room. "Listen to me. Is the pain on the lower right side? Because that's his appendix, and you do not sit around waiting on an appendix." I had no idea where my appendix was, so I blurted out, "I don't know." My aunt took it as a yes. "That is so much worse, honey. You need an ambulance right now before that appendix bursts." My mom was already dialing 911, and I shot up telling her I felt better, that it was passing, and I could help help move the couch right now. She just eased me back down, rubbed my back, and said help was on the way. By the time the sirens pulled up, half my family had heard the word ambulance and crammed into my doorway to watch 2 paramedics walk in. I still had a cracker halfway to my mouth. One paramedic crouched down, took my wrist, felt my pulse, then spotted the half-empty cracker sleeve in my hand. His pulse is completely fine, ma'am. And no offense, but a kid with a bad appendix is not sitting up eating crackers. That's when my cousin shoved to the front, still in the moving straps he'd worn all morning. I've been hauling boxes all morning and he's in here faking the whole time. I had nothing to say. I just didn't want to help carry the couch, that's the whole thing. Nobody said a word, then my cousin grabbed me by the ankle and dragged me out of the room. If he's healthy enough to eat crackers, then he's healthy enough to carry my couch. Let's go. My neighbor's high school party woke up my newborn baby at 3 a.m. for the 4th night in a row. She was crying so loud my wife was rocking her back and forth with tears in her eyes. I needed to end this, so I got out of bed and walked next door. I banged on the door, and some high school kid opened it holding a red cup. Every part of me wanted to scream, but I kept my voice level. My baby is trying to sleep next door. Can you turn the music down? He splashed his cup on me. Your baby can kiss my ah. He tried to close the door in my face, but I stuck my foot in it. Turn the music off or I'm calling the cops on you, you little psycho. He laughed. Try it. My parents know about my parties. They don't care about you or your crying baby. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling the cops right now, but he got in my face. Go ahead and call them. My dad is a lawyer. I'll call my dad right now and have the cops come arrest you for being on my property. I ended up giving up and put my phone down after tapping it. He smiled. Good boy. Oh, and my mom works at CPS. If you keep harassing me, she can have your turd baby taken away in minutes. I couldn't risk losing my daughter over a noise complaint, but the way he was smiling told me something was wrong with this kid, so I took my foot out the door and walked home. I'd wait until his parents got back the next day and tell them everything. That turned out to be the best call I ever made. When their car finally pulled into the driveway, I walked over. Your son has been throwing parties every night. He threw his drink at me and called my baby a turd. They looked angry. Why are you lying about our son? He's a proud Christian boy. He said he was doing Bible study all weekend. The kid saw us speaking and panicked. Don't listen to him, Daddy. I've never seen this man before. I pulled out my phone because instead of calling the cops, I recorded his voice. It played, my dad is a lawyer. My mom works at CPS. She can have your turd baby taken away in minutes. His dad's jaw clenched. I'm an electrician. His mom's hand flew to her mouth. I work at a church. He lied about everything. His dad told me to turn around. This isn't going to be pretty. I heard him take off his belt and heard whooping noises behind me. That night, my baby slept through the whole night. Cannonball! My friend Bobby jumped in the air towards the couch. His shadow fully engulfed me, and we scrambled away because this was life or death. Bobby landed on the couch, and we immediately heard a massive crack under him. His face fell, and when he stood up, his mom's bike helmet was completely flattened into 2D. I immediately dropped to the floor laughing. Bobby, how do you flatten a bike helmet? My friends rolled on the floor hysterically. That thing survives trucks, but it couldn't survive Bobby. Bobby panicked and grabbed the flat helmet. Guys, this isn't funny. Please help me fix this before my mom walks in. I pointed at the helmet. Bro, it literally looks like a pancake. Jason pulled out his phone, taking pictures of it. Bobby was beet red and tried squeezing the helmet back in shape, his chubby fingers shaking. Jason slapped his shoulder. Try sitting on it again, Bobby. Maybe it'll pop back out the other way. I began laughing again, and that's when Bobby's mom walked in carrying groceries. She saw the flat bike helmet in Bobby's hands and gasped. Why is my helmet flat? I laughed harder, but Bobby's eyes instantly went wide and he pointed at me. He sat on it, Mom. My jaw dropped, but I didn't even need to reply as his mom looked at him and rolled her eyes. I know this was you, Bobby. He's not heavy enough to flatten a bike helmet. Bobby's face dropped, and the three of us collapsed, laughing harder than before. I was working as a gate agent when security radioed me that they found a checked bag with an explosive in it. The bag was for my flight, but the bag tag had torn off, so we had no idea whose bag it was. We couldn't board this flight before finding out whose bag it was. I grabbed the intercom. Security flagged a bag with a prohibited item. If the owner doesn't come forward in the next 10 minutes, this flight is cancelled. Passengers started putting their hands up, yelling that they had places to be. To add pressure, I pressed the button, and we know exactly what's in it. You know who you are. A man in the front row jumped up. Okay, it's mine. Everyone turned around. Tears started to fall from his eyes. I smuggled a foreign bird in my bag, but I kept the bag a little open so it wouldn't die. And 10 pounds of kasumatsu cheese. I gasped, because that's all illegal, but that wasn't it. Sir, that's not what we were looking for. Wait! A guy by the window stood up, sweating. Don't cancel the flight. It's me. I'm on the no-fly list. I used my brother's passport. My name's not even Daniel. We were looking for something in a bag, so he was really stupid for confessing. The cheese guy yelled, "Wait, that's worse. Arrest him, not me." They both started fighting. Then a quiet woman walked up to my counter, leaned in, and whispered so no one could hear, "I have something to confess. There's a kid in my checked bag. Rent was due. I did what I had to do." I stared at her. "A child? Are you insane?" She shushed me. I pulled my phone out to call CPS or security, but that's when the doors burst open. TSA, 2 cops, and a dog came through, wheeling one black bag straight to my desk. The TSA agent pulled the bag next to the counter. It was the bag with the explosive in it. TSA said, "Whose bag is this?" Silence. Then a calm man in the back stood up. "That's mine, sir." The agent unzipped the bag slowly. A crowd gathered to watch, and the TSA agent held up a rusted shell shaped exactly like a bomb. I froze. A passenger screamed, "We're gonna die!" But the man put his hands up. "Relax, guys. It's a deactivated World War I artillery shell. I just got back from a battlefield tour. It's inactive and legal." He pulled up the documentation for it. TSA checked the folder and put a thumbs up, confirming it was safe and a false alarm. I grabbed the intercom. "The explosive has been cleared." Everyone exhaled, but I wasn't done. "However, this flight is cancelled due to illegal cheese, a stolen identity, and a human being in a suitcase." The other 2 were put in cuffs and walked out while the cheese guy dropped to his knees and just sobbed, "Please don't touch my cheese." I saved up for a whole year to buy a Switch 2 and let my little sister play it first. I mowed lawns, walked an old lady's 2 dogs before school, and dropped every birthday card straight into a glass jar, terrified the price of the Switch would climb or they'd sell out before I could afford it. My little sister watched that jar grow all year right beside me. She'd come in every few days asking, "How much now?" I'd dump it out on my bed and count fast while she held the stack of bills. She'd lean on my desk and ask, "Can I play with you when you finally get one?" I'd say maybe, without looking up, and slide the bills back into the jar before she could ask again. The morning I went to buy it, she sat next to me while I counted, $10 short. She walked out and came back with a folded bill from her birthday card. "Use this." She dropped it on the pile and walked out before I could answer. I biked to the store with the bills in my pocket and walked out holding the game I'd waited a year to play. When I got back, I went straight upstairs and shut my bedroom door so I could set it up in peace. I plugged it into the back of my TV, paired the controller, and signed into my account. The menu music started up, and I sat there grinning like an idiot. Then a soft knock came at the door, and a moment later, her voice followed. "Are you playing already? Can I watch?" "I'll be quiet, I promise." I sat there with the controller in my lap, almost telling her to come back later, but I remembered the bill she'd dropped on the pile that morning, so I got up and opened the door. "Yay!" she screamed, then instantly put her hands over her mouth. "Oops, sorry." I sat on my bed and she climbed onto the edge next to me. I loaded up Mario Kart World. When the title screen came on, her eyes got so big I could see the whole TV reflected in them. She had her hands tucked under her legs like she was trying really hard not to ask. I picked up my controller and stared at it before I passed it over to her. "Wait, for real?" "Yeah, just hurry up and pick a character before I regret it." She took it with both hands, the same way she used to hold the stack of bills from the jar. She instantly picked Princess Peach without scrolling through the other options. When the race started, she came in dead last by a long shot, but made me hit replay on Peach crossing the finish line 3 times in a row, just so she could watch her finish the race. She was jumping up and down on my bed, smiling and laughing the whole time. At that moment I realized that even though I'd worked all year to play it, watching her was way more fun. Me and my best friend poked his dad's round belly during our sleepover, and I smirked. "I bet you $5 I can bounce 10 of these marshmallows off your dad's belly without him waking up." Oscar aggressively grabbed my hand, grinning like the 5 was already his. Easy money. My dad is the lightest sleeper in the world. One time he came into my room and told me to stop breathing too loudly. I gently grabbed the marshmallow bag and lined up behind the couch, already dreaming of the pizza slice I was going to buy with the money. A pink marshmallow bounced off his belly button, and I banged my fist against my chest 3 times and whispered, "1 down, 9 to go." Oscar crossed his arms. "Dude, you're toast." I ignored him and kept throwing. When I got to marshmallow 4, his snoring caught and stopped, but he kept sleeping, and I stuck my tongue out at Oscar to mock him. "You're cooked." I landed marshmallow number 9, and his dad picked his belly button lint. He groaned, "Who touched the thermostat?" But then he lifted his leg, stretched his hands under his head, and kept sleeping. I was 1 toss away. Oscar nervously his t-shirt over his nose, and my heart slammed as I whispered, 10 or nothing, and let it fly. But suddenly, his dad's hand snapped up and caught it mid-air, eyes still shut, and my whole body went cold. He opened one eye, and he put the marshmallow on top of his own belly button. "That's 10 landings. Pay the man." I started laughing, and Oscar's eyes widened with shock. "You were awake? The whole time?" He sat up, and the marshmallows rolled off his belly button. "Son, I never sleep. Through anything." Oscar dug a crumpled 5 out of his pajama pocket and slapped it into my hand. I was still laughing when his dad picked up a marshmallow, bounced it off his own belly, and caught it in his mouth. A kid in our class made a Kahoot username so bad our teacher got walked out by security before the period ended. Mrs. K wrote the join code on the board for our Kahoot test review. We grabbed our phones and joined while she cast it to the smartboard. board. Usernames popped in like Princess Gigi and Fartlord, until one dropped at the bottom, and Mrs. K's whole face changed. Mrs. K wears a wig. Mrs. K slammed her hand on the desk so hard her coffee shook. Who did this? Nobody moved. Every kid stared at their phone like the question wasn't for them. She called the office for the principal, then went back to her laptop and started typing fast into her group chat. A message popped up from someone named Genty. Is she losing it again over a Kahoot? Mrs. K tried to close the chat, but another came in before she could. Then another. The class stopped pretending to look at their phones because the leaderboard wasn't the show anymore. Her group chat was. A message from Mrs. K's own account popped up next. Tyler is literally the dumbest kid I've ever taught. Every head in the room turned to the front row. Tyler put his pencil down very slowly. Another came in before she could close the laptop. I told Tyler's mom he's failing because he's lazy, not because I lost 3 of his tests in my car. Mrs. K ripped the cable from the projector and the smartboard went blue, but every phone was already recording. That's when the principal walked in. A kid in the back hit play on his recording and the whole thing replayed for the principal. The principal made Mrs. K step into the hallway. We watched her arguing through the door window with her hands flying. 10 minutes later, security showed up with a cardboard box and she stormed back in for her things. The door caught her wig and pulled it clean off. A kid screamed, "Yo, Mrs. K really does wear a wig," and the class lost it. She started screaming about lawsuits before a guard picked her up by the waist and carried her out. I never told anyone the username was mine. My son ripped open his birthday present and screamed when he saw the fabric dye set he'd been asking for. He ran to put it in his room and 5 minutes later came back and continued the birthday party with his friends. But then suddenly, my daughter Joyce screamed from upstairs. Jacob giggled to himself and I instantly ran up to check it out. I opened the bathroom where Joyce was taking a bath and saw her bathwater was now neon green. Joyce's skin was also stained green from head to toe. Joyce was sobbing and scrubbing her arms and told me, "Jacob poured the dye into my bath and told me I can be Shrek for his party." I looked at the empty bottle of dye near the bath and became furious because Joyce had a skin condition and Jacob knew it and still did this to her. I got Joyce out of the bath and clothed her, and she immediately ran to grab the bottles of dye from Jacob's room. She went down before I could stop and walked over to Jacob, who was drawing with his friends. He saw Joyce and laughed. "There's Shrek, everyone!" But Joyce opened the bottle of pink dye and started pouring it all over his head. The pink dye ran down Jacob's face and into his birthday shirt. Joyce screamed, "This is for putting dye in my bath," and threw the rest of the bottle at his face. It splashed him, and one of Jacob's friends suddenly pulled out his phone and called his mom to come get him. Another boy did the same. One by one they packed up. Jacob panicked and grabbed the party bags, yelling, "Wait, please don't leave," but none of his friends took them. They walked out the door while he cried, and the last boy told him, "You're so weird. Why would you do that to your sister?" He closed the door, leaving Jacob crying with no friends and pink dye all over him. I stood there laughing with Joyce because he was going to have pink hair for weeks. A woman at the bus stop told me to get out of my wheelchair and give it to her son. I was waiting for the bus when a kid pointed at me and said, "Mom, my legs hurt. I want to sit down like him." She looked over and said, "Get up. My son needs the chair." I told her that I was paralyzed, but she didn't care. "He's been on his feet all day waiting for this bus. He's a good boy. He deserves to sit." All the people waiting stared, and I just laughed. "Ma'am, my legs don't work. I can't stand up." She didn't move. "I'll rent it for $30. It's not for rent. I just told you I'm paralyzed." She rolled her eyes. $75. Final offer. Don't be cheap. I told her again that it wasn't about money and started rolling away to wait further down the sidewalk. But she grabbed the back of my chair and yanked it. "Where do you think you're going? My son needs to sit down. You need to give him your chair." I tried to push her hand off the handle. "Let go of my chair." She grabbed my wrist and tried to yank me up. "Stand up. Stand up. I literally can't. My legs don't work." She bent down, got her hands under one of the wheels, and tried to lift, but the chair barely moved. That's when the bus pulled up and she pointed at me and told the driver, "You can't let him on. He harassed my son. He's a danger to my kid." But a guy waiting at the stop with us said, "He didn't do anything." She tried to dump him out of his chair. She turned to him. "He's selfish. He should have given my son the chair. My son is tired and he just sat there." But her son said, "Mom, I didn't want his chair. I just wanted to sit down like him." The driver looked at the woman and said, "Ma'am, you can walk home. You're not getting on my bus." She started yelling that everyone was lying and that I'd started it, but the driver ignored her and lowered the ramp for me. And then her son walked over to me and said, "I'm sorry my mom did that. I hope your legs feel better someday." I smiled. "Thanks, buddy. They won't, but I've got this chair, so I'm okay." A huge gust of wind knocked my son through the gap in the railing, and I watched him fall. I looked over at the 100-foot drop and saw him hurtling through the sky, but the hood of his onesie caught on a steel beam below the bridge deck. He dangled mid-air while the onesie pulled tight against his throat, suffocating him. He was too far away for me to reach, and the structure of the bridge blocked me from climbing down. My son's face started turning red red, and his leg kicks got weaker by the second. But the people at the bottom sprinted to the spot directly under him. A man dropped to his hands and knees and urged others to do the same. A huge crowd instantly started forming a giant human pyramid. More and more people dropped what they were doing to help and fearlessly climbed on each other no matter how high it got. The pyramid kept growing, and someone climbed to the top and reached my son. He was blue in the face, but they took him off the beam and held him for minutes while he regained his breath. The smartest kid in class raised his hand. "Sir, what's 6 plus 7? I facepalmed because Stadio had aced every test, but was always pretending not to know the answers to the most obvious questions. Half of the math class burst out laughing, and a boy by the window muttered, "He's joking, right? Why was he always asking me questions that even he knew were stupid?" After the bell, I kept him behind, and when the room was empty, I leaned on the desk in front of him. "You ace every test I give you," I said. "You hate it when the class looks at you, so I know this isn't to make your classmates laugh. So why do you keep asking me obvious questions you already know the answer to?" His face went bright red, all the way to his ears. "I gotta go," he mumbled, grabbed his bag, and bolted out the door. What was my student hiding from me? During our next lesson, I taught it while staring at the class, not even turning around to look at the whiteboard, because I desperately needed my answer to appear. And halfway through, I caught the girl behind him sliding a folded scrap of paper onto his lap. When he thought I wasn't looking, he read it under the desk, and a second later, his hand went up to ask the dumb question. I immediately walked over to him, grabbed the note, and grinned. "Gotcha." I unfolded it and read, "Can you ask him what a fraction is, please? I don't want everyone looking at me." My body froze. Every dumb question Statio had asked all year had been hers. The girl behind him was already crying, mouthing sorry at him, not at me. Statio slammed his desk with his fist. "She's not dumb," Statio exclaimed, "and I won't let you think that. She just takes longer to learn things." I folded the note back up and set it on her desk. "I don't think that." He nodded, and the girl wiped her tears. Now when he asks dumb questions, I encourage him to ask more. My mom barged in and unplugged my PS5 on the first day of summer. "No more video games for a month. This is for not finishing your dinner that I worked so hard to make you." I looked outside at my friends playing basketball in the sun and figured I'd go join them. But as I turned the handle, Mom slapped my hand away and blocked the door. "What do you think you're doing? Going outside to have fun with my friends?" She crossed her arms. "Well, now you're grounded too." I threw my hands in the air. "What? Why?" She put her hands on her knees and leaned over. "Because clearly taking your PS5 wasn't enough punishment if you can still have fun without it. So now you're grounded too." I gripped my head and stormed upstairs, stomping my feet to my room. I looked around for what to do and dumped my old bag of Legos on the floor. But right as I stuck the first two pieces together, Mom walked in. "Have you not learned anything?" "No Legos either." She scooped them into a bag. I tried to stop her, but she slapped my hand so hard it bruised. "My house, my rules." She walked out, and I laid on the floor defeated as every bit of fun was taken from me. But then my dog Llama trotted over. He gave me a ball and I threw it, and he ran so fast he bumped into a closet and tripped over his own legs before bringing it back. I laughed and threw it again, and suddenly Mom walked back in. Her face twisted, and she picked Llama up. She threw him into the bathroom and locked him inside while he whimpered. "He stays locked in there until you promise not to play with him. When will you understand? You're not allowed to have any fun. Punishment is supposed to feel like punishment." Llama scratched behind the locked door, but she just stood there with a grin. I nodded. "I promise I won't play with him," and closed my door so Llama couldn't get inside. I sat on my bed, no PS5, grounded for the summer, no Legos, and my dog taken away, all because I didn't finish dinner. "Where's the sulfuric acid?" My chemistry teacher stopped class. Andre immediately fell out of his chair, clutching his stomach. 3 boys stood around him holding their phones up and pointing at him. "We dared him to drink it for $20 and he actually did it." Mrs. Boyles dropped her chalk and ran to Andre. "Grab his legs. We're taking him to the cafeteria." His arms were limp, cold. "Why aren't we calling an ambulance?" Mrs. Boyles was already lifting him. "Milk neutralizes acid. Cafeteria. Now." We burst through the cafeteria doors carrying Andre. Kids screamed and dropped their trays. We laid him on a table. I slapped his face. "Andre, wake up!" His eyes fluttered open and he screamed. Mrs. Boyles ripped open a milk carton and tipped it into his mouth. "Drink!" He took 2 sips. Then he projectile vomited across the table. Kids eating sandwiches got covered in white chunky mess that smelled like chemicals. Mrs. Boyles froze. "He's not supposed to vomit. That makes it worse. Back to the car." Mr. Wilson, the security guard, blocked the exit. "You can't remove a student from campus. He's dying. Protocol says no student leaves without..." Mrs. Boyles kicked him in the balls. He dropped wheezing. We ran past him to her Honda. Mrs. Boyles ran 3 red lights on the way to the hospital. Andre was moaning in the back seat. We screeched into the ER, and 2 nurses were waiting outside with a gurney. "We've been waiting for you." Mrs. Boyles stared at them. "What do you mean waiting?" The nurse loaded Andre onto the gurney. "Those boys called 911 the second he drank it." Mrs. Boyles grabbed her arm. "Then why didn't you send an ambulance?" The nurse looked at the floor. "We thought it was a prank call." The next morning, the principal fired her for assaulting Mr. Wilson, so she sued the hospital with Andre's family. They won $11 million. Andre got a lot more than 20 bucks. I went to the bank with my big brother when he pulled a weapon out of his bag. Everyone get on the effing ground. Now! Everyone but me instantly ducked down to the floor because they thought it was a real robbery. I instantly panicked and shoved him. What the hell are you doing? We just came to deposit a check. I didn't even know you carried a gun. He didn't respond and just stared at the teller behind the glass with his barrel raised. I followed his gaze and saw there was a hooded man hiding behind the teller with a gun pressed to the teller's hip. I gasped as I realized the hooded man had been holding him hostage and my brother was the only one to notice. "Drop it!" my brother roared, sliding across the marble to protect him. The whole bank screamed, including me, and they all curled up, all scared for their lives. Suddenly, the hooded man's gun swung off the teller and rose toward my brother's chest. My brother wasn't lifting his gun fast enough to defend himself, and I knew if I didn't do something, then he'd get shot. So I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Hey, over here!" And the gun snapped toward me. For half a second, I was staring straight down the barrel. The man's fingers went to squeeze the trigger, and I closed my eyes. Bang! But nothing hit me. And when I opened my eyes, I saw the banging sound was my brother hitting the man like a truck. Heads lifted off the tile as people slowly began to realize what was going on. When the police finally arrived, my brother put his arm around my shoulder. "You trusted me, and that's the only reason I'm still standing." At the end of class, our teacher gave back everyone's test except mine and told me, "Stay back after class." I was sure I failed, and after everyone left, she pulled out my essay and slammed it on the desk. "Who helped you with this?" Her face was red and she was pacing. I told her nobody, but she clearly didn't believe me. "You went from getting D's to suddenly writing a perfect essay overnight. That's not possible." She pulled out her phone and started dialing my mom before I could defend myself. I heard her on the phone, telling my mom to come in, and I begged her not to do that. I really didn't want my mom reading my essay, and even said I'll just take my 0 and leave, but she ignored me. My mom arrived 15 minutes later, furious at me because she had just gotten home after her 12-hour shift and now had to come here. I was shaking because I knew she was going to see my essay. She crossed her arms. "Did you cheat on this test?" I told her no, but she turned to the teacher and asked to see it. The teacher gave her my test and my face turned red. I tried to stop her from reading, but my mom was already looking at the essay question. "Describe a time someone sacrificed for you." Then she started reading my answer, and suddenly tears began flowing down her face. She was sobbing uncontrollably in seconds. I sat there, embarrassed and red, because my essay had been all about my mom. How my mom works double shifts just so I can stay in school. How thankful I am for her every day, and how I really want to tell her, but can never find the right words. I looked up embarrassed, and saw my teacher genuinely smiling at me. I instantly realized she was never failing me, or accusing me of cheating. She simply wanted my mom to read how much she meant to me, because she knew I struggled to tell her. Me and my mom hugged, and she whispered, "I'm so proud of you." The owner of the mansion smirked and shook my hand, promising he'd give me $100 if I made his lawn look perfect for his party this evening. I spent the next 4 hours in the July heat, trimming bushes, bagging fallen branches, and mowing 20,000 square feet of lawn until every blade of grass was perfect. I rang the doorbell to show him the work, and he grinned. "Great, this is perfect. Now get off my property." He shut the door without giving me a dollar. I stood there feeling my heart drop, my hands blistered with all the work I did. I rang his gold doorbell and said he promised me $100, but he cracked his door open and laughed. "I don't owe anybody a damn thing. This is how the real world works, kid. Get lost." He slammed his door, and I looked out at the spotless marble fountains I'd just wiped. This man owned a house worth millions and wouldn't give a kid $100. That's when I got an idea. If he wasn't going to pay me for my work, I was going to leave my work here. I started dumping everything I'd cleaned from my bags against his marble door. He wouldn't be able to open it without gallons of cut grass and tiny branches falling into his hallway. He immediately opened the side window, his face red. "I have the mayor coming over. What do you think you're doing?" I shrugged. "Since you won't pay me, I won't take my work with me." I began pulling ceramic garden gnomes from his flower bed and stacking them onto the pile. I rolled his waste bins over and pressed them against the door too. The pile reached his canopy. He tried to shove it open, but only moved it an inch before a garden gnome and some dirt fell onto his head and inside the house. He pushed it closed and stormed back to the side window. Okay, I'll pay you." He shoved a $100 bill towards me. "Just please take your stuff. I can't let the mayor see me like this." But I sighed. "You see, I worked overtime because of this, and overtime is double. I will need $200. He gripped his head and pulled out his diamond-encrusted wallet. "Take it. Take what you need." He began throwing money at me. I counted $400. Then I smiled and reached into my pocket, pulling out a tiny dirt-covered plastic shovel, the one I'd used to de-weed his lawn. I pressed it into his hand. "Welcome to the real world." I laughed and walked away while he screamed out the window, "I couldn't do this," right as the mayor's car pulled in. The pile was still there. Give it to me straight, Sergeant. How many are dead? I slammed my hands on the table in my military uniform. My 6-year-old sister read from her piece of paper. 7 are dead. The rest are captured behind enemy lines. She looked over at Mom's chocolate container with 7 empty chocolate wrappers beside her. We need to save them. We started going over the plan again, but then Mom stormed in and ripped the military beret off Lily's head. She got in her face and yelled, "I've told you the army isn't a game." She shoved a chocolate candy in her mouth while screaming, "How dare you disrespect this military family?" She stormed back to the TV, and Lily lowered her head and began crying. She'd idolized me for being in the military and loved playing army games with me her whole life, but Mom never let her. So I kneeled and gently gripped her shoulder. "Listen to me, Sergeant. People will always try doubt your command, but a real general stays brave and holds the line anyway." I pointed to her chest and put the beret back on her head. "Can you do that for me? Your soldier needs you." She slowly nodded and wiped her eyes, and I saw life come back to her eyes. She gave me a salute. "Begin the operation." She hid behind a doorway, and I grabbed Mom's favorite snacks. "Thanks for letting me eat your German chocolates." Mom immediately came running in. "I told you no eating my chocolates." She didn't even notice as Lily snuck behind her into the living room and stuffed the chocolates into her pockets. She packed the container with rocks so it looked full, then gave me a salute. I gave Mom her chocolates back and snuck off to my room where Lily poured the stolen candy onto the floor. Mission completed. Divide and conquer Lily, just like I told you. But as we bit into the chocolates, a scream came from the living room. "Ow! I just chipped my tooth." I went to my community pool and saw my lifeguard Crush talking to another guy. My heart was crushed because I'd been crushing on her all summer and never said a word, but I needed to get her attention to ask her out. So I came up with a plan. I'd fake drown so she could save me. Without thinking, I jumped into the pool and flailed my hands in the air. I was splashing and yelling "help" with the biggest smile on my face, waiting for her to look. She didn't. I splashed harder. "Help! I'm drowning!" I looked over and saw she was laughing with that guy and touching his shoulder. I tried to stand up because my plan wasn't working, but I felt my heart drop. My feet couldn't touch the bottom, and I saw the sign that said 10 feet deep. I accidentally jumped into the deep end, and I actually can't swim. My heart was beating faster. I started kicking, but my body kept sinking. Water went into my mouth, and I started choking. I wasn't faking anymore. I was actually drowning. I screamed for real this time, but the kids around me were laughing, thinking I was playing around. I looked at the lifeguard chair. She still wasn't looking. My head went under. I kicked back up, gasping. I was going to die because I was too pussycat to actually talk to her. Everything started going black. Then I felt a hand grab my arm and pull me up. I was on the concrete. She was doing CPR. Then I heard her voice. "Can you hear me? Look at me. Stay with me now." I opened my eyes and smiled. Her face was inches from mine. She was looking into my eyes. This was the moment I'd been waiting for all summer. I was about to ask her for her number, but I felt my stomach turn. I knew that wasn't good, but I couldn't hold it in. I threw up an entire pool's worth of water directly onto her face. She screamed and jumped back. I was so embarrassed. Then the guy she was talking to looked down at me and said, "While you were drowning, I got her number. I was 7 when my dad got ready to leave me and my mom. I'll be home soon. I'm going to find us diamonds, and we'll be rich forever." I grabbed his hand. "I don't want diamonds. I want you." He laughed. "You'll understand when you're older, son." He kissed my mom and walked toward the road, and neither of us knew if we were ever going to see him again. For the first few years, my dad sent letters from everywhere he went. The first one was from Africa, with a photo drawn of him waist deep in a red pit, grinning, along with a note promising that the next dig would be the one where he found diamonds. The next came from Spain, then France, then Italy. Every single one promised he'd be home soon. My mom set his place at dinner every night anyway, watching the road through the window while his food went cold. I worked the field so she wouldn't have to, and when years went by with no word from him, I sold the farm to a quiet man. Me and my mom did our best to move on, and we thought we'd never hear about him again. But 10 years later, I was reading an article in the newspaper that said the farmer we'd sold the farm to had pulled the biggest diamond in the country out of the river. The quiet man who bought it is a billionaire now. My dad had traveled the world to find what he'd had all along, and the whole time, diamonds lay right under his feet. My neighbor would fly his drone into my back garden while I had friends over, going near our food and ruining the hangout. When I knocked on his door and asked him to stop, he laughed and said, "This is a $1,000 drone. I'm going to use it," and flew